futures trying to get back to the upside here this morning, back at session highs. In fact, coming off a pretty impressive performance on Friday. We saw all three U.S. markets 2+% right across the board heading into the weekend. Good to see positive weekly performance for all three U.S. markets to kick off the brand new year as well. Welcome to week number 2, and it's going to be a big one. We get CPI, December CPI coming up on Thursday. We get back into earnings season coming up officially Friday morning with the banks, but we do have a few notable names that we'll touch on throughout the week, starting tomorrow with Bed Bath & Beyond back to the downside this morning. A ton of volume already for BBBY, Tesla moving. We have some of the chips moving around, and oh yeah, BABA back to the upside this morning. Jack Ma officially saying he will cede control of the company. Welcome to Monday, January 9th. TraderTV.live starts now. Yeah, there's a look at some positive numbers to kick things off this morning. Back to, as I mentioned, session highs pretty much here for the NASDAQ. Good to see 0.6 leading the way, 0.5% for the S&P, about a quarter there for the Dow. A little bit of trouble down in Brazil so far, the only one in negative territory. Big move up for crude oil this morning as well, 3.25% right now to the upside, 2 here for Bitcoin, 4. I saw Ethereum above 1,300 and holding above 1,300 this morning behind the QR code there. But yeah. Strength in crypto to kick off the brand new week. Welcome to it, guys. Good morning. Going to be an interesting one. We get the non-farm payrolls back on Friday, higher than expected, but wages down on a month-over-month basis. The number overall down. All eyes now on Thursday for CPI.
Yeah, that's the big question mark. Like, what inflation? How's that going to go?
Time.
That's what really moves the market. I mean, if we actually start to cool down there, I think it can be sustainment to this rally. I love the sweater, man. It's a good sweater game going on here. I had to take mine off.
I got the sweater game today.
But look, I'm going to be in a happy mood today because obviously you can't start it off any better than the bang. The Bills getting the W, but starting it off with a touchdown on the opening kickoff was pretty darn cool to be able to see. So it was a fun weekend. I think we're in store for a pretty big week here. You have some earnings coming through at the end of the week, but I mean, Bed Bath & Beyond, obviously we're going to talk about them because they're going to report this week. And on top of that, people are talking about bankruptcy with them. Tesla's on the move again, 3.5% to the upside. BABA, so Jack Ma is conceding ant control and getting out of the way there. BABA on the run, another time up 5% here today, so we'll be watching some of those. And Lululemon, man, like Lululemon's down 10% and it bounced $20. So, you know, obviously that's going to be a big one on watch today. Did not see that coming. Macy's under pressure as well. Retailers, not a good start to the week for them.
Yeah, I'm just working on it. And the sticky note's done. I just got to get it out. But Macy's is going to be the #1 name on there. Yeah, and as Neil's Bills win, my Packers lose once again. And I don't know. I'm just hoping that we can move on, but we've already talked about that. Mr. Aaron Rodgers owed an amazing $58.3 million for next year. So, I mean, that's, yeah, we should have paid him in Bitcoin maybe, and then it would be worth half of that by now. But, yeah, what a disaster. Again, we went 8-9. Finally, we win less than 13 games, and this year we don't make the playoffs. Last year we did, and we're eliminated in round 1 at home by the 49ers. So that's back-to-back years, pretty bad for the Packers. We'll see what happens here. I hope the Bills can win. I'm looking forward to Cincy Bills somehow for a rematch.
That would be epic.
It would be great if it was for the finals, the AFC Championship. I don't know. I don't know how it pairs out.
To me, all three best teams in the NFL are playing in the AFC right now.
Like I still think the 49ers, well, yeah, because the Bengals you're putting in there?
Yeah, I'm putting the Bengals in there.
You know, the Eagles don't get any respect.
Yeah, you're right.
You know. But I don't know. I mean, they're just one of those new teams that they kind of got to, yeah, you want to see what, no, exactly. I don't think they should yet.
Not yet.
You got to wait for Jalen Hurts to prove himself. I mean, it was only last year people were questioning whether or not he was even a starting quarterback.
Exactly.
And now leading the NFC. And then, of course, Sharif's on the big desk there. His Cowboys deal with TB12 on Monday night. So we'll see how that goes as well. I don't know, Micah Parsons there. I feel like hopefully Tom Brady gets sacked a few times there and we have a good result. But hey, look, I'm looking forward to, like I'm saying, I'm writing the sticky note while I'm pushing it right now. I think the rally continues here today. It was such a great move into the end of the week there. A lot of these names up today. Market up 0.7 on the NASDAQ, 0.5 on the S&P, and things looking to be up on the upside here. Tilray posted numbers as well. You've talked about Lululemon. So, yeah, I feel pretty confident.
What is this always here?
That's from the wine that Raheem brought, and it was from the wine case. But I don't know why.
I don't know why we keep it there.
Why is it still there? It's like, maybe it's waiting for like Arun when he remember we wanted to hit Prad with something? That's like one of those
dangerous.
sticks now. It was like
Someone should karate chop him. We can do some Miyagi style stuff.
Fahad can break that stick just by looking at it. He doesn't even need to karate chop it.
Oh,
you left your banana there? That's getting a little...
I'll probably eat it today.
Yeah, I was going to say that's getting a little bit turning there.
I just forgot.
I like when bananas turn a little bit, though.
My daughter likes them bruised.
They get a lot
it's
sweeter.
Weird, man.
I don't know. I don't prefer... I prefer them just perfect.
Yeah,
just
I'm the same way.
Just when they're turning.
I actually almost don't want it now, but.
All right, over to the big guys.
Yeah, just when they go green to yellow. There's a short window, but enough about bananas. First segment of the show, guys, brought to you by Surge Trader, where you can get a funded traded account up to $1 million. Keep 90% of the profits. The program has simple rules and no time limits. Go to surgetrader.com/TTV. Use TTV. Code at checkout, get yourself 10% off. More and more, Sharif, good morning.
Good morning.
More and more comments I was reading this morning, more and more analysts talking about the possibility of slowing the pace of rate hikes coming up after we get this jobs report out on Friday. Market seems to like that. There's sentiment coming out of China. I was just watching Xpeng here, trying to get back to day highs now, up 1.5%. A lot of different angles to take going into this week ahead of Thursday.
Yeah, you definitely had that market rally coming off the positive job numbers, guys. Slower month-to-month growth. You know that may force the Fed's hands to slow the rate of the pace of rate hikes. The CPI, though, on watch. Now analysts looking at expecting below 6% core inflation, so 5.7 is what's projected as well. But all eyes going to be on earnings, guys. I think, Brendo, that's really where where it's going to matter.
Yeah.
I mean, if companies don't deliver, then we're going to have to see probably declining stock prices again.
Yeah, as we saw going into the last earnings reporting season, this one going to be equally as important. We'll see what happens coming up on Thursday, guys, 8:30. Make sure you're with us. We'll be on live a little bit early, probably 5 minutes or so, 8:25 for that December print. That trade specifically was one of the best out of this floor here in Toronto all year last year. So make sure you're with us Thursday again for December. CPI, let's go. Here's a look at what was talked about, or among a few things talked about this morning. Major headlines coming out of China, more reopening optimism, more relaxing of some of the COVID restrictions over in China. That has all of the ADRs to the upside today. We'll talk about BABA separately here, but this part as well. I mean, more and more talk, as I was mentioning there, about concerns easing as far as the rate at which they're going to continue to raise rates. We'll see how Thursday goes. That's going to be the next benchmark, guys. But positivity surrounding Chinese stocks here. And we can talk about Tesla in this as well, because if you missed it, Tesla coming out this morning saying the wait time for Model Y cars coming out of Shanghai going back up, meaning more demand, theoretically.
Yeah, it's definitely positive for Tesla. I mean, Tesla up 3.5%. That's a good look. But there's one stock. We're going to talk about China, and we'll talk about BABA maybe individually. But I got to look at Pinduoduo because this is the one. It's just an absolute beast. If you look at the difference between this and just about every other growth style name, and you can put a million symbols out there, but this was just at $45 in October. And we're within spitting distance of 100 here today. And I do feel like we're going to see that $100 level come into play. I'll zoom back out so you can sort of see. You go all the way back into 2021 when we're starting to pull back in, and that's the last time you were sitting at that $100 level. It's on a monstrous breakout that even if it takes 100, you still got to think about maybe even 110. It's been several sessions in a row green. And Baba's got the better news. Baba's got the better news today because I think this ant step back by Jack Ma can definitely be a positive for them going forward, especially if they can get that IPO done. Like, that would be amazing if they could still get the IPO done. Baba still holding a third of that would be a good story. But this is the one absolutely churning, I think, with the strongest move. And at some point, I think there's going to be at least a decent consolidation pullback. I'm looking the last time it had a run like this. It did put in a pretty significant, almost like 10% turnaround style day. So I think we get to 100 today on Pinduoduo. That's an obvious level for like maybe a pop and fade style move, or if it does break 110 and continue, sorry, 100 and continues, I like that 110 level for a short. I mean, the way I always think about these is when you try to fill in a gap, obvious resistance can turn into support, and that's going to be this 96, 97. Double top the last couple of sessions. I was shorting off it one day. But if we pull back in there, that's where I think maybe it could pick up a little bit of a bid. It's just an unbelievable rally here for some of these names, and then particularly PDD. At some point, I think this thing has to make some kind of a significant turn, and it's getting to that point where I'll be hunting for that turn on a daily basis, starting with that 100 level.
Just trying to fix this wick here. See if we can do that.
The Baba.
Yeah, so look, I just want to come over here because we had a great run on Friday on good news on Alibaba, but look what happened early on a lot of these names. I mean, remember, the market was an absolute beast there on Friday, and this is what happened to Alibaba. It dipped down, started at 105, came all the way down to 102.50. So if we really got excited about the long early on Alibaba on Friday, we would have got killed, or not killed, but you would have lost $2 or $3 early, and then the rally happened and it just continued to go pretty much all day, even into the close, extending, all the way up to 108 before dipping a little bit there at the close to close at 107. And then today, of course, the news again to the upside. So I would say there is a dip buy opportunity here. You have 110. Obviously, when you're at 113, you're looking for that dip buy. So I would say that, just the same thing happened on Friday. Nicely up before we come into the market here, up to 104, 105. Then you get a move down of $2.50. And then the upside move happens after that. So I went over and I thought I saw on Justin's desk early this morning that the chips have arrived. So it looks like we will be doing the hot chip challenge on Friday. Is our new extended day here for that.
There we go.
There they are. I saw them on the desk, so there they are. Finally, they have arrived, but we need to order one more, though, because Fahad wants to do it. You'll do it, too? Well, yeah, we're going to figure out who's going to do it, but here we go. They have arrived.
It's a problem.
Forget it, I'm just doing it right now.
No, you're not.
No, I'm not. This is the Reaper Pepper, and see, I told you, this is the new thing.
I love the warning on the back. Like, look
this year has the Scorpion Pepper and the Reaper Pepper.
Why do you have to have that much of a warning?
And then, warning. You are a complete idiot if you do this. Do not eat. Okay, great. All right, medical conditions. I don't know.
Seek medical assistance should
keep
you
out of reach of
experience
children.
difficulty breathing.
They banned these
fainting,
in many states.
Extending nausea. Okay.
Wash your hands. Yeah, make sure you don't touch anything. Don't touch your junk. No,
well, apparently we have the gloves already, but it's supposed to come with gloves. We'll find out when we open them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is really great.
Whatever. We like to have some fun.
No, sorry. It has 25 calories. I can't do it.
Sorry.
Well,
that's a deal breaker.
I didn't realize
right
this had 25 calories. Oh man, that sucks. Too bad. Trying to lose weight, so can't really do it.
I thought it was only give me a break.
Oh man, here we go.
Carolina
One
Reaper,
extremely
Scorpion.
spicy tortilla chip. All right, here we go. It's in the building. No excuse this week.
And it turns your tongue blue because why not?
Yeah,
right?
the official ones this year do that. Remember our buddy did that?
Yeah, which is completely unnecessary.
This is the Carolina Reaper and Scorpion Pepper.
So you'll know we did it for real if our tongue's blue. That's okay.
Yeah.
We're screwed.
Is it keto friendly? I mean, I got to make sure.
Someone just asked if it's. Come on.
Well, yeah, I'm trying to be.
There's nothing friendly about that.
Yeah.
25 calories. What are we gonna do about this? All right. Yeah. This is gonna be great.
Stand up.
This is gonna be great. All right. Let's go, man.
Will
Here
it
it is.
though?
Yeah. We'll just keep it there
Will it
for
though?
now and motivate people,
Yeah.
and then we can set out some nice social media stuff for this as well. But all right, sticky note is out. Go have a look here as my day sort of got a little bit better. It's nice to have these here. Now we know at least.
How is that the day getting better?
Well, because our fate is now sealed at least, and we know that come Friday we will have a hot chip challenge ready to rock and roll. I assume Brendan has not changed his mind on this, but Alibaba's still up 5+% here as we get ready to rock and roll. Oh, the Bills play what day?
I don't even know what day. I just know
If
we
it's
play
Saturday,
Miami.
hopefully it's Saturday late. Because
I'll
you
be
can
fine on
recover.
Saturday.
I know. No, I think they play at 1 o'clock on Saturday, to be honest with you. I think. Really? I think it might be the early game, yeah, because it's Miami, so everyone's expecting
I mean, Miami doesn't have a QB, so it's a rollover.
On that one. All right, guys. Yeah, we are. Fahad's joining us for sure. Then Katrine wants to as well. So, all right, let's go back over to the big screen, or the big desk.
Shawn, did I hear that right? 25 calories?
Yes, you did, my friend.
All right, I'm just checking. Like, what is a single chip? That seems high to. Oh, actually, no, it's not. So a single chip, if anyone was wondering, is 49 calories.
Not bad. I mean, I'm more worried about the effects on the gastrointestinal tract than I am about the calories. But wow,
no,
I'm going to stay out of that one, guys.
Hard pass. Yeah. Hard pass. Let's talk about oil here just quickly.
Yeah.
Nice move so far this morning in the pre-market, 3.16% for crude. Not only back above 75 here, it's tough to see, but taking on 76. Currently, I brought up Occidental, 2.15% here in the pre-market at 65 as well. I was reading an article on the weekend talking about Uncle Warren, and the article essentially went back through all of the SEC filings from his recent purchases, and 60 was the level. Every time it dips either below 60 or holds 60, he's in there buying. So we're back to 65. I mean, as of Friday, it was 62. 63, relentless bid on that. So maybe we see over the next couple of days another filing in that sense. But nice move for energy markets.
Yeah, and oil needs a break. I mean, looking at the chart from June onwards, it's been on a downward slope. So if there's anything, I think we've been talking about this story a lot, guys. We've been talking about China reopening and oil supposed to take a boom. Well, I think now it may actually execute because China is basically opening, and I mean, we're seeing the effects of that now. Model Y demand's up, et cetera, et cetera. So let's see what oil can give us the next few weeks.
Yeah, we'll see. Guys, I'll come to you with this as well. I mean, not much in the way of individual catalysts as there ever is on oil stocks, but looking good here, 2+% basically across the board.
It's a trap. Nah, just... Well, the interesting thing is some of the equity have been pretty strong almost regardless of what we've been seeing. And I look at XOM. I keep saying don't draw trend lines. Who cares? I don't really draw trend lines. I'm not in DCT, and it looks like the position board. We had an issue with the position board, but I'll just let the guys know I'm not in that position. So we probably won't just reset it, and I think it'll be fine. But XOM has been on a pretty steady uptrend. If you're into drawing trend lines, it's about as clean as it gets. Well, you know, whatever. I'll just throw one in there for you. And when you see something like that, like the way I sort of approach it is, okay, well, usually you just want to buy a dip and see if you get an opportunity to do so. That lines up probably looking at like a 111 or something. And when you throw it on the, I'll get rid of that in a second. When you throw it on the daily chart, you actually got to close above the 50, holding this 110. So there makes some sense that there might be some trades in here. It's getting a bit top heavy, and we know the 115. This is a level I'm really interested in on XOM if it gets back into that 115 because it was just an absolute brick wall. But you know, there might be a little bit of a dip buy this week that can take you 111 dips, 110 if you look at that trend line. But it's all about the alert set for that top. You know, we get there. There's obviously multiple ways to play it. As a day trader, one, resistance till it's not, short in front, breaks out, fine. Or just eventually when XOM takes this level out because it's been pent up, right? It's some pent up resistance, and at some point, this is with like oil making all of that push back in, and XOM has held up very well here because you know a lot of people are looking at this and saying, when you think about it, even with oil prices where they are, if they were to come down more, a lot of these companies are still cheap based on if you just kind of look at their earnings. So I do like this look. I just think you want to wait till it gets to that key level. At least from an equity standpoint, XOM 115 is the area that I'm watching this week.
Yeah, I just saw that. That's a good point there about Tilray. What's up to Jamlock? Jamlocky? About Tilray. Yeah, Tilray reported and missed. Pretty bad right there for TLRY. But right here, so I have oil up just on a 20-minute chart. They've been bouncing around this $75 mark here, so we'll see if we can top that and make that a bottom. So right now it's 76. Here's 75 right there for oil with the bottom being 73. So right now we're kind of in the middle here in no man's land a little bit. So I was interested to see what we do at 75 if it does come back down. Obviously, it's nice seeing this up 3 and a bit right now. This is just the oil contract. It's not a continuous contract on our platform, so I can't really show it to you unless we do USO or something like that. But this bottom of 72, 73, I feel like it's going to hold. It hasn't been a very... I mean, I know we had some travel issues there during the holidays, but it hasn't really been very cold here for sure, nor has I think it's been a relatively warm winter. I mean, maybe I'm wrong on that, but I feel like it has. So I don't know if that's going to weigh on demand a little bit here. But again, that's going to be pushed forward, right? So who knows what's coming down the pipeline for as far as weather is concerned. It seems like that Russia-Ukraine hasn't had as much of an effect on oil as I really thought it would. But again, if you don't want to be a stock picker, and you don't have to be, XLE, the top holdings are Chevron, XOM. So, if you did want to get something here, XLE continues to work and perform and taking out its 50 period right now. We've talked about this bottom of 80 as well. So as long as oil holds 75, maybe 73, then I think that we can have a nice little bump up here for XLE continuation move through 95 and breaking that top. So XLE right now is at 90. It's been performing really well. If you didn't want to pick a stock, just pick the ETF XLE or USO. If you, USO. If you want, I believe it's going to be on NYSE American. Yes, it is. This could be a name that you want if you just want to take flat oil by itself and not worry about any names. But again, you're not going to get the dividend or anything. So for me, I would pick an XOM or a Chevron and just stick with the big guys and don't even worry about it. Play Oxy as well, as that's friendly with Berkshire. So, there are a lot of moves here to be made, and I think oil just needs to be part of your portfolio, and I choose to play it. I do have some of the big names as well, but then the XLE is my favorite instrument to try for that. You can see Oxy. I mean, what a great move that was off 60. So, if that comes back in as well, 60 to 66, that's 10%. Still ways to go. So if you do like this name, I think you can even buy this today here. Oil up 3.5. I think it continues higher.
A couple of interesting notes here. We'll talk about retail in a sec. I just saw, guys, happy birthday to the iPhone today. It was this day in 2007 that Steve Jobs revealed the first iPhone. That seems like a long time ago. Since then, this is not verified, so take it for what it's worth. Since then, the company sold $1.5 trillion, Sharif, worth of iPhones.
They've got me on a bunch.
Yeah, I think they have everyone at this point. Yeah, Prad's saying not him. ANF. Let's talk retail here quickly. Speaking of, retail angle anyways. ANF up here, worth noting, 4% pre-market. They lifted their Q4 forecast. Macy's, however, because we might not get to it, it's on the watch list this morning. Macy's heading in the other direction, downside about the same, actually, 4.2% here. They said their holiday forecast is, or their holiday sales, I should say, going to come in at the low end of the forecast.
So Abercrombie raises. Lulu says margins are going to stink, and Macy's is under some pressure because they forecast. You know what? I don't know. Like, I wasn't going to be looking at Abercrombie, but now I'm starting to think there might be a fade in that at some point today. But look, Macy's. It's been in an interesting range because the convergence of the 50 and the 200 just has me feeling like a big move was coming. And I know we missed a big opportunity last week. We're sort of talking about that 21 area, and it was a bit frustrating to see it like both had the way it was trading off that 21. You saw when it reclaimed it, and then this ended up being support on Thursday, and you're right back looking at that same level. What I'm more interested today would be if there's any kind of a squeeze, can it get past previous resistance support on a head and shoulders type of setup at like 21.75? I tend to look at what's going on with Lulu and Macy's and say, okay, well, there's probably some people looking to trim a little because you got recession fears, A. You've got multiple firms talking about margin issues. B, I know the labor market is holding up pretty well, but hey, there's just a couple of chinks in this armor here. Now, remember, this is about 9% short float. So when it is down, I'm always thinking about the chance that it could put a squeeze. But it probably has to bounce off $20 first. I'm just thinking 21.70 if it comes back into the upside. I'm not trying to punch at 21. There's not a ton of pre-market volume out there. Yeah, that Abercrombie good note isn't enough to get me off of thinking that I want to be selling a little bit on retail today, with the exception of if I see $20, that's kind of a squeezable level.
All right. So I have it as the number one name here on the sticky note for today. I just think that, bad report. I've been talking about, how retail really hasn't been overly successful this holiday season. We've seen Amazon getting absolutely hit, but Macy's kept performing quite well and actually stuck above, many of the other retail names here. Nicely done to the upside, but again, stopped here around 23, 24 on the daily chart. Now coming out today and sort of, mentioning that maybe holiday sales weren't as robust as they had once thought. And then for me, if that's what's the case, then this move doesn't really need to be happening to the upside. So I think we can retrace all the way back here to 20 bucks. I have the offer right now at 22, just sitting here thinking that we could get a short into 22 bucks. That's where we wound up on Friday. So this is not great news. So I can't see the market going up here based on where we were from Friday. So you're down 5%, and I think we go lower. I just want to watch out for 22.50, 23 bucks. I'm going to be here if the market does continue to rip up today. Macy's is a name I want to short. It's down. It can get hit a lot harder than this, man. So let's wait to see around a $20 mark. I don't know if we want to take the 20 breakdown, but I'm not going long this name until we get a lot lower than this, $17, $18 something. I mean, remember, we're day trading this name, so I can wait and be patient for this. Maybe it is a buy for a longer term around this $19 mark, but let's just check out what the well, here, let me use Trade Ideas here, just to see what this is just a little tool here brought to you by Trade Ideas. Very easy to check it out. I want to see what the float was on the short. Whoops. Not the float percentage. There it is right there, 7.8.
Oh, it's only 8.
So it's not huge. So it's not a huge float percentage right now. Again, price to earnings pretty low at 4. So, there is not necessarily a move for this reason to rip upside right now, but I do like it, and I think there's an opportunity here to short that name into 22 bucks. So let's see if that happens. And I do have a new trade. I just put it on right now. It's Tilray. It just broke 80. I got 77s there on a move down through 80. I had to pay for the shorts on this name, as again, they miss. And let's see if they can go up in smoke here. Tilray today. I'm waiting for a little bit of a. I mean, now that we have this position and we're into the pre-market, still lots of time left. A half hour. Looking at this 285, they were getting back up there right now. 3 is going to be pretty key. 305, the day's high there for Tilray. It'll be where I get out. So breaking up through 3, and we're out of TLRY.
All right, we'll get into some analyst moves here this morning. Some of the ride-sharing and food delivery services on this board this morning, Sharif.
Yeah, Uber, DoorDash, they're typically competitors in some respects, but in this case, Uber stands to benefit from the move here by Piper Sandler analyst Alex Potter, basically saying that Uber will take advantage of the increase in car prices and basically the increase in interest rates, and more people will hail rides, whereas DoorDash won't. So he's basically switching one for the other and recommends a long position in Uber.
Yeah, interesting look. Positive on the ride-sharing side specifically. So DoorDash downside. We can go back to that board, guys. DoorDash downside. Hilton, MetLife, Prudential here as well. This
60
one
top on DoorDash, Brendo.
Yeah, I mean, impressive to say the least. Zillow on here as well. I noticed. I don't understand that at all to the upside with Bank of America, and yeah, Prad, Ferrari, race getting an upgrade as well.
There you go. Look, obviously, I know Prad's going to be the happiest man in the world to see the Ferrari get that upgrade. So that's fantastic. Uber is actually interesting here a little bit. I don't think we talk about this stock very much anymore. I can't remember the last time we even brought it up, to be honest with you. But the 50 period, there we go. We're pretty much right here right now, 27.5 bucks. It's already starting to get a little bit. I mean, it's not a lot of volume pre-market, but you're already starting to get a little bit of a dip and pull back off of that level. Now, if I get a chance off the open, if it can't break, say, like a 27 in there, that can give you a little bit of runway for a bit of a dip buy long. If it breaks 27, I think you have too much of a risk of filling the gap back in because you've rejected the 50-period moving average. But if we get a strong move in the market today, like if this turns into one of those 1.5% to 2% type strong market days, then Uber's the kind of stock with the upgrade in the midst of a little bit of a channel breakout. If it takes out the 50 period, it can get some runway to the upside. So I want to have this one on my radar. First at 27 at the open, but if that doesn't come into play, there's always taking out the top and then holding above the 50 period and rallying. That's the one on that board that catches my attention the most, just in terms of its potential in the next little bit for rally. And you know what? That's the kind of thing it holds above 27.5, and you can get some kind of a sustained rally. But it's got to break first. That's sort of that thing. In this market, things are resistance until they're not. So I want to see us breaking that 50 period, and then we can be good to go on Uber. Only one on that board I think that I'd be interested in trading.
Yeah, it's funny to hear like you get an Uber upgrade and maybe a DoorDash the other way today, but DoorDash down 3%. I mean, again, $50. I mean, $50 pretty key level there. You bounced off that a little bit there for DoorDash. So again, it's only done, well, actually the volume on here, oh, we just got a big print just right now. I was gonna say it wasn't much volume until this just happened. There's a dark pool print of 360,000 shares, now putting this up to 490. But again, you know, big move to the upside there to 48. That was a bad print, so we're not looking at that. You're right down here to, not a bad print, but a dark pool print, so that's not actually ticking up right there right now. If it was, then I think that would be a short. So it's funny because that was just a level that I wanted to talk about. 48, 48.50 right here for DoorDash. If you can get up there, then I think it's a short. So let's just wait to see the markets pulling back down a little bit. If DoorDash getting downgraded today, you know, I could see that. It hasn't been performing that well. We'll go into earnings, this next earnings cycle, and really see where they're performing. You know, I always feel like DoorDash is pretty seasonal as well. You know, what are people sitting at home now ordering food? I mean, they talked about the price of cars going up, so on and so forth. So maybe there is something there with less people going out and driving around, sitting around at home, with seasonality coming through, less people out on patios, maybe ordering in more. I don't know. I could see DoorDash going back up to the upside. So let's see if you get a nice little move up to 48, 48.50. But for me, not too much interest here, as literally we had 360,000 plus another 100,000. This stock was doing like 15,000 shares as of 20 minutes ago before we got these deep prints. So pretty quiet here on DoorDash. I would say 48, 48.50 is a short on this thing if we get back up there.
Well, checking earnings, we got to wait a little bit here, about a month into the middle of February for both DoorDash and Uber. Here is a look at how things over in Europe are shaping up. A positive start to the week anyways, for the most part, outside of Spain and Turkey in the red, but everything else looking pretty good throughout the European market. Let's bring in Arun here. I got to check the overall U.S. futures here to start things off, S&P specifically. What do we need to know here, Arun? Obviously going to be a little bit maybe on the quiet side ahead of what is to come on Thursday with CPI. We do get some other important economic data throughout the week as well.
Yeah, and I think what's more important also is that this market is at the top end of its range that it's been kind of struggling with for the last little bit. So if we do get, you know, a timed break with also a big economic number or some sort of catalyst to get us going, this market could take off in, well, as it's set up right now, to the upside. But let's just see if it actually can hold this area or not. But for now, 39.55, it's big. It's been on the daily. It's been, I guess you can put it on the monthly too at this point. But it is a consolidation top. It's the top end of its range. If we can get above there, we have some possibility to really get going to the upside. So 39.55 is at the top. What I'm saying for now is that this is going to be a tricky area to get through. If this market can get through it, great. If not, if we get through 25 to the downside, where we're sitting about 39.33. If we get through 25 to the downside, there might be a wave back down towards 3,900. So I'd keep an eye out for that, because this is a tricky area to work with on longs. You want to go long because the market's up. It's been trending up. It's a solid trend from Friday. But at the same time, you're in an area that could easily bring some sell-side action. So I'm just going to watch out for that and see how this market handles the open. Are we going to sell off a little bit at the open? Are we going to get underneath 39.25? If that's a possibility, shorts on the table, 39.55 on the stop. If not, and we do keep on trending up, we got to respect the trend, right? And if 39.50, 55 is going to go, then I think at that point, maybe take some shots towards 4,000 could be on the table there, even before we even get to CPI. And with no catalyst. Dangerous trade, but still a possibility. So we'll just leave everything in these 25 points here between 39.25 and 39.55, 50, 55-ish. Whatever the market decides to do, whichever level of whichever area it wants to clear, that's the direction I'll be going in.
Yeah, it's an interesting look here going into this week ahead of CPI. Obviously, we've been in this range for, you know, since the beginning of the holidays. So it's going to take, as Arun was saying, some sort of catalyst to possibly get us out. Make sure you grab that every single day, guys. That is the link to the watch list. Super easy. Hit that link, enter your email address, and then we do all your homework for you for free. And then we just send it to you in email format. We're going to talk about BABA here to start things off. I mean, all of the Chinese ADRs up on reopening positivity once again today, but Alibaba with its own catalyst, 5% in the pre-market already, extending this move from Friday's session as well. If you missed it, Jack Ma saying he will, in fact, cede control of this company after we learned last week that regulators are going to allow him to raise money through
Yeah, this is seen as a move to basically pave the way for anti-IPO. Initially in 2020, they wanted to list on the Hang Seng and the Shanghai Exchange for $37 billion, but that was shelved by the regulator, which was seen as a way by the Chinese government to rein in some of these big tech companies, Brando.
Yeah, it's an interesting look. Neil and I were talking about this before we came on this morning as well. Is this the other side of maybe an arrangement that was made? I mean, we don't know. We're speculating, obviously, but an arrangement that was made to get that financing deal done last week.
Quid pro quo, I believe, is the term that they use. Look, man, that kind of stuff, you know it happens in the world, so it's just, I think it could be, but that almost doesn't matter, right? Like, the thing is here, I think it's a little more exciting if maybe they can get that IPO back. Oh, you're the man. Thank you so much, Justin. Just good. Coffee machine was doing, I went back to grab my coffee and I'm like, oh no, the machine's rinsing or whatever that thing it does when it's cleaning itself. And I'm like, I can't sit around and wait because we're on air. So Justin grabbed me a little bit of a refill and I'm appreciative of it. But if they can get that Ant IPO done, then they own 33% of it. And you have to remember, this went in the tank for a lot of reasons, but that was seen as a huge positive. I mean, it'd be one of the biggest IPOs out there ever if they can pull it off. But more so than that, the stock's been running. Now, I've shown you Pinduoduo, and that's way stronger than BABA. I get it. But if you can continue this rally, 50 period, 200 period, both taken out, your next level is 110, 120. It's just all psychological levels. Every single even $10 looks pretty solid on BABA since that 100 break. And look at that, break 100, hold 100, rally. Now you've got this weird gap in between 110. So I'm kind of looking at that as a bit of a dip. Like if you look at what happened the last couple of times at the open when it was strong, actually taking out the low and then breaking out. And that day I didn't even like it. I like 102, 100 and 102 as big levels. And the next day it dips down in, tries to hold 100 even, breaks the pre-market low and then goes. On Friday, breaks the pre-market low and then goes. Now it held significant levels in each case, 102 there, holding in front of 100. In this particular case, it wasn't even close to like 95. So when I look at it, it's like, okay, well, you have to give it some ability to make a dip if you ever want to get the rally in this thing, instead of just, unless you want to just wait until a little bit later on in the session. So I'm looking at a 110 for a dip on Alibaba. That's just the approach I like. It's what has worked. And I've never been early, like I wasn't early on any of these moves, despite the fact that we're long pretty much every single day in BABA. It's breakout 100 one day, and then we're taking breakout 102, sort of missing out on the bottom. And then a very similar story on Friday as well. Like we're never actually trying to get that bottom at the open. So today I'm going to try and look for that 110 bottom at the open. If it decides it just wants to shoot straight up without me, there's always 115 for a potential break, or just find our way into some consolidation longs and play the trend. But my bids will be in front of 110 at least to open.
Yeah, I'm in exactly the same spot. I mean, we talked about this on Friday. I mean, it's been a great move upside for Alibaba. But if you go back every single morning, you know, you're getting big moves in this name. This is Thursday. You know, again, no dip buy on Thursday, straight to the upside, right? Wednesday, again, right off the open. Look at this, $98 down to 96 and change, then a move all the way to 104 to close the day. On Friday, a very similar move as to Wednesday, where you got a downside move of about $2 and then a rip up all the way to close pretty much at the high for 108. So on Friday, we dipped down to 102, straight up $6 after that. I could see something similar happening right now. So here's a strong move up, and I think you can get a dip buy. This is 110, 110.50. That's what I'm looking for, to dip buy this name and then go straight to the upside. It's been straight hot fire. I mean, anybody, shout out to Shakib, and everybody, shout out to Russell Jackson. I see you in the chat again. Good to have you back, my friend. But straight up to the upside, $90, making that move up to 110, 112 now. It's just been huge. It's a nice move for Alibaba. Congratulations, anybody that was able to buy the bottom, like I was talking about you there, Shakib, and a few others that I've seen been staying strong on this. But it's hard. I mean, I can't imagine you to be too much in the money unless you were able to buy over the last couple months. It's now trying to break out. You still got to get above this 130 or 125 before it really goes, but it's already been a huge move, man. This was $88 last week, so 88 to 112 and continuing higher. look, China, huge economy, huge business over there, and Alibaba is going to continue to win. So I like the name. Got to get over some of the rhetoric, which maybe we have now about China. I like the dip into 110. I think we'll be sitting there. I have AMD, Microsoft, all there for dip buys as well. Tilray, Microsoft, Tilray and Macy's as shorts. Baba as another long. So we're going to add Alibaba to the long spot, especially if we get back into 110. Just a quick check on the imbalance locator. You got NEO on the top here. That's looking at 11 today. So we'll talk about that. That's been a pretty key level. And then there's Alibaba right here with 160,000 shares to buy. So it's going back and forth here with these imbalance locators. But one thing I want to show you is today, everything's a buy except for Pfizer. So, you know, it's going to be a strong open, it looks like. Market trying to hold higher. Oil also still holding high up at 3%. So looks like we are going to get a little push here this morning to start the day. There's Uber as well we've talked about. I could see Baba fading though. So big imbalances coming off the open, then a little bit of a fade. We'll look to pick some up around 110 Alibaba.
All right, let's continue the Chinese theme here. We'll talk about Tesla. You have a great looking chart up right now. When it comes to Tesla, all you need to know today, they said over the weekend, actually late on Sunday, that wait times for the Shanghai-made Model Y increasing once again. We played that video going back to Friday showing that the parking lot at that facility where they park vehicles that are preparing to be put onto trucks to be shipped out to stores, empty. Wasn't a car in the lot, so demand obviously back higher.
Yeah, I guess that price cut really did take an effect. And guys, they use the LFP battery in China, so it'd be interesting to see how much their margins actually got squeezed with respect to their Chinese cars versus their North American-made cars, which don't use that cheaper, more stable LFP battery.
And coming off what happened last week when we got the second price cut on this very model, in 3 months. It was the second one since October that they made on this very model. So that's obviously spurring a little bit of demand here. What do we do with Tesla today, guys?
Well, my gut's telling me it's going up. No, just kidding. Look,
Always tradable. We always keep.
There we go. It's a strong move that this had on Friday, and there's no question about it. It was one of the more just impressively linear type moves that we had. And look, some of what happened on Friday was I think people sort of trapped at the open when we had the unemployment or the ADP non-farm payroll number. That was a big move. And 115 is already gone, but it's still what I'm looking at here. And it was just 3 days of resistance at 115 and then breaking out. And you got a tight enough range in here that at the open, if we even check back a little bit, I want to buy the dip if we can get some 115s. If Tesla starts going, you've just got room to 125. Maybe not, obviously 120 is going to stand out there, but I think 125, 130, it can definitely be in play. I'd pop the daily chart, but it's got some crazy, the wick still there. Yeah, it's got that one crazy wick, but there's definitely some room into that 130-ish area. That's probably for another day because that's 10% from here and we're already up 4. But I just feel like this has been due for one of those multi-day rallies, just given the fact that it was so badly beaten up. Like the year they had was atrocious, and everyone was beating up on it from a valuation standpoint and sort of saying finally the shoe was dropped and we're in a new environment. Okay, well, when you get that type of an environment with a beaten up name like this, you will see relief rallies. You look at a chart of any of the Chinese stocks, right? You're going to find decent bottoms. We just got and bounced off the 100 level, which is a big psychological one, and now you're looking for a continuation. So unless we get back beneath the 115, I'm starting to think, okay, let's start going for that long almost on a daily basis and see if you can't get one of those week-long rallies in Tesla as opposed to just coming in thinking of where you're going to short every single day or darn day. Now, it's not the only EV name I'm going to be looking at because you guys know we trade some NEO every now and then. NEO was great because on Friday, when we were getting stopped out of Tesla shorts, that was the exact moment, right when we hit our stop on Tesla. That's when we were able to get the long at 950 on NEO. That's come and gone at this point, so forget about the 950 level. It's 11 that I'm going to be channeling in on here today. NEO, an obvious big level approaching when it gets to that $11 mark. I do think it's resistance until it's not. I know the entire Chinese market is up and the EVs have been strong and Tesla's leading the way as well. But that 11 area has been a bit of a wall last week. I mean, you go from essentially trying to close at 11 on Thursday to touching a 950 level just a couple of days later. So suffice to say, I think there's some rejection that could still happen at the 11 mark on NIO. If that were to dip and I see a shot at $10, maybe I go ahead and take that. But I kind of feel if that's the case, I'd be in Tesla first at 115. But yeah, keep your eyes peeled on NIO and that 11 level. Looks like a big one that could come into play today.
Oh, man. All right. SI just popped up in front of me. It's not doing anything, but for those who are wondering, Silvergate with a downgrade today as well. Wedbush, not liking SI today, but it is negative on the session, but not really doing anything right now. Let's talk about Uber. We went back and forth there between Dash and Uber. If you're with us just before 9 o'clock on the upgrades and downgrades side of things. I mean, Uber off the highs here, but holding up a little bit better than the market. Is there a long here today, guys, or do we like Dash better downside?
I don't know, like the only look I like is, well, I shouldn't say the only look I like, but sort of what I was getting at when we had the upgrade downgrades, can it hold this gap up? And if it holds the gap up, okay, well in 27, kind of like it doesn't break the pre-market low, let's see if it can start going. And the reason I want it for that kind of a look is, quite frankly, you're right at the 50 period. So I want to be very picky about how I take a long in a stock like this when it's essentially showing me it's right at a resistance level. So I either want that dip at 27 that I can scalp some, be in the money when it gets to resistance, as opposed to trying to take that break at the open. Because if you take an open trade here, the first one that presents itself is breaking the 50 period and taking out a top at 27.60. And that's not a move I want to make on Uber, not when it's done a couple of 100,000 shares pre-market. That's not a lot. So I'd rather be looking for that, okay, let's hold it. If it holds at the open, look for that sort of range-bound trade, allow it some time to decide what it wants to do. If it finds support, then I would engage in a long. This will not be something where I'm just sitting on the bid in front of 930. Like, I like dip buys and some other names. We talked about BABA and Tesla, but I won't just be sitting on the bid of Uber.
All right. Yeah, I'm not. You just talked about Tesla. I really like a 120 break on Tesla. So I mean, I wasn't here when you were talking about that, but I really like that break. I have it set up ready to go for that. So we're gonna wait to see Tesla breaking 120 just to get some momentum going to the upside. I really do like that move. I think that should be a definite good play here for them. So we'll wait to see if Tesla can take that out on that side. I know I talked about DoorDash, but the volume's really not there. For Uber, it's a nice upside move, obviously, here today. So, you know, up 4%, looking to take some more levels out here. You're crossing the 50 period, $28. You know, obviously going to be a good little look there. 238,000 shares, not super crazy by any stretch of the imagination, but nice upside move. I think it's fadeable here, but really, my eyes aren't on this yet. I will look at Uber as we go. It's exciting, but not overly. I want to stay in my lane here a little bit with some AMD. I mean, we're going to talk chips at the end, but I like this trade. This is up 2.5%, more aggressive than the market. Huge move from Friday. So I'll save this for the talk in the next 5 minutes or so, but I really do like AMD here trying to break out higher. So there's better names for me other than Uber, but hey, you know, Uber will survive at some point. They're going to start making some money. And when they do, I think that's the time to buy, not right now. I would rather wait for another quarter for Uber. So I'm going to wait on that one. But for me, AMD and chips should be pretty strong today. But we'll get to Bed Bath & Beyond next.
It was a great look on Friday for the chips. We'll talk about that in a sec. We were just discussing Bed Bath & Beyond here. No change as far as no update, essentially on the Chapter 11, whether or not they will. Seems like they're going to. It's just a matter of when. Big move up, though, in the pre-market here. That's already been faded. Still holding on to 19%. Again, earnings pre-market tomorrow. What do you think? Yeah,
analysts are looking for a loss of $2.02 a share, guys. But last time it only dropped 1.42 per 1.62%, even though they missed by $1.42 per share. So I don't know if we're really going to see that much movement on it. I don't think there's much upside for the company.
Yeah, we talked about it a little bit Friday afternoon. The trade was right out of the gate. On Friday, it was a move down, and then it did nothing. Went absolutely sideways throughout the entire session. Expecting the same here for BBBY today, guys?
I kind of think so. I mean, I thought maybe there was a chance to maybe do a little like squeeze into two when I saw that it was gapping up on my way in today. But then that would have given you a more interesting trade, because I think it probably could have fallen apart there from two, or really started to put some pain to some shorts, then got some interesting moves. But it feels like it's about to wait. You did close at 170. It was about 165 down here. That's that line from the first day when this rumor came up of bankruptcy. And I think that's going to be the big thing. Like tomorrow, do we actually get do they actually say that they're going to be going into Chapter 11? That's the big story that everyone's waiting for. The numbers aren't going to be good. I think we all know the numbers aren't going to be good. That's not surprising anybody that they're going to have a poor quarter. So I think that's probably a bit of a nothing burger unless we get an update on the bankruptcy. I don't want to take a breakdown trade per se if at 150, but the more I look at it and look at what happened, that was the only trade available. I was trying to sit in this one pre-market and just sort of do what I did on Friday, which is sit in the consolidation pre-market and look for it to roll over. And then it started breaking up, and I'm like, yeah, maybe I don't want to do it today ahead of earnings. I'm going to go back to that well and just sort of sit here in front of like a 165. And if it breaks 165, get out. And if it does that flush at the open, that was the only trade you could have had. If you weren't sitting in it at 150, you couldn't have had that move into 125. And that was pretty much it. There was one little rebound, so that was always potentially there. Maybe it does the same thing again. Otherwise, we're waiting until tomorrow.
Yeah, I didn't really pay for shorts on this name. I'm not super excited about the short. It's up obviously 20%. I still think the short, I mean, you know, when you're declaring stuff like that, it's not going to be very nice. I look for, again, a breakthrough $2. That's all, just a breakthrough $2. Let's see if we can play the squeeze. I really want to see this name get going again. But 8 million shares, the short is going to be right, and it probably is going to pay off. I'm short Tilray right now, but hey, this name at $1.50, pretty key level here for Bed Bath & Beyond. You know, its best days are obviously behind them. And, you know, let's just take a look. Did you look at the trade ideas one, Bed Bath & Beyond here, for the short? So they have it at 57%. We talked about this last week. So, you know, big short float. I don't think you're going to get a squeeze because of the short float or anything. It just has to start ramping up. You're going to have to get a gamma squeeze. People are going to have to start, you know, buying some call options to get this name going, which we've seen happen before. So it wouldn't be a surprise. Let's wait for like sudden volume spikes. Would like to see this name halt one way. Once it halts, then I think we can look at it and get involved. So for me, let's wait on that. It's very close to halting at any moment, right? It only needs to move 10%. So, you know, 15 cents, 20-cent move on Bed Bath & Beyond could happen pretty early, and I want to be involved on any halt. I'm just not convinced on which way. I think you want to make sure that if you are short, you definitely take some out around this 130 where we bounced on Friday. So that's, you know, those are the levels of concern for me, 130 and then $2. So until we move off of that, Bed Bath & Beyond for me would be a miss, and we'll stick with some of the names that we're looking at already.
All right, nothing really new in the way of news catalysts this morning as far as some of the semiconductors are concerned. Interesting chart here for NVIDIA. The group itself was notably strong going into the close on Friday when we had that nice rally late in the session. Interesting look on NVIDIA here. This chart showing their forward PE now at 35.1. So we've all talked about in depth what happened to the chips last year. What do we think as far as these are concerned? You were looking at AMAT this morning.
Brendo, AMAT up 7% in the second half of 2022. Still down 31.5% though the past 12 months. So, you know, is the worst over for some of these names? I guess we'll see. Some of the reports coming out today suggest so.
Yeah, the idea simply being if they're going to hike rates at a slower pace, these are set to benefit guys.
Oh, no question about it. But I mean, NVIDIA was super impressive on Friday because, I mean, a lot of things were, but 140 to 150, like it's just as clean as it gets. It bounced off 140 in the morning. So I'm not looking any further than that 150 level, really. If we have a pullback, maybe you start thinking about if 150 can't hold and you think it's really strong. Okay, do I like 148? Sure, that's where we closed. That was a little bit of a level as well the previous couple of days. So that's kind of like a buy zone, I think, 148 to 150. And where this could go if it sustains a move, I mean, you got 155 at the 50 period, and then from there, lots of room to the upside. But one other name, and I'm going to throw it out here because, you know, Intel closed above the 50, and I've been saying short Intel is a day trade for a while now, but you know, it's how much does it have to break up and show relative strength before I'm willing to jump on the train? If it dips 28.40, I think that's where I like that 50 period. So I'm more looking at these two names on dip buys this morning just because of where we sort of gap to. The 50 period on Intel, that's going to be that line for me, and that's about 28.40, as I said, and then that 148 to 150 zone at the open here on NVIDIA. I just think let's go for those longs until these levels get taken out back to the downside. They were so strong on Friday, and much like Tesla, just looking for a sustained move here.
I mean, here's the NASDAQ right now. You know, so this is a 30-minute chart here on the NASDAQ, and you are breaking. You're going to touch 11,200 right now on the NASDAQ, and looks like it's going to try to blast right through that. And we're just taking out last week's highs, right? So you're going to go back. That's 2023. Actually, last week is in here. That's the 2023 level right there. This goes back to the 3rd, sorry, of January, taking out that 11,150, and now it's starting to breach and get a little bit up there, right? There goes 12 right now on the NASDAQ as we continue higher. So just like Brendan and Sharif just mentioned, you know, you are going to have a nice little upside move here. Hopefully continuation. Nice little up, now up 3% and starting to go. I've written it down on the sticky note that we just want long here. I wrote down here because, again, when we're writing the sticky note, the stock is at $64. It's now up $2 from that. So, you know, maybe we don't get a dip buy back down here to 64. So we have to maybe look at a 65 dip buy right now for AMD. And if you're going to look at taking out the top, yeah, we're kind of doing that as well. Right here, 66, 66.50, right? Taking out 66.20. I just showed you the NASDAQ is well against its highs. And here it is right here, going back right to the 3rd of January, looking right there at 66.20. That wick higher is almost 67 flat. So yeah, I like all of these names, any kind of dip buys for an AMD. I'd love to take out the top and just go long immediately. But, you know, we've seen the NASDAQ do these little dances, so I don't think we want to play a huge long off the open here for AMD. But any dip buys, man, into 64. I was waiting at 63, where's my bid? 63.75. That's, you know, now we're breaking through 66 as the NASDAQ continuing its move higher, and there goes AMD. So we know we have the right name here. We know we want to be long this, but at these prices, already up 3%, seems a little bit too lofty for me to step in there and buy. If anything, I'd be looking for a short on these levels, but the NASDAQ's blasting, and, you know, right now, I was going to say, let's take a 64 to 66, but it already hit 66. So for right now, chips are blasting to the upside. I really like AMD, but it's got to get sort of into these teeth here, down to 64.5, 65. But for right now, it's a monster going to the upside. What is Meta doing? That could be another name here. Yeah, above 130 again today. So we're opening up higher than a level that I like. So maybe a pullback to 130 also as Meta continues to be up 1% for Meta. Only 4 minutes left, Brendan.
One more to throw at you guys. Ocugen here, OCGN was once a pandemic darling, if you want to call it that, on the vaccine front. They came out with, you were just saying, phase 2 data on their vaccine with their Indian partner that was better than expected, or positive at least. So, I mean, I loved how you phrased it, and I'll let you say that. Is this enough?
Geez, this Covaxa drug, how many more do we need, Brendo? We've got enough on the market. I mean, if you have a bad immune response to some of these other ones, maybe this one could be your saving grace, but I don't know. I think we've exhausted that market.
20% here for OCGN. I know it's a retail favorite, so heads up. Tons of volume, tons of liquidity, guys, on Ocugen, but not really doing much. Just kind of chopping around here pre-market.
Yeah, I mean, the two names I want to get to. One, I want to talk some Lululemon, but I just want to. Roblox is a name with the market getting to the upside here. Like on Friday, well, not just on Friday, on Thursday and Friday, we were shorting the $30 level, and it failed to break out early at 30, and then it put in like a head and shoulders or whatever you want to call it at that 30 level. So I'm just going back to the wall. If this market gets strong, I still like to short in front of that 30 even on Roblox. But Lulu, man, like this. Like the trip that this has been on, this pre-market, has been pretty wild. Like it was just at $300. I mean, not too long ago, maybe like 15, 20 minutes ago, after bouncing off 277. And I just feel the way I'm looking at retail today, like you could finally, well, I mean, they've been beaten up already for a little bit, but I think you can see a bit of a sell-off here today. Relative weakness in today's market, at least particularly today, sets up to me to be retail. I'm not seeing too many other things that are obviously weak. I'm looking at that 300 level off the open. Lulu just never does enough volume for me to take a trade in the pre-market. It's a dollar spread, so I want this to open up so I can trade off that $300 level. Just looking at the higher time frame here, it's already done a few things that you like for a short before you have this I guess, guidance on margins. It was failing the 200 period after failing the 50 period, breaking major support at $300. And 305 as well, and it actually bounced off of its October lows at 277, so that sets that up for a bit of support. I want to fade that 300 level on Lululemon. Its SSR So, I mean, if there's a big bid, you can't hit it. That said, there's not usually big bids on Lulu anyway, so I don't think that's going to be too big of a concern. This is not like a Tesla where you're punching in when an even dollar level breaks, because you're not going to find the same kind of liquidity. You have to have a more nuanced way to get in, and you're risking at least a couple of dollars every single time you get into position here.
All right, so we got the bell in under a minute, or a minute and a half, actually. A name that we haven't talked about, I think, in a couple days, but it's been a good one. Google. Google has not really been participating in this rally. Well, we haven't had much of a rally, but in these tech names, when they start to go, like a Meta, things like that, and I've always been puzzled. And people have talked about, you know, there is some more competition for some things out there. What's that chat program? I forget what that was.
Just punch it.
Right there. But some more programs are, yeah, that no one's talking about. Up to $90 right now. I still think this $89 has a great break possibility here for Google. So I want to get into it a little bit early. I think a trade that I'm willing to take on a breakout is 88.50, and just trying to give this back to some of these lines here. 88, 87.80, that bottom's 87.80. So if we mess up on Google, get long. I'm waiting at 88.10 right now. So if it does come down, we should be able to get some of those bids here off the open for Google, 88.10, and then a breakout of 88.50. But I'm not going to hold this one past 87.80. That's my breakout trade to start, and then also Tesla, of course, as that's right now. I'm going to get long 120. So that's coming in very, very soon. Right off the open, we will be long Tesla, it looks like, as it wants to take out that 120. But there it is. It's only 10 seconds left, and it is Sharif on the bell. So let's get ready to rock and roll here with only a couple seconds now, with only 3, 2, and 1. Got to find my out for Tesla if we're wrong.
The man on the bell, and he's still happy about it despite how his Cowboys did. Nvidia's super strong. It just cracked 153 at the open, but a bit of a wick top there. So this is where I'm looking for that pullback. If it fails at open, I'm looking for that 150. If we can get it, oh, you got to be kidding me, Bed Bath & Beyond. I was trying to sit on the offer there. It's already down at 150. That looks like it's going to break to the downside. PDD off 100 was another one we're looking at. None of my dip buys have come in here. PDD still sitting at 99, so not a heck of a lot happening in Pinduoduo, but Lulu's starting to creep up, so that 300 could come into play.
Yeah, okay, so we did take Google long, obviously, right off the open. We talked about possibly that not working out, and it's not working out. So we'll wait to see there. We might have just had the top, but look at the NASDAQ run here, and of course, you know, the name that we choose. And again, we knew that Google was going to be weak. This was just a try, so we're just trying to see if this one wants to go here. Google right back in. I am bidding. That's dirty, man. I was bidding 88.11. Let's see if that comes in. I really hope it does, because we're down this low. There it is. So there it is. Now we do have that fill at 88.11. Let's see if that's working now for Google. We should have been a little more patient with it, but we were not. What is Macy's doing right now? Down to 21. So that gets going a little bit.
Nothing.
My offer was a little bit higher, $22. That's not coming into play yet for Macy's. And then, of course, as Tesla is open, we'll wait to see. It's looking at 120. I'm getting ready to get long here, man. 120 break, we go long Tesla, and then we'll have to figure out an out. I'm looking at this 118 area here where some of our 50 periods are, and the pre-market support was around 117.75. But here goes Tesla trying to break higher through 120. Here we go. We're ready to get locked and loaded. Google just went to flat for me, but we still need a higher bid here for Google.
Yeah, and I just got, wow, that just came quickly. Roblox, that 30, that's come right away at the open. This is why you got to be patient. When the market's strong, wait for the prices to come to you. So I've got the short in front of 30 here. I think I'll add maybe even just one time. Macy's is trying to go.
Shit.
Baba just bounced big time off of 112. I want to see if I can get that. But Intel's the one I want to grab here. It's right at that 29. If it reclaims it, I'm going to look for the long off this 29. It's a bit of a breakout here on Intel. As you can see, I like it for some strength. Nvidia's too far gone. 155 will be the next level up there.
Okay, so we got shares. We are really destroying this Google trade right now, man. This Google trade is an absolute banger and a monster to the long side right now. Holy crap. As that's going, we did take out some of Tilray as well. Man, this day is getting pretty good already as Tilray is starting to go to the downside. Let's put another bid on TLRY as we are short 77. So the one name that ain't working, though, is Tesla. Tesla did take that 120. Maybe that's a top for Tesla. So let's make sure we have that 118 out. Again, I'm going to take I don't know. I'm debating. Okay, there we go. I took a piece out there at 75 or 65 there on Tesla. Let's see if it goes, man. We do have higher targets here, but that bottom of 118, I just don't want to give back my Google money here on Tesla. So that's 118.50 there. Yeah, that's probably going to be my out. Somewhere around 118.50 if it doesn't work here for Tesla. But wow, Google is really, man, really starting to make a move to the upside here. Really happy with the way this one's panned out for us. Nice upside move for Google. Just need Tesla to fall and we'll have a banger day here.
Yeah, and by the way, PDD is actually falling to the downside. BABA's still showing some signs that it wants to hold up, but it's about to take out its pre-market low. There's PDD taking out its pre-market lows. Same thing happening with Alibaba, so 110 going to come into play very quickly. It looks like NEO, it tried to get to that 11. We just got through, by the way, we got through $30, so in and out quickly on not Bed Bath & Beyond, on Roblox. But here comes NEO to that 11. That was the big line in the sand that we're looking for. I have Intel to the long side, and I just now finally got Bed Bath & Beyond, but NEO 11 is going to come into play for me as well. It's resistance till it's not, as far as I'm concerned. And with Baba screaming down to 110, taking a curl on NEO makes some sense.
Yeah, okay, so Tilray's coming to the downside. We did get out. Unfortunately, we did drop off some of our Tesla there. Not going to sit there and hold that. If it doesn't work through 120, we tried it. You know, we got some out on 119.70 or whatever I said there, and then there's 118.50 out. We can see about holding it against 117 maybe as that bottom there, but for now we'll hold on to a little small piece of Tesla. Give back obviously some of our move there that we made on Google. We can get this, I mean, that's fine. We can make money back on this name. I may try the 120 break again if it comes just one more time there, but for right now we did get dropped off there. Hopefully we didn't get dropped off at the very bottom. I'm going to try 120 again, but not very many shares again because we failed. So right there, we'll see if it can hold it one more time. Tilray really making that money, man. Short at 80 down to 65. And then, of course, there goes Google right back up to the upside. We absolutely destroyed this one. Just wish we didn't have that Google trade, but, you know, can't turn back time. What's up, Brando?
Not the first time for this. I'm sure it won't be the last. Rite Aid up 11% here on some buyout speculation, guys. Big volume spike, although not a lot of volume so far for RAD.
A buyout deal, and it never really happened. So, with a grain of salt, I'll look at that one. But Intel, it's breaking 29. I don't think this thing has resistance until like the 50s and the 30s, and then 30 even after that. But NVIDIA's starting to pull back, so I want to give it some room. But look at NVIDIA pulling back in here. I think you have a shot at this 150 with the move reversing. I love the fact that I'm seeing Intel not pull back as much. So the second I see a curl on NVIDIA, if I don't get that, I'm adding to my Intel position to be sure. Like I said, I got some NIO here, and Tesla's starting to pull back. I do like that one for a bit of a dip buy if I can get it. The only question becomes, does it even want to get close enough to 115 to give me said dip? NEO is starting to roll over just a bit off that $11 area. That's worth watching. And then just now was able to grab some shares of Alibaba. So Baba comes all the way back. All the way, I'm on Pinduoduo here, but about to go to Pinduoduo. But Baba all the way back into that 110. That's the level we got the dip by. Waited patiently for it. Now we got it.
Oh, man, I can't believe we just missed a huge move there as well on Google. Google just went to 88.80 there. We missed it, so we'll take a 70 fill there. Oh, man, that sucks. Damn it. Nice try there on Google, man. Oh, we just missed that move to the upside. Hopefully it can come back in for us there on Google. Oh, that sucks. We were sitting there and we didn't have enough shares out there, guys, so unfortunately we do miss that move to the upside. We did average in, though, to Tesla. We're now long at 118.40. We'll put an offer in like near 119.50 or so. See if we can get a piece out on that one. But we did take that 117.50 bid. Gonna get out if it takes 117 out. So right now Tesla is struggling as the market's pulling back here. So yeah, not a great move. Oh, I'm a little bit upset about Google. I missed it. I was too busy looking to reload that Tesla shares. That Tesla trade and missed that move. So we did get our Tesla reload. Of course, it's not working. So, you know, it sucks that we missed it, but that's a move there for Tesla. Tilray also still making moves, man. We just took a 66. That's some downside. Come on, man. I need Google to get back up as Tesla's still failing a little bit there.
My bad. I just knocked over the chip. But it's what I feel about the chips. But Timber goes NIO. There's your wick top. We talked about the 11 level. Wick top to 95. Grab some 90s. It's already back at 1070. So it's starting to work into the downside. The good thing about this is that's going down, but Baba's going to the upside off that 110 dip buy. but I have to respect this trend back in. I got a wick top on the ES, a potential wick top on the NQs as well, and I see Neo flushing. So if we can get 112s on Alibaba, I'll be pretty happy to take that $1.50 out in front, because that was a huge sell-off on the pullback that we had in there. So when you get a dip buy, take the money and run is what I say. Brendo.
Smaller Chinese name popping up here, LU in New York, which is a fintech out of China doing all kinds of volume here. Nothing specific that I'm seeing on this one alone, but again, all of these pretty strong. Lu, Chinese ADR.
What do you say?
Oh, I thought you said NU, and I'm like, strong. I don't think anything in South America is going to be strong after what happened over the weekend. But just going to get a trailing stop in here. I want to trail this. I don't want this, Alibaba that is, I should say. I don't want this going too far against me if it does pull back in. I actually want to make sure I'm taking this profit. So I'm going to get a 111 trail just so that I know I'm going to be okay with it. Intel continuing to make its move to the upside. We're only at 29.10 though. It got to 15s or 13s and then started pulling back. So if it gets to quarters, that's where I'll take the next leg out. Just want to make sure as the market pulls in, if this stays relatively strong, I'm still paying myself out as well. Going to get back over to Bed Bath & Beyond. If there's one thing that's in trouble, it's probably this. I have a stop just above that 165. If that gets taken out, I'm just out of it. There you go, automatic stop out. If it squeezes, maybe it sees $2, and I don't want to get trapped in that kind of a move, so I'm going to get out of Dodge when it comes to that one. Just having a look at Lululemon. So it didn't really give you that 300 push. It went to 298. I wasn't quite able to get the short. I was looking a little closer to 300, and then right back at 290. So I might have to be patient with Lululemon and wait for it to come back to me.
Patience, yeah, patience, pretty key here. I feel like we're doing some pretty decent patience here right now with our boy Tesla, because that is not making the move that I'd hoped it would. So here we go. Now it can try to get going. I am waiting at 119.50. We've talked a little bit about that, where my targets would be. We could turn this trade into a winning trade because we did take a $1.50 hit there on part of the trade. Average back in against that 117. 117 looks like it wants to be the bottom, but we do need this market to continue to rally. We ain't going to make that mistake again. So there it is right now. We'll hit the banger trade here for our Google, as that's a nice upside move. We gave that to you early, man. We were looking at that level breaking on Google down there at 88, 88.50. I liked it. So there it is, a nice little upside move. Darn it, man. We would be having just a really great day if I stayed away from Tesla. But I'm trying to be here, man. I'm trying to be here to support that 117. I thought there was a good chance for this to go, but this is a mistake here today. So unfortunately, I'm going to sit here. Once it breaks whatever the 117, then we'll be off of that. I don't know if you've looked at Macy's, but Macy's is absolutely tanking.
Honestly, like
it's one of the only shorts we had. But
if you wanted to get one of the retail short, you had to be sitting in it at the open, or just taking the first breakdown that you could get. It's frustrating because I'm going to ring the register on Tesla, well, not Tesla, but Intel, and that's fine. But I'm sitting here offering Macy's, and Macy's is already at 20. We talked about 20 being a potential dip price, and once it gets there, you can have a bit of a bid. But the way this is falling relative to the market, I don't even want that dip. I just got out of Alibaba, so that's going to end up working out. But it's starting to roll back at this 112. So 112 is where the players dwell, but it also happens to be where Alibaba is starting to slow down. And this is a downtrend. It's a break of the bottom at 112, and it did not take out the pre-market high. That's usually a short setup. So I got the dip buy. We got it to 112. Now I'm thinking, can it even hold above that price? Otherwise, you could have a retracement play. Brendo.
It's OCGN on the vaccine front. Here's NVAX as well. New CEO coming through today for Novavax. They're up as well. Just tested $12 again on a volume spike. They're up 8% for NVAX.
All right.
We're talking some. Oh, that's what you could have had short.
What?
No, it's because remember it was Abercrombie was. Why is this not low? Abercrombie was relatively strong, and the other retailers were weak. And Abercrombie, bit of a wick top. There's not a lot of volume here, but it at least gave you a chance to short on a pop in front of 27 even. But that is not a lot of volume at all. I'm going to walk away from that unless I see that get over a mil or do something. Intel, I was going to talk about that, and then we sort of went over Baba. We just got 29.20s, so this is continuing to churn higher. The chips are definitely relatively strong, even in the midst of that pullback. I like the fact that we're holding those highs. NVIDIA, unfortunately, the other name that I wanted long, doesn't give 150. Now it's got a double top 154. So a lot of ways to play this. I'm going to cancel that dip buy there. A lot of ways to play this, looking for a dip off the opening range bottom, that's 151.5. Or if it holds VWAP, this could just set up for a clean break of the high of the day on NVIDIA. We know what this can do when it starts to get going.
All right, so just real quick, man. Tesla came up to that 118.90 spot, 119. We took a piece. We took out 2/3 of it at 119. It's not dancing. I'm still waiting for this. We probably get some more down here at 117 if it wants to get there. So I'm going to try that one more time. I got out of a little bit too many shares there. I didn't mean to get out as many as I did. So we're going to wait to see now. I've canceled that 117, or sorry, that 119.50 as here it goes right up to the upside again. So we'll see. We'll put something down lower at 117.50 again in case we're able to grab that. But for right now, we'll reload it there. We'll take that $1.50 back. It's only about $1.30, but we'll take it back and then sit on this now to see if we can get back up. If we get back up to 120 now, then we'll be net flat on Tesla today. So, that's not necessarily the motivation for it. I don't have any reason to get out, and I'm not going to. It's just, let's take a piece out there. If it rallies and we're right about 120 being long, then, we'll have a $2.50 winner on board when that does happen. But again, that might have been the stopping off spot there for Tesla. We might have bought the high there. So we'll wait on that. Tilray, again, good couple outs, man. I mean, not couple outs. We're out of 2/3 of this trade as it's trying to rally back. And by the way, Google again, man, we got to get some more out when it comes back into the 80s. One more time here for Google. There it is. Actually, we just did. We got some out there at 70. So nice little move up for Google. We could probably hold it. We'll check in on AMD, Baba, and the like when we get back from Brendo.
Be careful on Tilray here, guys. Looks like the call might be on right now. Some comments coming through. They said, and I quote, they may in the future use excess cannabis growing capacity for fruits and veggies, which are not, last check, cannabis related.
Okay.
Stay healthy.
Yeah, why not?
That's
interesting.
Yeah, it's interesting. Well, hey, I actually don't mind that. I mean, the more. I'm on the bid here for Tilray. We just took out another piece right there. Or no, we didn't. We're actually waiting for 71s. I feel like as a shareholder, I think that's good for Tilray. I mean, you want to explore some more avenues for sure, in my opinion, anyways. So not horrible for Tilray, but not horrible for Tesla right now. We'll go, oh my God, it's trying to get going back up to 120 right now. So you could see we're now $2 in the money on Tesla, but not really worth celebrating until we get above 120. Those are the levels that I'm really concerned of. So let me see if that is something to watch out for here. Tesla on a nice move up to 120 one more time as the market be blasting. And by the way, yes, sir, we said there it is. Yeah, let's go. Cancel out a little bit that. There's another out for Google. So this one's really, really rocking to the high side. Pretty good, man. I'm already up more now than I was on Friday, and it's 9:45. I'm good too, Rob. Thank you, my friend.
Yeah, thank you there. And look, it's been a good rally for this market. I just finally got into NVIDIA, but it's not the dip buy. Yeah, that's NVIDIA breaking the top. So was that double top or what an opening range breakout style play? I would have loved the dip buy, but when you don't get it all the way down there, you gotta stick to your price and stick to your plan. So Intel, NVIDIA long, I think 155 is a natural sort of place. It's psychological. It's a nice even round number. 140 to 150 on Friday, so why not look for 155 for my first out? I do want to go to Apple very quickly for a second here. Before we go to Brendo, because this is starting to churn into the upside. And look, obviously the market's pretty strong. Apple 130 held this morning. If it does dip back in, I want to look at a 130 dip buy. I don't think we're going to get it, but in case this market pulls back, just wanted to remind everybody. We do like some Apple too. Brendo?
Big volume spike here on ASAN. Looks like Gordon Haskett with some buyout speculation floating around. In relation to this one, ASAN up 5 1/4.
It looks like we did trigger into a Tesla buy through 120. Remember we had that buy there? Actually kind of forgot about it. We said that if it was going to go, all right, here it goes now. So now Tesla's finally starting to go through, man. So that was a good little buy there at 120 one more time. Let's see, we were still holding our 117, so it came in, came out there, so now it looks like we're long 120, which is fine, man. I'm happy with this trade. Look at what's happening right now with Google. I mean, I'm going to take another piece out if we can get to these 07s. This is $1 now in the money on Google, and now we're really smoking right now. Let's go, Tesla. This is the move that we thought could happen early for us. It's happening late. So there goes Tesla right now, 121 to the upside. So we'll say sirens up again for Tesla. Let's go. Let's get this name going, man. We're $1 in the money now on Tesla. And like I said, we're now significantly higher than we were on Friday already. So it's a big day here. We're starting to rally one more time there. Good break, man. Good break on Apple, on Google, sorry. Good break on Tesla. Maybe take a piece out. I don't know, man. It's a nice move upside here. Feels silly to to catch the 120 now and get it out immediately. So we'll take, dip buy, out again. That we got out of one too many shares there, but there's the move upside here. Still continuation. We said we'd try 120 again. We did. There's the one we got out first, and then we hit the long. So we got out at 120, hit the long again. So that's it for Tesla. Nice upside move. We never got that bid on Tilray. Maybe it's time just to get this out. We've already made a lot of money on it. We only have 1/3 left on Tilray. Remember where the short was? It was right here to start, 280. Got it out at 265. Now the talk happens. What's up, Brendo?
I was kind of expecting Polestar to have a move today, but it's this one instead. RIVN with a nice day so far, 3%. I mentioned Polestar because of delivery numbers that they had this morning, but not seeing anything on RIVN, guys, but up 3% here so far.
Oh, maybe for the short, at least for now. But NVIDIA, we got the 54, that double top break. It just took out 155, so it's a buck in the money. Someone just said, I'm surprised you're not all over Intel, Neil. Well, I mean, I don't know. 29 long break. It's almost at 29.5, so I'm going to get some offers out in front of 29.5. I just only have the chips long. We thought they were going to be relatively strong. It looks like that's going to be the case. Intel's up 2%. I like it. I like it a lot, and we're going to continue to only look for longs there. It is NIO that I am short, as you guys can see. And it did do the wick top. It couldn't get through Friday's high or 11 bucks, but it's not exactly falling off a cliff here either. I was able to get some out for that 20 pennies, and then it tried to continue. I'm going to hold on to this. Maybe if you're resisting, I'm not going to reload this aggressively or anything, but as far as the short goes, this one does feel pretty solid off the said highs. NVIDIA now $1.50. I've been looking for a couple of other plays to the long side, one of which might be, I know this small cap, a lot of you are looking at this APGN. It's made some runs at the high. Let's go to the daily chart here. There you go. If you look at the daily chart, this has room to like a 250, 260. And this has made a couple of charges to this 215 before rejecting. It's halted once. It's trying to take out the high here. If it holds the halt price, that does set it up for a break of the pre-market top at 215, which allows you to kind of put a stop in. Take a 215 long, throw a stop in at the halt price. That's a pretty easy structured trade. Wow, NVIDIA, 156.5? Sheesh.
Nice, nice. We like these longs, baby, and we've got them on board for you today, man. This has been a good day for sure. Bed Bath & Beyond up 25% and still going. Amazon up to 89 could be something to look at as well. And there goes Tesla again.
You couldn't even get the...
Yeah, Siren's up right now for Tesla. That just broke through 121 right now. So it's been a nice move upside there off some of those bottoms.
What?
Look, Google's $1 in the money now as well. Tilray, meh. I'm still bidding that 71. We'll wait to see on that one. Any more? Yeah, AMD. I mean, I know you're talking about NVIDIA there, but AMD up to 67, and that's absolutely rocking. Again, we talked about this, why we liked that long, but just couldn't find into it, man. None of these stocks really dipped. So, not much to talk about there. I did write down Macy's at 2050 for the short. No idea why I don't have that right now. Obviously, we were watching some other names there, but that would have been a good trade. Macy's 2050 for the short is what we wanted. You're bouncing off 20 right now. Maybe a 20 break, something here for Macy's. I'm going to put that in. Let's go short Macy's here on a 20 break. I'm going to put that trade in. I don't know. I don't really love it completely, but maybe there is going to be something here. It is SSR maybe if it breaks 20. So, some issues there for Macy's, but I like that 20 break. I'm going to try to grab that. Google's getting a little top heavy here. I'm going to put another, there we go. We just got an offer there at 99, got it. So we'll take another out there as Tesla still hovering around 121. Does it want to break it? Let's see. I want to be long Tesla for the majority of the day, I think, at this point as the market continues to rally up. So Tesla, Google, Tilray, and then watching out for Macy's breaking that 20 mark. But there has to be other good longs as well, guys.
Yeah, and just speaking of one, I'm going to put a trailing stop in here on my NVIDIA. Once it gets through 157, it's about 2.5 in the money. Looking for a little bit more than that if I can get it. But I'll tell you, Eddie, if you were watching that APGN, I couldn't even get that break at 215. It went from 215 essentially. It almost didn't spend any time anywhere and then halted up at 238. So that was, if you got that breakout, congratulations. It's already halted to the upside one more time. And this looks like it's going to be your low float crazy runner of the day at this particular point. Looks like at 221 indicated open, so it's indicating opening down. What a clean break that was, Brendo.
I've never heard of this website, guys, but just notable anyways. Frontofofficesports.com. There was buyout speculation on this last week or the past couple of weeks. WWE is what I'm talking about. We get the Vince news before Friday, last week after Thursday. But apparently the Saudi investment fund reportedly interested in investment into WWE.
All right, we took again, I don't know, man. It must be cold fingers right now. I got out of everything there on Tesla. I didn't mean to. Meant to get out of a little piece at 121. Only half of what we had left, but unfortunately I got out of them all. So I'm going to slap a fail on that for me because that's twice, man. I got out of too many shares there. The first time at 119, and then at 120 was fine. But 121, I just finished saying I want to hold it all day. And then I said, like, you know what? Let's get out of some because we're just bouncing off of 121 there. And unfortunately, I got rid of them all. Damn it. So we don't have it, but that's okay. We were long at 120. I still like a reload back here to 120 and then get out if it breaks 118.50. So that was my target, but we don't have any more Tesla on. It's fine. Basically a flat trade when all is said and done on Tesla. Google's still ripping, man. I mean, this is a great call. I'm pretty happy that we made it because I was pretty convinced in this as we averaged into it. So I don't take breakouts very often. 88.50, and then we got an 88 bottom. So that's really why it's looking the best right now for me as a trade. There's obviously going to be a lot of dip buy opportunities early this morning because of just quite frankly where the market is right now. But you know, great opportunity there for Google. I'm a little bit sad about Tesla, but we are sitting at the bottom here again. If it comes back to 120, we will get long on Tesla. Meta 128. I mean, or sorry, it was Meta 131, but it was Microsoft that was at 226 that was breaking higher as well. So this is what it was. It was 228. That 226 bottom held. We broke through 228. That's the top there, not 128. 228 there for Microsoft. Huge move up to 229. These markets are really rallying here today, guys. So I say just stay into your longs. I don't know if you're out. Are you still in NVIDIA?
We'll see.
Some of them are starting to push high.
Yeah, I just got trailed on NVIDIA. I'm going to hold on to Intel here, but I just trailed out of NVIDIA at 157. It goes, I never got 150, so we go 154 quarter into 157. I'll be pretty happy to take that. Maybe it's just the whole, you know, the fact that I never really believe in doing these types of moves without pullbacks. And if it dips now, I'd be thinking 155 on any kind of a pullback to jump back into the trade. So we'll be pretty happy to ring the register with that one. Intel just feels a little bit easier to hold on to. As a matter of fact, let me just cancel that because I'm not going to trail all of it out on Intel. Intel, typically when it goes even dollar, it takes out the next 50-cent move. It's just how it rolls. Like it goes quarters, it goes 50s. So what I'm going to do here is get out some. If it does the same type of move and pulls back in, I can buy the dip at 29.10 and hold the rest for 29.50. So that's where I want to play it. Neo short still looks like it wants to be good here, putting in a lower high, but that's still trending to the upside, so I don't want to be too crazy with that. Alibaba holds 110 once, goes to 112. We're like, yeah, okay, that's pre-market lows. Let's get out of it there. It pulls right back into 110, so it's trying to hold this bounce. Another reason I like that short in Neo is the fact that you can be rolling over right here and breaking support on Alibaba any second.
Man, yeah, there's so many trades that are pretty interesting here today for us. Again, thank you for watching, man. It's been a very good show here so far. Why am I not in AMD? I don't know who you're talking to, but I mean, there's a lot of opportunities here today. I feel like AMD is just another one of those opportunities. Up to $67, $68 again here. So, I mean, just continues to make moves higher here. Advanced Micro continuing to work. I know you have NVIDIA. I don't have any chip names on right now, so I think we can maybe keep it like that for now. Amazon, strong name, obviously here to the high side, up 3%. We talked about some Macy's weakness. Macy's really bounced off that 20, so looks like we're going to be wrong on whatever we were doing there with Macy's because it bounced a lot higher. And I'm thinking the same thing here possibly for Amazon. Looking just to see where we're going with it, right?
90s maybe?
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly it, right? Amazon for 90s. Unfortunately, this daily chart's not going to look that great there, but it's a huge move up. We'll look because 90, yeah, not really into play yet here for Amazon. I mean, we're already way up. This is a 20-period chart, so we've already taken out a lot of these levels, and a nice move to the high side. I just wonder, NASDAQ trying to get going again, like huge move up. We took that 11,200, and we just stopping at 11,300. So I'm not convinced that this is the time to get new longs. Maybe a pullback in here halfway at least, back to 112.50, something like that on the NASDAQ could be a play. For now, you know, trying to just sit around here, look at Tesla. Wow, what an awesome trade that was. Unfortunately, we did get out there at 121 by accident. I meant to get out of half. We got out of the full thing. Said it when we did it. Definitely a mistake there by me. But SoFi, nice run up. Apple. I mean, there's a lot of names here, guys. It's not even 10 o'clock yet.
Coinbase is on an absolute tear right now, 12.5%. Oh man, this is going to get really tempting because I know where that's going to take it. This is going to take it right up to this level that we got last week. It rejected 38 to 38.5. We go another dollar, I'm probably looking some shorting Coinbase. It's hard to get away from this. I'll kick myself over PDD. Look, obviously that would have been a good short. I'm sitting here without it, so I can't really chase this thing at this point. Maybe Alibaba's going to give us an opportunity. After dipping off 110, it's trying to hold 110 for support. It's still got a bit of a gap fill to put in. So maybe it gives you a little push up, rejects 112 again, and that can be shorted. Outside of that, I don't want to be chasing that PDD. I do see everyone talking about the retail names, and I like Macy's too for short, but it's just too far gone. I've seen people talking about Gap being strong, so I'm not sure why Gap is so strong today with what's going on with Macy's, but I do see this 1190 to 12 area that gives you a lane to go short. I'm just kind of curious as to why, with what's going on with Lulu and what's going on with Macy's today, why it's showing that kind of strength. I do like the notion of shorting this into 12 as a way to be able to play some of the retail weakness, but just know that I wouldn't be holding it past this 12 because I'm not sure why it's so strong in the first place.
Looking at, I was looking at banks. I mean, banks right now, into this strength, banks relatively weak, right? I mean, I just want to look at WFC. I was looking for a name that maybe we could short when I think the long is what's here. So going short does seem a little bit crazy right now, but WFC down 0.1%. And just, I was thinking about like this 42.85 here, playing underneath this 50 period might be something to look at. So that's WFC. Let me just double check here with JP Morgan. Oh, he brought the reload.
He brought the reload.
Okay. All right, thank
Once
you,
it's
Randy,
hopped
for that
up
one.
on this.
Randy, I hear you're doing the hot chip challenge with us. Oh, yeah.
No goodness.
Okay. Have you talked to the wife? All right. So thank you. Randy's already
Good
done
decision.
it once. So thank you, Randy, for that one, as he will be joining us in the hot chip challenge come Friday.
Oh, sorry. At least I didn't curse there. That was pretty good.
But
110 just broke on Alibaba. So we dip bought the first time.
Really?
I know. I didn't. I thought I actually thought when I was just talking about this that maybe there'd be a breakout.
Wow.
I put my stop order. I did not put my stop order, but I did just reload NIO. So as that broke down, NEO just got all the way up to 11. So we shorted it the first time off that wick high. This time I'm shorting it right off that 11. If it breaks 11, I don't want to get stubborn about this. It's a very strong move to the upside. And Tesla is still going. And when that happens, you do want to get out of Dodge if you can. People are saying watch out shorting something like a Coinbase. Yeah, look, I'm watching Coinbase. I do know exactly where we're sitting. I know Bitcoin is making a bit of a rally. But once you get to like 15% or up at $38, I just look for that short. I always have an out. I'm not going to be stubborn about this, but I always look for fades at key levels when this has gone that far, and I'm patiently waiting for it to get up to 38 to 38.5. Intel is dipping a little bit here, so if it does get down to 29, I'm probably thinking at least 29.05 that I'd be willing to extend out in front to grab a dip buy. But I look over at this dip and look over at NVIDIA, and it's like, what the heck, NVIDIA? It's channeling and breaking higher, so maybe I don't have time to wait for a dip buy in Intel. This is now 6%. NVIDIA could have a 10% day the way it's going today. 10 o'clock already. Let's go to Brennan for happening now.
Hey guys, busy morning. Let's get right into it. Nice green board to have a look at to kick things off. 30 minutes in the book on a Monday. Here's 0.95 for the S&P 500, 0.42 for the Dow. The small caps lagging a little bit, 1, 2, 3,000. Russell, all positive on the day. Good to see. It's the NASDAQ, though, right out of the gate. Ton of strength for the big ones specifically. The 100, 1.8% for the NASDAQ leading the way right now. We were talking, if you're with us pre-market, about Alibaba, Tesla, Uber, to name a few. Yeah, Piper with an upgrade on Uber, downgrade on DoorDash. Jack Ma, if you missed it, set to cede control, finally, of Alibaba. Some of the other e-commerce names coming out of China also notably weak here. JD.com, day lows right now with the market. Yeah, ripping 1.8% for the NASDAQ right now, guys.
At least we had written on here, thanks for that. Yeah, the NASDAQ is definitely ripping there, Brenda. We have Alibaba. We just took 30 cents or 20 cents on that play there on Alibaba. We'll think to take a little bit more soon. But we had Tesla written down here 120. It's at 123.50 or 122.50. It sucks because we had it early, got broken, and then I had the wrong default on the screen and punched out of everything. So that sucks as we're watching it go upside here. Great move for that. Microsoft, the long was on here as well, and so was the AMD long, but we don't have any of those. knows. Our biggest win, of course, is going to be here on Google as we watch it. I mean, I think we can take out another piece right now. Might as well do that here at 12. Again, just bouncing around the highs 20. We have $1 in the money now on this name, and I like it. It's been a good trade for me today here for Google. We'll continue to watch it. I just punched out some Tilray there. I just realized it's going back up to the upside, and we're giving away a little bit of money that we already made here on this name. So for me, yeah, not a great little look here sitting around, you know, in Tilray waiting for something to happen. So if it comes back in, I still am bidding that 71, but for now, we'll get out of the way on Tilray a little bit there and punch them out here at 84. Small trade, but not a good one there, as we had to wait for it to make its move back up before eventually I was like, nah, let's get out of this one. So Tilray, nice move up. It's fine, not a great win there. And here's the Alibaba trade off of 109. So we got 109.20. We got it out at 44 or something there. So hopefully it can hold 109. But again, a pretty dramatic move down. We were looking at it. I don't know if I wrote Bob on here, did I? No, so we didn't have Alibaba on there, but I'm just looking at a 109. Phil here to come in. We liked 110. I know you tried that 110. I think that was legit. When you told me it's at 110, I was like, what? Yeah. So then we said, let's try the dollar lower here at 109. So that's really all that it is. Just trying to get that dollar. Damn you, Tesla. Missed opportunity for me. I'm going to flush myself down the toilet. We're fine on Tesla. It's a cup of coffee, but it could be like at least a carafe of coffee if we at least have held that one, and we didn't. So Tesla. That's a keystroke error there that I probably, you know, won't forget anytime soon. But
I feel like I should I know what that means?
A carafe?
What's a carafe?
A carafe is like a jug.
You know, I didn't know. No, I legit don't know. That's okay. Is that a common thing, carafe?
Yeah, I think so.
Every now and then it's just like you get taken out of the moment. It's like, okay.
Let's just ask Brendan. He's not paying attention.
What's a
Hey, let's throw to Brendan. I want to ask him something. Brendan, do you know what a carafe is?
Of course. I have 3.
Okay.
All right.
No, I mean,
Glass or
exactly.
clay?
No, I know what it is. Neil said he never heard of it.
No, I never heard of it.
Clay is good too.
Okay.
Anyways.
Okay. Look, you learn something every single day. That's what we're all about here. Maybe just to slap me in the face, because
carafe,
shouldn't that be
whatever.
over my face when it does? Anyways, that doesn't really matter.
I think it just failed there.
But so NIO, just to get to Neo, because this is actually pretty strong, and I'm looking, I have the short's working, but if you got a trend to the upside, when you see this happen, I'm looking at a VWAP to make sure I get a bunch of shares out here, because as I said, this is a little bit strong in NIO, and I don't want to have like faces ripped off or anything like that. I did just take the gap short off of 85 pre-market highs, as that's trying to go here, but I'm not letting that pass $12. I'll kick myself over NVIDIA because getting out of that was probably a mistake. I'm still holding Intel, but NVIDIA is now all the way up to 159. I covered on this little candle here at 157. If it continues this strength, and I don't see any reason why I shouldn't be buying dips here in Intel, but it's just not giving me that look off VWAP just yet. NAO already covered, but wow. Just going to go over to Apple here, because it's not just the chips that are going strong. Apple's now, what's this wick here? Apple's now through 132 and just channeling up. You want to hold on to your longs at this point, and something better be awfully weak if you want to short it. Speaking of which, I'm trying to get 110s in short in Alibaba, just given what these Chinese names have been doing. If it comes back and breaks 110, I'll get out, but you know, 110 was my level for the dip buy. I'll try the short in front of that one and see if it tries to hold up there. Amazon's the last one I wanted to look at, but that's so far away from the price level I wanted for the dip buy that the only trade for me to look for next in Amazon would be the 90 short. And I was really looking for dip buys at 87. So let's forget about that one, at least temporarily.
All right. Oh, man, I'm still a little bit pissed off there. Oh, yeah, that's right, the Amazon trade. Yeah, that would have probably been a good one there. So Alibaba does take 109. I'm wondering if that was sort of the bottom there. I mean, could get back in, debating it right now. 109, maybe it's not as key as we thought, so you know we'll stay away from it for now. But 109 definitely here for Alibaba, trying to make a move. Maybe that was a short. Me and Neil always talked about that. Like when levels don't hold, it's probably the other way.
Yeah, just
and just like we were long. Oh, you went short finally on Alibaba?
No, I didn't get it.
That's you got something. Okay, yeah. So that 110, you know, was the level that we were both sort of looking at right there, and unfortunately it dropped it, and that would have been a great short there for Alibaba. Let's check out some of the other Chinese ADRs here, including NIO, which is bouncing off 11, but maybe you have some news on something. What's up, Brendan?
Not much reaction on this, but just saw Verizon set to offer a free trial for 4 months on Peloton starting this month. So 950 there was a bit of an alert. Didn't quite get there, but yeah, big move up there for Peloton, guys. Verizon to offer 4-month Peloton for free in a trial.
I just can't believe this Tesla trade, honestly, guys. What a cash cow. Just went up to 123.30 there for that, off that 120 long. Like I said, getting out at 121 and change there. Definitely a mistake, obviously a mistake on that. Google, huge move up, man. I mean, we're right into this level again, 89 and flat. You know, maybe if we dip below that, that's an out. If it does dip below 89. So watch out for that. I'm thinking that, you know, we could get a reversal trade on Google possibly. The market's really, really motoring here. What a great day from Friday. And that's exactly, hey, look, again, follow me if you want to, don't if you don't. Doesn't really, well, wouldn't matter. I would really like it if you did. But right here, that 350,000, we got to update that. That's way higher than that. But look what we said here. Looking mainly, what is this word? Looking mainly long as a continuation from Friday. Looking mainly long from a continuation from Friday. So we already had some of these longs here on the sticky note. Thanks a lot. Over 4,000 or close to 4,000 views on that right now. But nice move to the upside there for Google today. So yeah, the only name that we really have long is Google. We did have Tesla as well, but you know, definitely picking on this one. Microsoft. Again, if the market's going to fade out, it might be Microsoft that fades. We know Microsoft was weak a lot last week on, I think it was a UBS or something downgrade. That happened pretty early, that sent this name downside. So we are going to watch out for that. And then, of course, as Google still takes out the highs, I'm going to find it out here on Google. I think, yeah, 89 is a pretty decent one, but I want to let this market fly here. I'm just pissed off a little bit about Tesla. Tesla's pulling back, by the way, right now, back down in. Maybe there is a reload here, and then we can feel a little bit better about it, but it needs to come down to 120 first.
Oh, give me a break. I tried getting that last little pop on BABA short. I never really got it there. Looks like it broke that bottom. But I want to get to NVIDIA because obviously, you know, that's a super strong move here. I mean, if I had the BABA short, I'd talk about it, but I didn't get it. If you get to 160, that's psychological. But this broke down just a few weeks ago, pretty much at that 159, and it's put in a 159 top here. I mean, I'm not really seeing enough follow through in Intel, but you're starting to get some sideways chop that if there was a pullback, I think this could be it. Instead of looking for shorts, I'm looking for a dip to try to buy if I can, to even get some more shares into the to the long side if we can catch it. Macy's is still weak. It's trying to bounce off that 20. It just can't seem to even get past VWAP. You want to make sure you're zooming out a little bit here. I think I want to be patient in terms of where I short Macy's. Remember, it's got a little bit of a short interest.
Wow.
There's still room to the 50 period at 20.75. So I want to give it to that before I jump in. And I do have Gap short. So I grabbed the short in Gap. It's still not doing a ton of volume. It just felt like, okay, well, why is this trying to go when there's so much weakness in the retail space? I'll get some out in front of VWAP if it moves. But unfortunately, I thought the idea was sound. So when people were talking about Gap, I looked at that $12 level and said, hey, why not? It's a place to get into something short. But not a lot of volume and not a lot of activity, unfortunately. So this might be a pretty slow trade on Gap in particular. NEO, if it breaks 11, this is now starting to set up. If Tesla's still going, this is setting up that it could be a reversal for me to the short side, but I'd want Tesla breaking back higher and showing more strength than it is on this little dip.
Yeah, that's that's good. Yeah, I was looking at RIVN and Lucid and started thinking the same thing there, waiting for one of the shoes to drop here. Tesla is pulling back a little bit. I don't necessarily want to go short on it yet, though. I don't even want to go short on it. What am I talking about? I want to go long, bidding near that 120. I've sort of canceled it now and want to see what comes through with it. That's going to be that long. Look, man, Roblox has been a great trade for me. It was one of my best trades on Friday when we hit the short. I believe it was 29. I think it was right here. Yeah, there it is, right here. So yeah, it was right here. It was 29. I was gonna say, I believe it was 29.80. So there's the short on Roblox on Friday afternoon into the close. It was an absolute banger. It gave me 90 cents there as it just kept on marching to the downside. So I really liked Roblox here, but look at this today. Really choppy and not doing much. Considering the move that the market's having, I'm really surprised that Roblox is only up 3%. So for me, this could be a fade as well to the downside here on RBLX. So this is definitely a downside move. I'm feeling like it. Look, it's hanging out. If we can get down to 29.50 again, sort of here is fine. But right now, like a Roblox little bump up, if we can get back to 30.25 here, I do like Roblox as a possible fade. Wow, Bed Bath & Beyond moving right now. up 40%. BBBY. I'm just going to go to Brendan in a second. I just want to show you this name. Maybe he's bringing us this name. I don't know. But Bed Bath & Beyond, huge move up right now. Not tons of volume, but tons of volume on the day, 30 million. Huge move up for Bed Bath & Beyond. What's going on, Brendan?
Yeah, I was going to mention Amazon, actually, but huge move for BBBY. This was a little bit late this morning. Jeffries with a positive note on Amazon, pointing to the second half of this year going to be better than last. So it just made a day high there, back above 89, up 3% for Amazon.
So speaking of strong moves, up 14% is Coinbase, but remember we're looking at 38 to 38.5. Well, it just put a wick high through 38, broke 38, got to 06s. You know I like that setup, so I grabbed the short. I actually ended up with 92s here, so 1-to-1. That'll be about 15 pennies. So if it gets down into the, heck, it's kind of getting closer right now. Let's see if we can't get, nope, that's too far. I should have put that there. There we go. I just want to take some out in front of that 60 area. Once I do that, I'm looking for about 37s, VWAP at absolute best. But as always, it's a trending stock up. I find that wick top in my target range, 38 to 38.5, and then I'm just looking to play channel down. So that's one decision in this channel. If it doesn't break 32.70, then I'll probably have to consider, break even stop, which I guess is the high of the day anyways, or where I can get out, as this is super strong. And someone said, why not short Silvergate instead? Look, Silvergate, I think, is in a heck of a lot worse position right now, especially without all the drama going on with them, than Coinbase, but it's already got that horrible move last week, and it's got a huge short interest. So that's one of the reasons why I went over to Coinbase. If Silvergate got to 13, or Silvergate was at 14.5. Those are two pretty good levels. Never came to either one. Coinbase did come to the price I was looking for the short. So that's why we look to do a little bit of a Gronk spike on a short in coin. But Silvergate, it's still just as bad. I mean, the stock's down 2%. I'm not going to sit here and tell you it's better. It's just a short set up in coin.
Yeah, another team not making the playoffs this year, the Patriots. I actually did good. I had over-under on their season win totals.
Yeah, buddy.
And I had under them, and I had under the Browns. So yesterday, actually, for gambling was actually really good for me there. But I had the Bills money line. It was pretty good. I mean, the Bills was a pretty easy win. They got a little spicy there. But that's the Bills.
You needed 2 kickoff returns.
Yeah.
So I mean,
they're not playing perfect, but they don't need to. They got to wait. They'll be fine against the Miami Dolphins, I would think. Shout out to everybody in MIA, but without a quarterback, it is a little bit tough. Okay, we are short Macy's here. I just, it's blowing up. So I like the short here 20. We're going to take this until 2060. If it takes out $20.60, we're going to be out of the way here on Macy's. So, I thought the short looked okay at 20. I wrote down 2050. So, the sticky note, the levels come back in here at 2050. Let's hold it 10 cents against us. We're short at 46.5 right now. So hopefully, it does hold that 2060 marker right here. I mean, that's really 2070, that spot. Maybe we can hold it a little bit higher than 2060. Let's get out and then reassess it, right? I mean, you don't have to be perfect on these trades here today, especially when a name's, has news about it or it's reported or something like that. You could get some quite violent moves, which brings me back over to Tilray, because again, this was a good one. We shorted it, took decent profit, man. And this was 10 cents, then 15 cents, then we wind up losing 5 or 6 cents, and now it's come back in a little bit here for that. But wow, AMD, that name, I mean, I'm glad that we put on here long, but honestly, man, up 7%. Didn't think this was going to be the case at all for advanced micro devices. Like, I was literally, when I wrote the sticky note, it was down here at 64. So I said, let's get long 63.50. Never dip, no dip opportunity here, but look where we are. If you expand back out to December 22nd, right there, we've taken out $68 and now we're above. So I'm looking to say maybe if we drop back below, that could be the area of short that you're maybe looking for here in AMD. And wow, Google, man. And again, glad that we indicated this one right off the open. It's been the name that I've been holding, so sort of channeling my inner Arun here, trying to hold this. But I'm going to channel my Shawn and get out right now, because look at Macy's, man. This one's a flush down. Looks like we're going to lose about 15 cents here on Macy's as it's taking out higher, man. $20.60 looks like a top for Macy's that I'm not going to wait for. So there it is. We are now out, and that's a bad one there. We'll fail on that, man. 0 for 1 on Macy's. Still like it, but I guess the long is what's in. Can cancel my 20 short. That's not happening anytime soon.
Yeah, it's interesting because I'm getting close to getting into Macy's off the pre-market low. So pre-market bottoms were about 2060 here, and that just looks like the channel I was looking for on the dip. If it can hold, great. I like that 75, but Coinbase just came right back up, double tapped, that top, and this is what it looks like in the 15. I forgot to show you guys that this is the reason I kind of preferred Coinbase. It's just the rejection that it had up at these prices before, and that's why I'm in this. But it just got double tapped at 38, and now looks like it's going to reject. So this should be the pullback that if either gets to 2037 or VWAP, this should be it. It's still an upward trend, and I want to be able to respect that. NIO, thankfully, it started to cool off a little bit. It's now back into VWAP. That reload in front of 11, if it can't hold beneath this 1085 here, then I don't think it's worth a third shot shorting in front of that top. It's probably just a breakout long at that point, and I have to accept it. Gap is not moving. That's a bit of a nothing burger. mRNA, so good look here. I think a couple of people talked about Moderna. Talked about Moderna being a potential play here. I didn't look at this, and now I'm seeing some relative weakness. The only thing that gives me a little bit of a cause for concern here for the short is look at the wipeout bottom it just put in through afternoon support on Friday. So that's like 1078, wipeout bottom on volume, and now a bit of a consolidation. So wick bottoms, I usually look for longs, and wick tops, I look for shorts. And I know this is an obvious level, this top here at 184, 185 for a short trade, but this is actually setting up for me, wick bottom through there, then a bit of a breakout play. So I'm going to stay away from Moderna personally. It's not that it can't be a short, but that's just giving me a few reasons to be a little bit concerned about it. Let's see if we can get the last of that Coinbase out here. If it does get a push into 37. The market still feels like it wants to make another rally. Tesla back to 120, but my NVIDIA for a dip buy is nowhere in sight of 156. Wow, that's strong.
Yeah, I mean, some of these dip buys, man, I mean, they're just not here
NVIDIA's
today
so
yet.
strong.
I mean, it doesn't mean that they're not going to be coming through. I mean, one available for dip buy right now is this guy right here. Tesla's back to 120. So definitely, worth looking at, in my opinion, here for Tesla down here at that 120. But again, like, we just dipped into it. So yeah, there it is right there, 120.70 or so on a flat move here for Tesla. So let's wait to see if that does come through. I don't know. I'm looking at it, and I think probably the rest of the world might be as well right now for TSLA, as that's making a downside move here with nowhere in sight to stop possibly on a break. I was looking at that 117, 118 as a possible level there. So yeah, definitely could come through here for Tesla on a downside move. So watch out now. Tesla is starting to go. I'm going to try to bid 120. I just don't know where my outs are going to be if we're wrong. Like, that's breaking through some levels now, even though the NASDAQ is holding out pretty high side. So yeah, dangerous drop here for Tesla. As I was going to say, it's dripping down, but it's not catching any bids here at TSLA. So let's be careful with this one, guys. Yeah,
BABA's actually bounced off 108, so it looks like it's trying to hold up here. It almost filled the entire gap in from the weekend. But 107 would be that. I'm still looking for a trend. If it pulls back in, I'm looking for a 110 here. But we've had a couple of pretty good opportunities out there. I'll kick myself over PDD, but one of the reasons that we go over things in the morning is so you have a plan of action. It's not enough to just say I like the short in Pinduo Duo because it's at resistance. The second part is you have to be able to make a trade. Shout out to everybody. He was a bit of a runner to the downside and was able to catch it. Congratulations to you. I'll tell you this much. I see how many of you guys are watching. We thank everybody for tuning in here. But 1.3 on the likes. Ooh, too much of a banger morning for that, ladies and gentlemen. That's a little bit light. We're going to put that pain in on a Friday for you, which we're going to do. Take a second. Hit the like. Hit the sub, man. Because I'll tell you right now, like, the ideas that we get, sort of look at this, look at that. I was able to just look at Moderna, and I wasn't even thinking about that. I love this chat. And one of the things you can do better is to pay it forward. Always pay it forward so we can grow this community. And then we can all benefit from Brendan's wisdom and the small cap recap, which apparently is now.
It is not small cap.
Hey guys, yeah, pretty quiet day so far for small cap land. We'll talk a little bit about a few of them though. OCGN, we were discussing, if you were with us in the pre-market, I mentioned to Sharif as we were sitting here, as this thing was breaking through 155, like, what do? Sell this versus 165? See if you can make 10 cents? I guess you could have. All the way back to exactly where it was on Friday for OCGN. HKD, I tried this long a couple times, but it doesn't seem to want to go. 2150 to 22 was support throughout the midday on Friday. Still down 3.5% though on the day. Not really doing a heck of a lot there for HKD, last week's big mover. APGN popped up and halted initially this morning, gave you a move up to 240. It's kind of gone to sleep here. Volume dying off. You can see there was a big spike to 220 again that got rejected. That was the pre-market high. So just kind of chopping around here for APGN as well. Small cap guys brought to you by Moomoo, one-stop trading app, helping remove traditional barriers to investing. Powerful tools such as level 2 data, earnings calendar, and stock screener now until the 31st. Open an account, get up to 20 free stocks in the U.S. or $110 cash back for Australian users specifically. Sign up using the link below. Shout out to Moomoo, guys.
Moomoo, yeah, shout out to Moomoo. Good promo there. Yeah, hit the link below and check out Moomoo. Thanks, Brendo, for that one. I was just double checking. I mean, like I keep saying this about Google, man. Google's been really a hot stock, obviously, today. But my 89 really hasn't filled yet. So, you know, now the 50 period's there. So this is a level there that I am worried about. Not worried about, but that's where I'm going to get out if it does take it out. And then here we go. One last attempt here at Macy's. So Macy's with a nice move up. I don't know, man. We just got a 68 short there, so let's take advantage a little bit as it's there. It goes. It's starting to drop back down. Okay, I have to take advantage of these 59s if we can get them. Maybe I'll just, there we go, punch out some 60s there as we got a nice little reload short on Macy's, and just trying to make sure that we take advantage of this as we're not doing the greatest job of, there it is. Okay, now it comes back into 60. Okay, there we go. We got everything now. So there we go. Finally, good move there for Macy's as it's falling back in. We'll now be positive on the name as we take out some 55s. We finally wait. We just, again, I didn't think that we were wrong on the short. I mean, obviously the market kind of took us out there, but back into it. Now we'll hold this short on Macy's here. If the market falls down, I like this name. It's right into the level. And again, just try to be as patient as we possibly can here with them. And I think we did a decent job of that now and got that high tick. So let's reward ourselves a little bit with that Macy's move. And so far, so good there. Got a little bit of money back and took a piece out on Tilray as well down here at 80. Just we're short at 77. We've taken 15 cents down here at 65 was our best out. So there it is. Ooh, what did happen? Just Macy's right there. Again, no, I got filled on something else. Tilray, Google, no, nothing. Okay, we're fine. It must, oh, Macy's just filled for 49. So that's what it was.
It filled 49.
Yeah, okay, Macy's just filled 49. So that's what that tick was. So, all right, good little reload short there.
Yeah, and the thing about Macy's, that's that pre-market low we were just talking about. So once it comes into the pre-market low, yeah, I was sitting there in front of
Yes,
75.
yes.
So I think it's a good short to that level. But the thing that's going to get me here is why is Gap not moving? So you get a pull, you get the dip buy off 20 even, and then you roll over with a lower high here on Macy's. But GPS, man, like figure yourself out. It's actually trying to still go higher. I'm not sure what the reason this stock is strong, but if we continue to the downside in the other retail names, I expect it to follow. NEO finally got through that chop at 1085 just now, so there you go. Let's flush this one down the toilet. It finally breaks that resistance at VWAP. I'll look to take a couple of legs out inside the morning range. Now that it's kind of breaking that trend in, I think we can get some 1070. I'm in front of 75. I'm in front of 70 just to get a little bit more. We like that 11 short. So once we got it a couple of times, we'll try to hold on. Coinbase, maybe not as weak as I would like, not quite into VWAP. It did just bounce off 37.15. I might just have to slap a trail on this. A little bit tighter to break, not all the way to break even, but probably where we had that 37.65. And to say either we get VWAP here or that continues to trend up. A little too much strength for my liking in this Coinbase short. I still see Netflix here. I know a lot of people were saying, hey, Netflix is relatively weak. I agree with you. Double top at 319, not really participating in that second bounce that we just had, and now holding beneath VWAP. Always say, when in doubt, zoom out and have a quick look at what it was doing last week, and have a check at this 314 morning top, 314 afternoon sort of support level, right at the close, as a matter of fact, and then 314 that bottom looking here. So if this market starts to roll back over, you probably can figure out what I like, and that's going to be this, breaking 14 again. Maybe give it, if it breaks 13, you can do a 313 break to 314, but I'd rather look for the market to pull in, get it before it takes out the low so that you're already in position by the time you get to that 313 and not having to make a decision. That way it can play it back into this latest consolidation it has here with a 314.50. And then I'm risking 50 cents in theory to try and get it to that low of the day, but I need the market to come back in here. I don't want to do that if we're taking out highs. Even if I think it's relatively weak, I'm not shorting near the bottom on Netflix when the market's taking out highs. So the market has to pull back in order for me to put that order in.
I'm just going to edit my script order here for Macy's because we are out of 2/3 of that trade on Macy's now. Because again, once we started getting some of these 50s and we just started roboting out of that trade, yeah, we definitely take advantage of that and get out of some Macy's right now on that downside and just readjust it. Google's looking like it wants to tick down a little bit here. So yeah, I'm not like in love with that move here on Google. But again, you know, we do have our plan of action on this name. So if it does continue to move down, we do have our out targeted right there at 89. So, you know, if it does come back down, that's going to be a target area for me on that one. Tilray's still moving. Macy's, like I said, is down there. So we're looking at that as a possible target as well for Macy's. Lulu's breaking.
It's at 300.
Ooh, Lulu 300, that could be a good one as well. And then Tesla down here at Tesla was at 120. Looks like it just made a nice move back upside as well for Tesla, 121.50 or so, bouncing around.
So this is, I mean, look, the Lulu chart's going to look crazy because of what it did overnight. But you can kind of see here how tight this is to that 300 level. It's gone back and forth a few times. If it puts the break in here, it is set up. If it makes a break for that kind of like wick top failed breakout that I like to put in there. The thing about Lulu, and I sort of said this before, like this is not the kind of stock that you just sit in front of a key level and just wait for it to get there. Like that's not shorting, I don't know, let's just say like Amazon at 100 or whatever level it might be. The liquidity is not going to be there. So I want to see it trade. How does it respect that 300 level? Does it break and then sort of fail, which it's kind of doing here, and then you short it off that high and look for the pullback into VWAP? Or does it sustain buying above? And if that's the case, I don't put the short on. But I just saw it wick to about 2s, I think I saw. So it got over 300. Probably got some people stopped in. I would at least hope so. So I'll go one time in front of the high that it just put in there and then see if I can grab that short. If it breaks out, fair enough. I could be one and done. I just want to be able to risk less than $1 on this trade and play it back into VWAP. Down 9%, but you can see. Since the open, it has been a long, oddly enough, going the other way from what Macy's is doing.
I was trying to see like what Alibaba was doing because it's right back up to 110 again now. It's like some of these names, I mean, we don't have a great range, but you know, we have a range here today, needless to say. But yeah, okay, I mean, now we're bouncing off that 10, I mean, we tried it at 109 there, didn't work, but it's okay, basically flat on the name. And now you're bouncing right back up to some levels again here. As, you know, does it want to hold 110 this time, Alibaba? I mean, do you guys think this maybe is worth a short? Google's pulling back a little bit now. Macy's is nicely pulling back as well. Tilray's not doing anything. So what about Alibaba here off of 110? I mean, that high we just went to was 110.01 or so. Ooh, the market trying to push higher though, right? So, you know, to be short into Alibaba could be a mistake here, but let's try it. If we get near that one, I mean, I don't feel like we're pushing it. We'll try 82s here. We'll average it in. You know, there it is. We got that trade. We'll average it in. If it takes out like 110, basically 110.30 or so, I think that's not bad. 110.25. We'll average it in. But right now we're going to take a new trade on Baba, as we do also have right now the short in Macy's. That looks like it's working to the downside as well.
Yeah, and look, NVIDIA, I keep looking for places to get the dip buy, and it just never really comes far enough in for me. So unfortunately, I'm just sitting here with only Intel to the long, and it's 157 that seems to be holding on NVIDIA. This looks like the next trade I have in this is either going to be a deeper pullback than 57, because it's 10:30 now, which usually means I'm waiting deeper into VWAP on my 3-minute chart here, or looking for a breakout trade. And I don't want to be taking a breakout this high. By the way, Coinbase, we're going to go to Brennan. Probably a perfect time to do a crypto update. Coinbase got half out for the win, doesn't get to VWAP, just made a fresh high as we go to Brendan for the crypto update.
Perfect.
Hey guys, yeah, we were mentioning at the end of last week that volatility had basically disappeared entirely from crypto markets, back again over the past 24 hours or so, back to the upside. Speaking of Coinbase, positive note this morning from Jefferies initiating coverage on the crypto exchange with a hold rating that was higher. So Coin, yeah, having a nice day. On your left screen is BTC having a nice day. Ethereum as well having a nice day. Actually leading 4.65% right now. This is Ethereum. Back above 1,300 and then some, holding higher. Bitcoin, meanwhile, over the past 24, 48 hours, back above 17,000 and then some, 17,200. 50 up about 1.8% on the 24-hour period, 1.75 right now. 17,240, 1,325 up 4.5 for Ethereum, but good to see. Look at Cardano down here, 11% today, 21% for Solana. Nice green numbers, guys.
I'm just going to make a note to Brendan because I know that was Solana 21%. I'm glad you said it because with the position board down there, you probably couldn't see that. But I was just saying to Shawn, like, Bitcoin isn't the one that moves anymore. Like when you're looking at these big, strong moves that we have in the crypto space, it's generally speaking not going to be Bitcoin that's making the outsized move. So a lot of times if you're looking for the opportunities and you're trading those, you just want to be somewhere else because that's where the volatility is going to be. I just wanted to get to one name that I've forgotten about a bit. And now that I see this market strong today, I don't want to forget about a firm at $10 because a firm at $10 to me is a short, and we're about 960 channeling to the upside. This makes one more push up. I'm looking for a 10 short on a firm. We're not there yet, but I feel like this could be that day that we see it. And hey, I like to stand in front of that moving freight train if we get a chance. I was short in Bed Bath & Beyond early, and I haven't done anything with it yet. Said I wanted to sit in that short at the open, and if it could flush like it did the last couple of days at the open, we just sit in it for that flush. Never happened, broke channel up, but it did just get to the pre-market highs and reject.
Oh,
that's about $1.80, so I think it's put in some resistance. I think that's pretty obvious. If it holds these 70s, I like that double top short. It does set for a break. So I always want to make sure I have a stop through that high of the day. And then I do want to get back over to Lulu. I did get into Lululemon, by the way. I was able to get that fill. But look at it just consolidate here at $300. This is pretty binary, man. Like if it breaks this channel, we could see all the way down to 95s. But remember, 300 to 95, I'm out in front of a 95 level. That's just the way I play these. Trying to risk less than $1. First leg, I want to go 1-to-1, and the rest I'm holding for out in front of 95.
Yeah, so I'm just refreshing my position board here because we did. Oh, that's still Macy's. Yeah, so Macy's we actually got a 43 there at VWAP, and then we take it once it breaks back above. We just took a 55 out as well. But I just want to alert people to Alibaba because you know we had it, and look where we got out, man. We got some out there in the 60s. So now it's trying to blast higher. I mean, this market's going to take it. It's up 2%, right? Taking out some levels now. Just took out 13,000, I wish. 11,300 there on the NASDAQ. So, but we got some out. So these were out, some 60s, some 70s there on these shorts. And again, we just took it again right there. I'm waiting for into here, 110.25 or so. So there it is. We just reloaded again. So yeah, pretty good there on the reload for Alibaba. But let's take advantage of it. Put a bid at 70. Should just punch. There we go. We'll take a 79 there anyway. So there's the 79 down to 73. Okay, Baba, we are bidding. We're bidding 70s. Let's just bid 75 there and to 70. So now we're starting to come in for Alibaba. Maybe we can have a huge win here. Let's not put any more bids out. Let's just see where we go. So we have a 110 there. We'll adjust our stop order because now we're lighter on this name. So Alibaba coming back in right now. Let's see how far this one wants to fly to the downside. Of course, as we go, man, Google's right back up here, 89.40. Feel like that's going to be a good out for us. We'll wait for it, but you know that's something. We were just talking about getting out 89, but now this is upside a little bit. So luckily we didn't get stopped out at 89, but we're right back here for this name. So okay, I memean now we're at 50 again. Let's just bid 52s. We just missed it. We just put a bid at 52 here. There we go. Maybe we'll get it now. There we go. For it. So that's a good one, man. Let's go arrows up. We waited for that 110. Neil and I talked about sometimes not grabbing the short and reinvestigating the short once it breaks a key level. So right there, 110 puts us back to the moon side here for Alibaba with a nice little profit there. Yes, we just reloaded it right in front of you guys. So hopefully you had this as I was talking. 110 right there, 70 cents in the money, almost as fast as we put it on. So good trade there for Alibaba, good trade for Macy's, and Google at day's high again, still making that move higher here for Google.
Unbelievable. Speaking of day's high, NVIDIA just broke the day's high, got to 159.5. That 160 is incoming pretty quickly. At some point, look, the 160 is an obvious level. We got 140 bottom. I'll go to the 15-minute quickly for you guys. You got a 140 bottom on Friday with a 150 resistance top. And you're breaking out. 160 is sort of an obvious area to look for a bit of a retracement. At the same time, I'm going to hold Intel through 29.5 when I see it this strong and the market up 2%. I do want to give this a chance to catch up. One name that has not been as strong but stopped me out short was Roblox. And then it ended up making a high at 30.40. Well, it's back above that 30 level. This is something where that 30 level, if we break out the top here and get through like 30.65, suddenly Roblox goes from rejecting 30 to having 10% room to the upside. So I'm not shorting Roblox again. I think that would be a little bit reckless. The short that we did just put on in Lululemon gives us that first leg. I was just able to get 29.40, so it's just a little better than $1.25 on the first leg. And then I want to be all out in front of 295 even, so I will have a bid out just to make sure that if it does make that flush, that we're going to be sitting there nice and pretty to be able to get that short out. What did just bounce as well is NEO. So I was trying to get 75s. I didn't get those. I don't know why I'm wasting my time with a 10 bid. But it looks like this is going to take out that 11. Super strong now. I'm not reloading. I said I would not reload NEO at 11 bucks. I'm reversing into a long on NIO through $11.
Yeah, I'm kind of, iffy with all that as well. I mean, we did, we watched Alibaba drop all the way down there. We really didn't do anything. Well, we did lots about it. We got some out there at 50 was our best out, but now it's starting to get back up to the upside. So I am still waiting on a possible move down here for Alibaba. I still have the same target, man, 110.25. Might not reload this again at 110. So let's try to be specific with this and wait to see if that is the case. But the market is blasting right now back up to the upside. I mean, this Google trade, $1.50 in the money, we've held it absolutely all day. I mean, we got into this right away. It was my very, very first trade at 88.50. It does dip down into 88, and that's really what we have right now. So as that move continues, okay, here's Alibaba right now blasting to the upside. So we'll make money. I literally have about 30% left of this trade. So, we'll lose 30 cents. We made more than that on the move down. We should have just taken advantage of it once it was bouncing around this 109, because right now it looks like we are going to get stopped out here on very aggressive behavior here for Alibaba to the upside. So, yeah, Chinese ADR is starting to head up. Does that give us ooh, yeah, there's your... Did you say you're short NEO here? Or
not anymore, I'm not.
Not anymore, yeah, because it's
no, broke 11, there you go.
Yeah, exactly. So it's right at 11. I don't know, did it? Yeah, it came close to breaking. Well, oh, your stop was 11. Okay,
yeah.
So it's right there at 11 right now. So, yeah, all right, here it goes. Alibaba's going to break the top as well, so we're out of Alibaba, which is actually fine for us. But here is the downside move. Upside move in Chinese ADRs starting to go. PDD, an absolutely insane stock, of course, up to 96. I think it would touch $98 today or so. 99.38 the high today for PDD as that name continues to go as well. But look at this. Nice move down now. Huge move, 99, bouncing off 95. Now looking at that. So there are going to be some tops here that we might have to look at on some of these names. PDD well below 96.50 could be a level for PDD as well.
Yeah, and that's obviously, like, you look at some of these reversals, and it's hard to want to take a short, and I get it. But if resistance is in, I'm going to have to respect it. I haven't talked about Tesla since missing some dip buys in there. But 125, I think that's sort of obvious in terms of a psychological level. 160, we've already mentioned NVIDIA. But hey, what about the leader of the pack? Well, I shouldn't call it the leader of the pack percentage-wise. But look at how strong Apple's been. Apple looks like it's just not missing a beat. And you go to your 3-minute chart here, there's been one little tiny dip that took us back into 132, and now we're taking some of these highs. Like, nothing is pulling back into VWAP. It's incredibly strong when we get even close to it. So anything beneath VWAP right now, that's setting up for something I want to short, or it has to be at a huge level on the daily or the 15-minute chart. And unless Apple gets back beneath 132, I can't see any reason there's going to be significant dip buys. One of the stocks that I was talking about as being relatively weak did pop and try to get up to the high of the day. That's Netflix. It's now back beneath VWAP. So if the market does find a top, at least Netflix is still relatively weak, but suddenly this has a chance to just start holding up like everything else. I don't want to be fighting too many shorts in here. I don't know what the heck GPS is doing. Gap is literally not moving, but Macy's at least is putting in this nice little channel. I'm trying to get a reload up in front of 70s, but all it's printing is these 60s. So what it's telling me is if it breaks this high at 65, there's no point shorting again at 70s because it's very likely to just take out the top and I should wait for 21. So I'm going to tighten my stop here. If this breaks 65, I'm out and not looking to re-engage until 21 as we go to Brendan for Sector Watch. How is not everything green?
Hey guys, yeah, nice green board to show you here for the S&P, up more than a full percent right now, 1.1 in fact. A few things of note, Regeneron down here having quite the day, 8.5% downside. Their drug, or eye drug, I should say, which is one of their top sellers, forecast to have sales below estimates. That was the reason for that move today. BAX, DXCM, also notable as far as weakness goes in the healthcare group today. But it's all about these ones. Tech shares having huge days. AMD's up 7% almost. NVIDIA, same, 6.25 almost to the upside, leading the way as far as chips are concerned. Software names and hardware equipment makers all positive on the session, as are, for the most part anyways, the big names in the industrial group. Airlines, FedEx is here, UPS as well. All the airlines nicely higher, 2.5 to 4.3% on the day for UAL, leading the way. Banks having a nice day as well, outside of insurance names. All of the individual and diversified financials higher. There's Amazon, tough to see, but 2.8% higher on the day on that positive note from Jefferies. NCLH, WIN, MGM, CCL, RCL, all here. 1.5 to 2.8% there for NCLH to the upside. Materials, energy stocks, the list goes on and on. Even Match in the communication services group, 6% on the day. Good to see. The rally continues that we saw on Friday, guys. Back to you.
I know. What's weird is like the first thing I'm going to talk about is a short that I think I want to put on right now with that rally. And of course, everything's looking so strong. But PDD, Pinduoduo, it's basically flat on the day. So that's first thing. 96 close. It's at 96 change right now. But I just look at the rejection. So rejected 100, never really got to 100 there, and is right back at Thursday and Friday resistance. That's 96, 75 to 97. So as we start popping back up here on a bounce, the Chinese names had been relatively weak. I know NEO just broke out at 11, but it's not really sustaining that break. I'm actually looking for a rollover short in front of 97 here on Pinduoduo. So as it creeps up, I'm actually looking for a fade. And I missed BABA, but I don't think this is actually weaker than Alibaba when you look at things on the chart, respectively speaking. So I'm going to add to another short here. I have Lulu, Macy's, Gap's literally not moving, but I am in a position short on Gap to 12. But I want to get this PDD. If it takes out 27, then I can accept, sorry, 97, I should say, then I can accept that it's wrong. But I'm just going to start it here at 96.5. As I say that, I do want to go back over to Alibaba just to show you. It's one thing to talk about it and say PDD is a little bit weaker than BABA. It's another thing to show it. So BABA off 108, already at VWAP. If this gets back beneath 110, I think it sets up the same way. Just a little more weakness over there in Alibaba. NEO break, yeah, I'm long here. I reversed into the long. I actually have 11.5. It rounds up to 11.01 on the long. Got a bit of a midpoint price there, which is pretty good, but not really moving after that break. Kind of came down to 4 or 5 cents. Now trying to hold up. When I see that happen, I want to, because when a break goes, I want to get out some right away. And when it doesn't give a big push the first time, I typically say, okay, well, I'm just going to take half out if it breaks that channel and hold the other half. And thus, I also want to get some out here a little bit tighter than I normally would because it's not accelerating on that break. Brendan, what's up again, bud?
I saw a few people mentioning this one. The low float halter crazy mover of the day, G Medical Innovations, 610,000 share float. It was $2.97. It's now $7 halted again.
G-Med.
Okay. Let's see how expensive shorts
everybody's
are
long that stock from a long time ago.
Well, I mean, I've been long.
610,000 shares, unbelievable. Yeah, so we'll check out that. Is it? I guess we have to pay for shorts.
Well, I'm going to assume we do.
On that, yeah, that's probably a fair assumption.
Probably pretty expensive.
My good friend, on that one. So we'll wait to see how expensive exactly that it is. Okay, so one last shot here against 111 now for Alibaba. I don't really feel like, some trades are revenge trades, some trades aren't. And right now, I don't really consider this one to be revengeful at all on Alibaba. You got to trade the names that are moving. We just, there you go. Now we're short 55. We'll take a piece out here if it comes back into the 50s and then the 40s. We danced around the 40s there a little bit. So there it is. See, this is what I mean. You got to trade names. Okay, good. So now it's starting to move down. We'll take out some more pieces here as it comes back in a little bit. But there it is. So you got to trade the names that are moving. We talk about that all the time on our watch list. We talk about trades of the day. There it is. Yes, sir. Holy crap. That moved down. Yo, what's up, Katrine? What's up, Liz? Right there, always nice to see the ladies coming through there. But nice little move to the downside right here for Alibaba. Boom, boom. Good one, man. We're short again. We'll put this one back into our pocket here for Alibaba. Now we can adjust our stops again as, yeah, it's been a good day here to trade some of these names. But see, look, now the market wants to just keep on extending higher now. So there it is, man, 2.5%. Looks like we're going to get 2.25 right now, trying to get to that 2.5%, extending from Friday. And again, what we wrote on our sticky note all day, every day, man, was let's go long on these names. And that's exactly what we did. Look at the damage that we did on Google here today. And by the way, I'm going to take out another piece of Macy's there at 51, might as well. Google right now up 3%. Love this name. I'm pissed off at myself for Tesla, but that's my bad there. We should still be long this name off of 120, but we're not. At least we still have some Google on board here as well. And then there's Macy's. We just shorted that one at 68, so it's down to 50. So let's take advantage of that again as the market tries to run. So Macy's was just there, just made a move back. We'll put some bids a little lower than VWAP up is 44. So we'll put a bid. Let's just put a bid right now. Let's put a bid at like 46. And then if it continues to get downside, maybe 20, something like that. But in a market that's absolutely hot fire, ripside, very dangerous to hold on to this short. So we'll do that. But I do like this one in Alibaba, up 3%. We've been hitting it off 111. Let's keep that short parade going. Where is our target for Google? Just keeps on going up. So I think right here, 89.45 or so, maybe for an out for Goog. So
I'm going to throw an order out here on Intel, because if Intel gets to $30, I'm out of this thing. There's no question about it. Like, obviously, AMD and NVIDIA are a bit stronger, and of course, I'm holding on to Intel. But that 29 break, it did just get to 50s and sort of reject that. And once it rejected it for a little bit, now it's going higher. I've got a trailing stop in. I'm going to play this pretty binary. So if it breaks this channel down, I'll get out 47s when that breaks. Otherwise, we're going to look to hold this all the way into 30 even. And that's just to play on the overall market. I just saw PDD do this. So we just got into Pinduo Duo at that 50 area on that curl, and it's immediately just goes to 96, then goes to 95.77. So, well, I got out at 95.77. If it gets to the low of the day at 95, I think I want to get it all out because I think we could see a bit of a double bottom. Just going to see if we can get our bid out in front of the low of the day. So we'll ring the register on that one. As that continues, it's flush to the downside. It's a relatively weak name. Baba and Pinduo Duo, it being flat on the session, I mean, everything's to the upside. But look at NVIDIA. NVIDIA is now at 160, went to 159.89, and then now starting to pull back a little bit. So I put a trailing stop on my Intel in case it does pull back here, and NVIDIA is at that 160, the only level that I would actually look for the short, and we're pretty much right here. So if it breaks 160, I'll look to get something short right in front of it. As a day trader, levels like that, usually you want to take a shot. At least I want to take a shot. Know exactly where I'm wrong, at least.
All right, so we'll go good idea, finally. Well, we had some good ideas today, I should say, actually. No, I don't want to be too hard on myself. But Alibaba, we're talking about some different Chinese ADRs here. Alibaba right there, 110. We just took a piece out. There is some size here at 15, so let's watch out for a downside push here for Alibaba. 10.15 right there, 110.15 coming into play here for Alibaba with some decent size. But that, you know, I was going to say an inappropriate joke there. But in this situation, man, size, I'm not sure matters. It's right here at 10.15 right now. And, you know, you've done over 20 million shares today. So for me, meh. It doesn't really seem like I'm too concerned about this trade. We did take another piece out. And again, you know, wait for key levels to come in, man, into play. And by the way, $1.70 now in the money for Google. I put down 89.60 break, and we're going to look to get out of that. So if that does come through, 89.60 there on on Google is where we're going to get out. But everything motoring right now. Look at that good out for Macy's there as well at 50 as it came all the way back to the upside. What a roller coaster day this has been, man. A lot of back and forth here today. So, wow. I feel pretty good about the trades. I know you've had some great trades on today as well. And I think that
Microsoft?
No, but again, Microsoft's another name, but it didn't dip.
No, yeah, nothing.
Unless you were willing to sort of blast, which is why I had the Google. I mean,
but remember 230 Microsoft from last week? That was that good level.
Oh, it's at back to 230?
It's at 230 right now, so I'm going to say. It's actually, but it's breaking 230 right now. That's sort of the other, that's the other end of that coin. Like, it's actually breaking 230 as we speak. So, look, this is, I like 160 on NVIDIA, but this is also just as big of a level. Did a couple of days here. So just wick topped and got to the quarters. Once it gets and holds beneath 230 long enough, I'll look for a short and give it to that quarter mark. As we go to Brendan, it's already time for Money Talks.
Big moves to pass along this morning in currency markets, guys, specifically surrounding the U.S. dollar downside. So dollar weakness, some of the treasuries as well, notably weak on the day, but 0.8 right now for the DXY to the downside, back to 103 and change here. Multi-week lows, multi-month highs, meanwhile, for the euro. This is the highest level we've been at since June of last year. 107.5, almost a full percent to the upside, 2 days in a row, in fact. Coming off the jobs number on Friday. We saw a big move down after the jobs number on Friday for the dollar as well. That helped out. There it is. Multi-week lows, as I mentioned, off that jobs report on Friday. We saw new lows coming into play then as well. Canadian dollar having a nice day. 0.6 back to almost 75 cents. 2 days in a row back to the upside here for the CAD. 1 full percent then for the Swiss franc, Australia and New Zealand both having big moves. So green right across the board. Look at Ethereum now, 5.6 and 4% for Ripple, where Bitcoin just 2.2. So big moves right across the board with the dollar weak, guys.
Weak. Yeah, well, DXY. That's, I mean, that would make a lot of sense. I'm gonna try to find. Unfortunately, our system, I'm going to have to talk to Michael Noss from Trade Ideas, because our system doesn't quote any sort of a product that maybe can follow the dollar as far as I know. There was that, I mean, we have the 20-year, there was a dollar. What was it? No, there's a P something.
At Day Trader World, you do have the actual currency. So you can, what you can do
correct,
is you can watch like real time, like dollar yen, dollar euro if you want to. And that's not, look, that's not, it's not DXY per se, but it does give you an idea how it's moving. Generally speaking, that's what I tend to do.
Maybe I'll just watch the dollar. Yeah. Flat, like you mentioned.
But you get what I'm saying. Like, you can just watch it versus a major currency. And like some
UUP,
people,
that's what it is, UUP.
But some people prefer to look at it versus the yen, or maybe they like to look at it versus the euro.
Yeah.
I did jump into Microsoft, so another short at the high of the day here. We didn't get that 160 or short in front of 160 on NVIDIA, but there's a wick top through 230 on Microsoft. I'll give it to the high of the day, and if it breaks the high of the day, then hey, that's easy enough, and then we can just jump out of it. But you know, when it sets up like this, I'm going to take shots. And by the way, I also got a reload in Pinduo Duo, so it's
reloaded,
slammed right back into the higher low, and then I just got short again in front of 97. So this market, as we know, is going to the upside. I do still have the Neo breakout, which, I mean, really, that's the Neo breakout. Not really. That's a pretty garbage break as far as I'm concerned. And the longer it hangs here without even breaking the next level up, the more I just want to say I should just get out of some of this, even flat if I get a chance. This needs to start going. Like, Pinduoduo just made a huge break, and Neo's going absolutely nowhere on this breakout when it's supposed to have a lot of room. Sorry, I'm going to go to the higher time frame. It's got a lot of room. If it takes out and maintains above this 11 gap, I should be seeing, 1130, 1140, certainly opportunities for it to go. That doesn't happen in the next 5 or 10 minutes. I'll probably start trimming, even just if it's for a couple of cents.
All right, guys, hit the damn like button. That's the first thing right now. Let me do a quick little look to see what we've got, man. I mean, look, all we're trying to do is 2,000 is pretty good. All right. I take it back. All right. All right, so does anybody know what that's from?
Everybody knows where that's from. I know
Hell yeah.
Obviously, I know where it's from.
Hey, yeah, right there. Yeah, exactly. Oh, we got Sharif singing.
Sharif, literally, wow.
Sharif is singing. Yo, Sharif, man, slow down on the singing, man. We want to keep you here. I don't need you to grab any contracts there or anything with that kind of a voice right there. But yeah, shake
it up there.
Shake it like a Polaroid picture, my friends. For some of you young people out there, what the hell is a Polaroid? They may be saying, but
I had one.
Yeah, it's one of those little things, kind of like. Actually, Polaroid cameras are back. My kids each have a Polaroid camera. Actually,
seriously?
They do those little
That's
clicks.
pretty
yeah,
cool.
Yeah, right here, actually.
That's cool. That's
right
cool shit stuff.
See, my daughter took one right here.
Oh, don't hold it too close.
There it is, right there. So it's my favorite, one of my favorite pictures there. So we shake it like a Polaroid picture. Hey, yeah, okay. All right, so very, very exciting there. We had a great, My kid won player of the tournament for curling. So I'll find that picture up there. We had a great bond spiel at East York. Shout out to East York Curling Club. And he also met John Epping. Nobody knows who that is, but he represented Ontario the last 2 years. He was there, and he got a jersey for him. My kid also had no idea who he was.
I know John Morris.
Yeah, John Morris we know from Laurier. But yeah, anyways, very, very exciting opportunity. I want to say a big shout out to my kid as well.
Hurry hard.
Bringing home the bag already on that. So that was a good one there. And he also won Movie Pass. This is how sweet he is, to be honest with you. He could have had any prize. And we have lots of movie, like, I always throw down movie passes anyways. But he said because there was 2 there and he could take his sister, that's the prize that he took. So I was really, really proud of him for that one.
See, that's what it's all
for
about.
Stepping up, because his team came in 4th and his sister's team came in, or his team came in 1st, you know, because he was the man that day, and her team came in 4th. So you know, yeah. So just to be sweet there.
Sibling love.
Shout out to my guy there. But yeah, what a special day. And then we were at 3 hockey rinks yesterday. So busy, busy, busy. You're not too busy on the weekends nowadays, are you? You guys
So
do soccer?
our entire approach is like all of our sports and activities are during the week, and on the weekends, like we did a science experiment because she wanted to do a fun one, and then we like roasted some marshmallows because we have this weird thing that I think I told you about. It's not a fire pit.
I like that thing.
It's like a portable. I don't even know what you call it, but it's basically like a portable fire pit that you can do.
And the weather's been great.
So when the weather's decent or when it's cold, we just roast marshmallows on the weekends. But yeah, we try to keep it. Today we got swimming. Oh, goodness.
Oh, yeah, swimming starts again.
Yeah, and then of course gymnastics as well. I just realized. But yeah, we want to get her doing some basketball next year maybe to get another sport in. The market's coming back down. Yeah, there we go. Let's do it. So NVIDIA short in front of 160. Already got some out in front of 159. Microsoft short in front of 230. I have not taken any out. That's kind of silly. See if we can get some out in front of 229.50 and then see if that can continue to fall as the shorts starting to pay off here. The reload in Pinduoduo. Maybe that's not going too far down in, but I'm going to get a bid because that's looking like it's showing some signs of strength. So some of these shorts at the tops are working. Lululemon, just to come back to Lulu, didn't really dip into 295, but it's also not breaking that 300 either. So I think we're going to hold on for dear life with this. I know where my stop is going to be. If anything, I'll consider a reverse on this if it holds up VWAP all day long as we go to Brendan.
I just saw Disney pop up here at day highs, guys. Worth a note. Avatar apparently 1.7 billion total now after last weekend. James Cameron saying I think it was Thursday or Friday, that he is going to finish the series with number 3. But yeah, 1.7 billion now for Avatar 2.
Go ahead. I thought the number was 2 or so that they needed to get to in order for that to like sort of be deemed a success. I don't know, like, so that must be what their expenses are.
But I'm confused by something. You just said finish the series with number 3?
I thought they were doing
like 5 or 6 of the Avatar films.
I think they are.
No?
I think they are.
Okay, well, I mean, I don't know. I haven't seen it either, so I can't really comment too much on the film.
Come on, Combar SRX1, just getting it? Just getting the shake it.
Now they
like
get
a
it?
Polaroid picture.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. What the? Okay, collapsing on itself and basically just puking everywhere right now. Macy's, oh my God, that's going to be a banger short for me right now as the net is climbing. And we just taking a little out there on Macy's. Nice downside, man. Be patient. First one wasn't out. Second one, Nepa. That was a beautiful win. Like when we're losing, man, we're losing 10 cents or 8 cents, whatever it was. Look at this right now. Cashing in 37 cents in the money now off, again, pre-market sort of take there on Macy's. Neil sort of helped me out with this one as well. I don't know, are you still in it?
I'm out of Macy's at VWAP.
It was just that it came back up, and I was like, you know what?
Or am I?
You know, we were short there. I got out at 60. It blasted up to 70. Was just trying to use 75 here as the out, and there it is, pay dirt, as they say right now for Macy's. So nice little take there for me as we just took it out at 28. Really happy with that trade. Needless to say, as it's come back in a decent amount here for Macy's. So that's going to be a good one as we end the show. Where's Tesla? 121 and change. We'll still look at that 120 area, possibly for Tesla coming in. And then Alibaba, I know you reloaded Pinduoduo, but this just came right back in as well. I should have reloaded this, and then we'd really look smart, but unfortunately, we'll just look the way we do and wait for it to come back in even further now. No more bids, man, until we get to, like, honestly, 109 flat or so. I mean, you know what? If it gets to 109.50, we'll probably take it out. So let's bid 109.50 here for Baba. Hopefully that can come in, and we'll be singing the praises of that short. But hey, man, we're still in the money, 50 cents. It's a good take here. As we're over 11 o'clock, I thought the show was going a little slow early, but picked up late there. So thank you, everybody, for watching.
Let's not forget, we did get the chips, so you know what's going to be happening on Friday, but we got some time before that happens. We got to send you over to...
Oh, I got to get my hair cut on Friday. I won't be here, unfortunately.
What? That's not
unfortunately,
funny.
I have to wash my hair.
Nice
I have lots to do on Friday. There's almost no chance I'll be here. Oh, by the way, my kids have a PA day, so guess who wants to come in and watch the pain? So yeah, that's gonna be great. So not only do I have to,
motivation though.
Motivation.
That's motivation to not, you know, make.
Yeah, that's what it is, motivation. Yeah. So
don't cry.
We're gonna wait. I will be crying. I think the cry is just a natural.
No, there's nothing you can do.
It's not crying out of
There's nothing you can do about it. 100% your eyes will water up and there will be tears coming in. You cannot do anything about it. It's just a physical reaction. I
feel like we might be crying afterwards on the stomach issues.
Oh, I'm sure we will.
That might be a crying
it's gonna suck.
Sort of a
that's
situation.
How we roll.
But,
we have fun for you guys.
All right, it's 11:02. We've had a lot of fun. You're about to have hopefully some more fun with the big guys on the big desk for our midday show. It's going to be Sharif and Trader Luca. Big shout out to Brendan. Thanks for dropping some knowledge there. And what a perfect show switching there for Pratt. I mean, you know, did some hot skips there. That was nice.
I liked it.
And we're all good on that one. So shout out to Fahad, Prad, Brendo as well. So thanks a lot for joining us here. We're back at 2. I'm just gonna do that. Let's do it now.
No, we're not.
Okay, we're not gonna do it now.
No,
we will wait until doing that one. But there goes Alibaba breaking 110. Over to the big guys. Thanks for watching. Hit that like button, and we'll see you at 2 over there. Let's go.
What's going on, everyone? Hopefully everybody had a great weekend. I just want to start the show off by saying Merry Christmas to all the Orthodox. Kind of late to the party here, but obviously, Sharif taking the day off Friday, so it's all about gains, and I figure I'll give him a nice little panettone here.
You gave me 4,000 calories here. That's how I'm looking
4,000.
at it. 4,000. But this is, guys, this is filled with chocolate, and it is heavy. Thank you, Luca. I appreciate that, my friend. All class. All class.
Anytime, brother, anytime. And Sharif started by saying, "Oh man, you're gonna set me back over here because this is 4,000 calories." No, it's great, man. For anybody that didn't try it, go buy it, go try it, give it to your friends, give it to your family. It's great. And I will start the show by sharing one of the most painful trades that I've put myself through. Today was not fun, man. I was short Macy's. I think Shawn was all over this, and I'm sure he was going through pain as well. But I started the short very, very light on the short into the 20 level, thinking that 20 was going to break. So here I am, punching a little bit, thinking, okay, if it breaks, I'm going to take the break short, so whatever. Let me just get a little bit of a position. And I'm averaging into it, and it still looks good. It is below VWAP, and I'm like, hey, this should not get to, where it got to over here. But again, scaled properly, a little bit light on the position, not too bad. Then I started to really kind of take more size, above VWAP, thinking that we would get the flush. We had a nice flush here that I thought was going to go, giving it that extra room. And then every single print above 2056 was just pure pain. And I was like, I need to cover this, but I don't want to. I could probably get VWAP. I can probably get VWAP. And then, as it kind of started to fail here, really started to slam it and add some size, and then kind of goes into VWAP, and I'm, panic covering because I'm like, if this goes back up, it's going to be even more pain. So, yeah, took some off at VWAP. Giving the little bounce there, which is, I wanted it to fail. Then we went up again, added a little bit, dying to punch out. My level was 2070, and I think Neil said it best. It created this nice little channel here, and if it did break above the channel, then, we're probably going to 21. And so my stop was 2071, and we were really, really close to it, and I was sweating. I was dying on the inside. And then we got that secondary flush, covered again, and then bounce again. And I'm like, oh my God, every time I cover, this thing just wants to rip back up. So, third time coming through, I'm like, okay, now we're breaking the 50 period. Let's see if I can get these below VWAP covers. So yeah, taking the L, my average was down here, kind of covering, taking the fat L on that one, not gonna lie, then covering, making that money back. Now, decent position. I'm really hoping that we can get to, 2021, 2011 for that 20 test. That was kind of the thesis, up, back down. Let me zoom out and show you guys the 15 because this is a little bit more kind of more accurate over here. You know, it's like big sell-off, obviously down 7%, giving that little bit of a pop, but still not breaking, right? Not breaking, you know, the moving average. Doesn't matter how you cut it, it all looks the same. Like testing it, breaking it, not testing it, back down, right? So I think being down 7%, the fact that we weren't really breaking to the upside, I kind of had my stop in play. I knew that I had to do the right thing there, but it was painful. It was so painful. I was dying in the back. I didn't say a word. Finally getting these covers, taking off the majority of the position, and I'm just here saying, whoo, whoo, whoo. That was a close one there. So yeah, that was my worst name. I'm down on it, and I'm probably not going to make my money back unless this thing goes to 2011, which I will bid 2011 and see if I can actually make some money, but most likely break even there. And yeah, man, today, what a day. Things are crazy. Tesla was wild. I thought that 120 push in the morning, I thought this was going to be free money, man. Like, I'm getting super long before the 120 break, and I'm thinking, okay, let this break 120, and then we probably fly to 122, 125. And my levels for Tesla, because now we are at sort of, you know, the moving average here at 123, but while this was at 120, I'm like, okay, this probably gets to 123 and maybe even 125. And then do we see 128 today? That's kind of what I was thinking. I mean, look, guys, we're up 7% on Tesla. So, you know, I like the long. I got long. We kind of failed there. I panicked. Went down, went back up, you know, covered the majority of it over here. Then we really started to flush, punched out of the rest over here. So that was like, this was like a nice little bit of a win, covered the majority of the size there, but it was essentially a break even. And then, yeah, punched out of the smaller size down over there. So now I'm down on the name. We go back to the upside. I try the long again, smaller size, go back down, flip out of that long, and I'm like, you know what? We're going down. Flip short, and then we don't even go down. And I'm like, no, 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 not without me, you don't. Bottom pick long, and I was really trying to get like 117, like 81s, and it just would not fill. And I was like, this is the tell. This should fill. It is not filling. I am just going to punch 18s even. And then that was a nice trade all the way into the top. You know, bad little top cover over there because obviously we have the exhaustion to the upside. And then a little bit of a VWAP / 50 period long, a little bit of a scalp going into the upside. I am still long Tesla right now. I don't know if you guys can see this.
Yeah,
I am
just
still
updated.
Yeah, so yeah, I'm still long Tesla here, holding for 125. My average on it is 120.61 on the last little piece there. If we break 120 to the downside, I'll stop out of that position. Maybe I'll find more trades, and then things will change and kind of scalp it around. You know, you guys know the deal, man. Scalp Demon. Happy Monday to everybody. Again, hopefully you guys, you know, had a good weekend. Hopefully you're staying profitable today. CPI coming up on Thursday. It's going to be exciting. I'll share a couple of my other trades as well, but I'm sure Sharif's got something on board right now.
I haven't had a chance to do much today, Luca. It was moving day for me, moving desk, so I was busy setting up, but I had my eye on a couple of things. The main one, the story of the morning for me, honestly, is Meta. And you may think I'm crazy because it's the only one that's only up 0.85%, but everything up. Everything else is decidedly higher. Apple almost 3%, Amazon 3.5%, et cetera, et cetera. You guys get the point. But Meta isn't. But that hasn't been what we've been seeing the last little while. Meta's been the one that's been relatively strong. So what's going on? I don't see any news catalyst, but I'm looking for some relative weakness on this one should it come into the afternoon. Now, it just had a big move down here from that 132.25 peak. It moved all the way down into that 130.60 area. But I think that, you know, on any, if we don't continue to move up all day like this, if we have any relief, you know, retracements, I think this one may benefit from that. So I've been having my eye on this one all morning. So that's what I'm going to be looking at going forward. And yeah, my plays will be off that. Haven't had an opportunity to look at too many small cappers today. I see some moving on here. Let's just bring the side screen in. APGN, this one was all the hype this morning, up now 42%. This one wasn't tradable for me until it just broke through that VWAP. I missed that. So this one I had been earmarking for a VWAP break, especially maybe a 2 break here since they're kind of close. Looks like it's going to go without me, but now this one is tradable to the high side, at least from my perspective here. Now that it's reclaimed VWAP, 241 is the high of day on that. Just a quick wick up there, but it looks like we tested that 237 area. That was the halt level. So 241 high of day, 237 the halt level from earlier. So going to be looking for that 250 break. Obviously, if this one finds its legs into the afternoon. But guess what? Mara is on my watch today. This one I used to trade all the time back in 2020. I mean, 2021 especially too, when crypto had its big move. But this one, it's been looking great. I mean, most of the crypto stocks have been looking great. 5-10 high. We broke through that $5 level, but look at that. We had that big, quick rejection, and now we're trading below $4.95 in a bit of a range. So I want to see this one, if it's got any more legs, up almost 21% on the day. If it's going to have any more legs, it's definitely got to hold that 5. But look for a possible retracement too. You know, this one may retrace a bit and then have legs later. I'm looking here at that 40.80 level. 480, should it make its way down there, and then VWAP at that 470 level. So a couple of levels to look out for there. Yeah, so I'm in a short right now on Meta. I'm going to basically work my way into this one. I decided that I'm not going to go full position immediately. So I'm out of the money on both so far, but I'm looking for a VWAP rejection here at 130, 150. If it continues above that and starts to test that 132, I may get out in this area here for a quarter position, half position loss. But that's my move on Meta. I'm not trying to time it. I felt earlier it was hard to time. So in periods where the market was kind of retracing, I didn't see the exact move on Meta that I would have wanted to see. In fact, the retracements were kind of random. They weren't really market correlated. So not trying to time this one that much, just looking more to average into a position, and that's my move on Meta.
Yeah, I just want to say shout out to Andy. Thank you for the super chat. The Dime Los Angeles, best hip hop in LA. I am not from LA. I've never been there, but if I do come to LA, I'm coming through, man. And yeah, it sounds great. Anyone from the show, come through, buy drinks. That sounds like a great time. I'm kind of sad that I'm not around. But yeah, if I do come through, I will definitely come through. You know, I'm sure we'll have a good time, smoke cigars, and drink. Lots of fun over there. Good look there on Mara, actually. See that 5 break to the upside?
Yeah.
I know you were just talking about it. I love these, man. So 5 was the level in play. This isn't the market where you take these breaks and expect it to really go unless there is some type of volume and follow through. I mean, the move starting at 430, going to 5, psychological level there, breaking 5, triggering the stops, you know, taking the size at 5, if any, and then back to the downside and now back through. I like the flip side of this, potential short off that 5 level, but again, it is up 20%. You know, we are back down now. I would have liked to see it before. I did not. So yeah, I'm not going to go there. And who was it? Rage TV in the chat. You're making me laugh here. What? Luca going with the trend. What is going on here? You know, guys. Sometimes I like to make my life easy. Not all the time do I want it to be difficult. Sometimes, you know, no pain, no gain. You know, that's what I like to say. I'll share a couple other of my scalp trades as I look for more trades to go here. Just yeah, nursing these two positions, which are pretty good. Amazon, that 87 level was a banger, man. That 87 level. Bang. For a while, yeah, hit that bang for the previous, hit the bang for the bang back in the day. 87 was great. You know, 1, 2, 3 times fail, opening above 87, holding 87, and just boom off to the races. So you know, obviously late to the party. I was not long 87.50. I would have liked to be, but you know, you can't always get it the way that you want it. Kind of watching it going up, holding trend. I was focusing on Tesla. Took a little long here because I'm like 89 is going to test. I mean, we didn't break a key level of 87, run into the 89 level, and then not print 89. It just doesn't make any sense. So I'm like, okay, let me take a long here, and then I'll really kind of like revisit this as we go into the level. So this is a little bit of a scalp from my playbook where I say, you know, we didn't come all this way to not print the level. And, you know, if abort the short, the long can't be wrong. So small position, part fill on it too, kind of holding it, not really going against me, moving to the upside, smashing the long into the level, and then just scaling out, reloading, and then scaling out again, and then getting out of the final bit of the position because we broke trend, and I'm like, well, I'm not really going to hold this down to here. I'll just get long again. So getting out, so great trade. This was the same idea. Scalp into the 89 level. The first time it's great. The second time it's good. Little bit of a VWAP dip buy. I mean, I'm like, look at this. When you see it like this, when you see Amazon, it's up like 2-3%. You know, it's above a key level. It's coming to VWAP. I'm like, I'm going to take my chance. There's probably VWAP buyers. This most likely goes back to the high. I'm going to take the long. I'm going to scale out of it, and that's what we're going to do with that. So 3 entries on that one, and then just scaling out in random amounts. I think the best cover that I had was probably like 80, 88, 89 for the most size on that one. These were just kind of like light and whatever. This was light. And yeah, Just like nice little scalp trade back into the high, and now it's just kind of free float. I should have held a piece. I know I should have, but I'm not that good yet. So yeah, I'm trying to get better every single day. It's this is something in my opinion that it's probably gonna ride trend, float to the upside. Easily could see 90, but again, volume is the tell. Now we're kind of in the middle of the day. It's probably just going to float around. It could go up, it could go down. The real stop on this thing, if I was still long here, would be like it should not break 88 if it's just going to float and then touch VWAP and then float again. So yeah, guys, just make sure that you are watching volume on these things. The size and the kind of moves in the morning are not necessarily the moves in the afternoon. Everybody knows the deal there. So yeah, that was a great trade there. That's a top. That's second on my board. Obviously, Tesla first, Amazon. AMD had a couple good trades on this. This is going to look weird. So I did go short here, even though this name was up very strong. And from time to time, what you guys tend to see is you'll see a strong up move on these names, and then it'll break a key level, so call it $68, break to the upside, and then what I saw was 200, 300 lots stacking on the bid, reloading, and just getting filled right away, So, I mean, at this point in time, we're literally straight up. And I'm like, okay, I think this comes back to 68, probably. Danger is short, but I will punch onto that size and basically give them the fill that they want to see, and then I'll just take the fill out a little bit lower. That was kind of my logic. So it was a little bit of a tight move there, just punching into the size at 25s, 21s, and then taking out at 68. Probably has a stop at 67.99. And so that was kind of my idea there, and it's surprising it didn't actually break. I don't think it actually broke, which is why I covered the rest up here, because I was waiting for like the move into 167.80s. It didn't, so I had to cover the rest at break even. So I actually held a little bit more than I would normally hold because I was waiting for the break. It didn't break, and I was like, okay, this is done. That was like, I'm playing with fire on this one, obviously. This is against the trend, Rage TV, if you're still watching. So yeah, man, it's that was like, that doesn't, I mean, look, it's all the way up, and look at me, short over here, cover. So I mean, I did make money on it. It did look good. It felt good. But yeah, no, it's easier to definitely go with the trend, especially if you're starting, earlier in the morning, right? Alibaba, a little bit of scalp trades here, nothing too crazy, like smaller size. And APGN, man, this one was, I thought, to start the day, I saw this, I was like, this is probably going to make a run to high a day, but I just don't know what to expect. And so as we kind of approached VWAP, I was like, okay, any shorts that are here are now panicking. We're probably going to get that push. So I took the long here, and I got out of it because I was like, well, that's a nice move, and I was trying to scale out. And then as soon as we started halting, I'm like, okay, we're halting. Like I'm taking the long here. So I punched back in on the halt, and then we opened, and I basically got out where I initially planned to get out, around the 2 level. I thought we were going to break 2 to the upside, do a bunch of volume. That was going to be like my exit volume, because I think that's where the algo exit volume is if they're clearing out both sides. And yeah, it kind of looked good. Then we went into another up halt, and I look back, and I'm like, well, now I'm just dumb. Because at this point, I'm like, I'm a genius. We're going back down. Then I'm like, no, I'm a bonehead. This is terrible. Why didn't I hold a piece? But man, it is what it is. Like scalper at heart. So I will continue to scalp. And now this thing is kind of sideways. I would really love to see this make a high a day. Like if we can get to that 250 area, break 250, I think there's potential for like an over under 250. Could be a solid setup, man. And I was just looking at the daily, kind of mapping some levels. And I like the 220 into like 250, and then next level would be like 450. So obviously very, very far away. So very good potential for an over/under of 250 there. We'll see if it sets up. Not even sure I'll be able to kind of recognize that it's happening, because this one is like it'll probably be a 1 second trade. So yeah, maybe I'll keep it on my side charts here, and yeah, we'll see what happens there.
All right, let's have a look quickly at this halting stock that keeps halting over, can't seem to stay open. GMVD. Let's see how many halts, Luca. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 halts. Okay, not too bad.
Over under 20 for the day.
Yeah, 155% up at the moment. You can't really like trade this one. We've been seeing this a lot. I remember JNPR or something like that, some J stock. Anyway, there's been a bunch of them where basically they're halting off some. It looks to me like to be key levels here. I mean, like there's a lot of repeatable levels that we can see, and a lot of VWAP retracements really respecting that level. I mean, I wouldn't play this, but if I'm trying to discern some sort of pattern here, we'll forget about that one. I'm just letting you know that this one keeps halting. My Meta short looking a little bit better now. Looks like a nice little VWAP rejection on Meta, but the market, we're still really close to day's highs. 39 73.25 is a day high on the ES March contract. We're at 69.50s right now. So this is why I want to go short meta, guys. I mean, have a look at this chart relative to the other 5. I mean, there's obviously a distinction here, and I really want to take advantage of some of this weakness. I think if we can break through that 200-period moving average, which is around 130.70 at that point, and close below it, I think we may have an interesting new trend developing to the sell side. It's been kind of consolidating. Someone in the chat told me last week, don't say consolidating, say consolidative. Sure, I'm just trying to be cute, right? Consolidating right below here, this area, and that would also amount to a new low. So I have a good amount of conviction in this trade. I think it's going in the right way. I realize that I am going counter market here, that the majority of stocks, and especially the big tech, are up on the day, and taking a counter trend is a little bit risky. I factor that in. That's why I'm averaging into this position. I'm not going at a 100% position initially, nor at that level. But anyway, we'll talk more about that after we come back from Brendo at the big desk, who's got social sentiment.
Hey guys, I'll give you an update here on the social media board here. What is being discussed on social media? It's an interesting look today. A lot more red on here than I was kind of expecting, given how strong the overall market is. HKD downside, once it got through that 2150, 22 area, nice fade all the way down through 20, in fact. For HKD, so you had to be patient with it, but once it did go, it did give you a move. SPY positive, no doubt, along with the Qs up here positive as well, all because of, well, one of the things, Tesla having a really nice bounce back day. Bed Bath & Beyond bounce back day as well, OCGN, as far as sentiment is concerned anyways. OCGN downside, even though it gapped up straight to the downside, right back through Friday's levels. That's tough to see, but NIO, very green. Ton of mentions so far today to the upside for NIO as well, guys.
Thank you so much for that, Brendo. And yeah, HKD, I know somebody was asking in the chat, thoughts on HKD. You know, if this was going to continue, I don't think the big red day from Friday would have happened, right? It would have went up. It would have had multi-day runs to the upside. So, I mean, you know, opening up is great. Fading the whole move and being back below 20 is not good. So yeah, maybe that push to, I mean, when I was long, I was thinking 2,500 the day of, and someone was like, relax, bro. It took like 6 days to get there. And I'm like, yeah, I know you're right. But a guy can dream. So, I mean, this one, probably no trades for myself on it today. You know, if you think it should have held something, maybe it would be that just below 20 and then bounce back. This does look like the short is good. But again, you know, I am not shorting this name. There's better names out there. And, you know, speaking of shorts, Rage TV, I don't mind this fill here. I was just kind of updating my board there. But, yeah, you know, I can't make any promises because obviously in the heat of the moment, I will do what I think is best. But Rage TV is like, yeah, promise me you're not going to short Apple today. Just buy the dips. And I was like, okay, but this needs to dip.
Way he's going.
This needs to dip to like 132 VWAP bounce. Like, I like that. So, yeah, if we get there, okay, great. I don't even know if we do. But it's in floating mode. This is just floating around. It's floating to the upside. I don't really want to buy here for a 40-cent move because it's very slow. It feels very slow. It feels like volume is kind of a little bit lighter on it. So I do think there are other names that kind of look better for the scalp trades, that being AMD. NVIDIA, actually pretty interesting as well. So I lost on this name. I lost on this trade, basically a break even. But I was like, okay, we're probably going to 160. We're going to get that test. And I just saw like nice and strong, curling up, little sideways action. I thought we were going to instantly pop. We didn't. So I got out. I probably could have, you know, made money on it, but I just wasn't going to play around with it. But yeah, definitely interesting. NVIDIA, you know, to the upside. AMD to the upside. Chips are strong today. And I don't even know where the top is on this thing. But I kind of want to buy dips on all the names that are up a lot, just because, you know, if we go down, okay, great. And then if we go back up, it's probably a sharper move up. That's kind of my thought here. So, yeah, I'm going to, you know, I don't know if shorting here is the right idea, but I do feel like if we get a dip like into 68 on AMD, I really want to try that as well. So, yeah, we'll see how it acts. Does it want to just robotically stay at the 50 period all day? If that's the case, then it's like buy and then cover the 50, sell and then cover the 50. But I'll be lighter on the shorts probably, just the fact that they are up, right? So they are up. That's the deal there. And yeah, guys, if you have any questions, let us know what you're trading as well. I see people talking about Disney, saying Disney is a long. And I looked at it, I was like, well, it looks like a long. The long isn't wrong. And I'm just trying to figure out a way into this name, and I'm not sure if I can find a way in right here at the highs. But yeah, maybe that 95 level. I mean, giving that little bit of a double top. I'm just pulling up the 15 over here and giving that little bit of a kind of double top at 94.70, like once, twice, and now breaking. So yeah, maybe 94.70 is like the better dip buy, and I'm just telling myself this. If we can get back to the 50 period, dip a little through 95, stops are probably below 95 if anyone is trading this. So if you're watching this and your stop is below 95, I will definitely pair your order down there. No, I'm just kidding. Not at 95.99. But yeah, no, if we get 94.80 just based on that double top, if we get the retest, it's just above view up. I like that. So yeah, I'm going to throw a bid out on that one, see if we want to get the fill there. I mean, it feels like I'm not going to get that fill, but yeah, we'll see what happens. I mean, maybe the fill comes through later in the afternoon. Market's strong today. Market is strong. It is riding trend. Hopefully somebody's long from 39.50 into the highs here, because that is a beautiful move. Low consolidation, not really breaking back through 39.45, and now just kind of floating to the upside. So, there will be pullbacks. I'd be surprised if there isn't. And we'll see. Does the market want to go for that 4,000 test sometime this week? CPI coming Thursday.
Yeah.
I have no idea what to expect.
Well, neither do I, man. What is the... I know we had the Fed rate tool thing for that, but do we have anything for the CPI? Like the odds of it coming in a certain percentage? I know I was looking at Brendo today, and he was like saying 5.7 core, and then 6.1 for the regular. Let's have a look at that. CPI tool, I don't know, tool odds. What are we typing here? Yeah,
well, they
CPI
fired everyone.
Tool, 12% month change, Bureau of Labor Statistics. I'll have a look at this after. Yeah, well, while Luca's talking, I won't search it while we're doing here. Still in the same position, looking for that continued short on Meta. It's still rangy. Didn't quite break the peak of this last area here, which has happened to be 130, 136. Kind of stalled out a little bit at 130, 131. So I was looking to see if it was going to make a new high. I'm going to average in, not averaging in, but I'm building my position, as I stated earlier, near that $0.50 mark. And then I'm going to really see how it acts at around 132, because at that point it'll have created a new high. So I'll have to be more careful with that. Now, you heard Luca talk about Mara. What I decided to do is kind of the same thing I'm doing with Meta, which is incrementally add into this position. So I took a quarter position at near the high of days, and I'm going to average in twice down here, one at 505 and then one right in front of 5 for that $5 hold. If we can hold that area and then bounce back off that, I'll give it to maybe that 494, maybe that 489-ish area. I'll really have to think about how much this one can move to the upside based on the daily chart, so I'll have a look at that. But my same plan here, just to the long side on Mara and both Meta. Let's see what these ones do. Both of them going against me at the moment. Mara much less than Meta. Meta making a big move here, trying to test that new high. But these small cappers, let's get to them as well. MSGM. This is another one that I didn't mention actually earlier. Let's switch to BBY, MSGM. This one's been having a lot of trouble staying open as well. Another halt candidate. It's halted a whole bunch of times here. Let's flip to the 1 minute chart so we can get a good assessment. There you go. Once, twice, 3 times, and now below the initial halt level here. So this one stair-stepping down. It was up a lot higher. Now it's up about 25%. MSGM, and then the other one was, what was that other one? GMVD. So we don't have GMVD on it. There we go. GMVD, this one, guess what? It's halted again, this time to the high side. See how it kind of, stair steps its way up? So if you were able to catch it on one of these downward halts, it seems to find 2 or 3 more upward halts than it does for downward halts. So it's obviously creating a trend. That's what I'm talking about, finding some sort of upward trend from which to follow here, so you can just get in at a random halt level and then hold. Obviously with much smaller size, you're gonna have to manage risk on this one, but I've been seeing that a lot more with these consistently halting stocks. They do tend to trend to the high side. Luca.
Yep, they definitely trend. You don't want to be on the wrong side of that, or you will potentially be on Reddit explaining how you blew up tons and tons of money. Never a fun time, that's for sure. Guys, still holding that Macy's short. My out is 2071. That is my out. My stop is in. I'm trying to cover the rest of the position at low of day. I think 20 will get tested again. That's the feel that I'm getting. We kind of run to 2060, giving a little bit of reserve action, which is pretty cool, actually. I didn't see if there was any size there, if it was reserved, but based on the chart, we actually ran to 2060, printing the level, breaking the level, doing the volume. So there definitely was some type of size action at 2060, and now back down. So whoever is short at 2060, I feel like somebody is short at 2060 with size, and yeah, man, I dig that. I dig that. You know, I'm short with a little worse average at 2054-ish, give or take. So yeah, we'll see if I can actually get some money from that one, man. See if we get some money. Todd G saying mic in and out, check battery. I don't know, man. Battery looks pretty good over here. Yeah, maybe probably should be good there. Yeah, so hopefully Macy's wants to work, and let me just revisit Tesla as I'm doing this live. This thing is still working for me. It is at the 50 period. It's just barcoding now. You know, my out is 120, and I'm okay to take that loss because I already kind of took the win, looking really good, and I really want to go for that high a day, right? Because if I sell this now, I feel like, you know, it's gonna eventually make a run up. So yeah, no, we're gonna see. We'll see where that one wants to go there. And yeah, GMVD. I don't know what to think about this one, man. I know, Sharif, you were just talking about this.
Ridiculous,
trending all the way up. Does this give me the AM vibes, but for triple the cost? You know, AM all the way up, all the way down, all the way up, back down. VWAP bounce play, back to the upside. I don't know. Did you check the float on that one?
I didn't.
GMV, we can do it. Float. So anybody who doesn't know, Float Checker, it's a great free website if you're tuning in for the first time. We use this all the time. Great free website. You just GMVD.
610,000. What are you getting?
And wait, maybe I have that wrong. GMVD.
610. This
There
is
we
sub
go.
1 million.
This is okay. You know what, guys? Scratch that. I'm not touching this name.
Yeah.
I don't mess around with these sub-million floats. That's what I tend to call micro float or nano float.
How many zeros is this? I can't even tell, but there was a huge reverse split here, obviously probably to get into compliance. What was this? It's a lot of numbers. I can't read that. But
see, if it is, yeah, so you know what? I'm not even going to deal with it because it's not my forte when these things halt like this. Sometimes they're good, sometimes they're bad. I just don't like the feel of this one right now. Yeah, Ron Miller, pump and dump, exactly. Yeah, and I feel like, you know, even if I know it is a pump and dump, even if I think, you know what, yeah, like in a week or two, this thing is going to be back at $3, I feel like I'm going to lose on it now if I trade it right now. So, yeah, it does so many offerings. I mean, that's another thing, right? What traders look at is they look at these names and they're like, well, there's probably an offering coming, right? Take a look into the financials. How much cash do they have? Are they going to offer? How much, you know, what's their burn rate? And you kind of look at all these things. Sure. And it doesn't take a rocket scientist to realize, like, look, they need cash this year. Their stock price is now 100, 200%, 300% higher. You know, the raise is coming. A lot of traders look at that and they take shorts based on that. You know, it's something that probably you have to hold. Could be a little bit of a risky strategy. Maybe you can build that on your own playbook. But yeah, for sure, man. You know, trade things that make sense to you. That is the first thing that I will say there. Somebody's saying, Jerome saying, watch SINT. Sure, SINT. We can have a look. This is, yeah, I don't like when these things, this is like light volume, you know, $11 stock. It is moving to the north side from 8 to 11. That is a decent move. That is a decent move. This is the daily for anybody that doesn't have access to daily charts.
Coming in the last 5 minutes, about almost 200,000 on that stock. So the volume is pressing in at the moment.
Yeah, but this is the thing. It's like it was at 11 and now it's at 10:30. Yeah, and the spread's like 50 cents. So, you know, teach their own, man. Best of luck. That's what I always say. And somebody's saying
there's news on this one. I'll just update the viewers real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
It looks like Cint Technologies will be issued U.S. patent number, blah, 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 tomorrow, titled Anti-Pathnogenic Device and Methods Thereof. Okay, so it looks like obviously they're going for a patent. You know how it's been lately. It's these biotech stocks that have been all the hype. They make up, I would say, 90%, more than 95% of the small cappers that are moving on a daily basis. And again, spurred on by that big news by mRNA that we had, over a month and a half ago, that basically said they may try to use and leverage that technology to cure some forms of cancer. But we have Brendo now at the big desk with the Euro update.
Hey guys, just wrapping up a Monday session for European markets. Appears to be mostly positive anyways. Right across the board, just waiting for a few of these to come in with some final prints. Just that FTSE 100 kind of lingering there. It's 0.3 right now. 0.1 as well for Spain's main index to the upside, but positive to say the least anyways. That's the overall look. There's Spain 0.09. It looks like ends up the day 0.27 for England in positive territory, but only just. Swedish market, the big winner, 2.5% to the upside, guys.
Thank you so much for that, Brendo. And I'm just realizing now that things are dropping a little bit. You know, European close, that liquidity disappears for whatever reason. Market makes a decision, it goes up, it goes down. So here we are going down. It does make sense. Maybe this is the dip that I am looking for. So yeah, hopefully we get some dip buys here. Come on, Apple, get down to that 132.20 so I can get some of the fills. And somebody's like, Amazon Strong today. Oh yeah, Amazon Strong. I was not short this name. I'm not shorting this name. Unless we go into 90. If we can like run into 90, then like I'll consider like scalp shorts over there. Volume will definitely pick up. But yeah, for now, I really want to see this move back down through 89 to VWAP there. That'd be pretty nice there. So Logan's saying SPY looks sketchy here for a long. It does, man. It does. You have to make sure. I mean, look at this, right? This is the move up. I mean, I feel the same way. That's why I'm saying it does. You know, you see the move up, little consolidation. You see the second move up. Now it's like, what are we really going to expect for the afternoon if you guys are day traders, right? So let me just kind of draw this here. It's like maybe like we go down, then we go back up, then we go down, then we just do this, and then we just do this, and then we just do that, right? So if we do that, then it's like, you know, this is like kind of the channel that it's going to be in if it holds. Any dip through here maybe gets reclaimed. Or if like some news comes, then maybe we get the sell-off, right? So I really think that we could easily just do this, especially because we're going into CPI. And so with that in mind, I mean, look at Amazon right now, right? It's kind of giving that exact same feel. It's like, okay, is this just going to like, you know, go like this and like this? So, I mean, if it's like that, the opportunity is kind of slim, right? Slim pickings there. So, yeah, just keep that in mind. Maybe the I'm kind of scaled back on my kind of scalp approach if I am looking to scalp. I really want to get into areas that it like rips into a direction, then I take the trades, and then I'm looking for the reversal back, and then slowly scale out of those trades, right? So that's kind of my take on the day. Macy's now going back to the downside. Mr. 2060 Phil, if you're watching this, that's all I have to say to you because that's a great fill there. That is a great fill. And yeah, I'm not dip buying Tesla here. I maybe consider a VWAP kind of bounce play to add to that position. This is just too high. I'm just in the money already on it, so I'm not really too worried. And yeah, we can just quickly go back to AMD here as well to see if this thing wants to. I like maybe this. Yeah, no, say it's too far away. Maybe you know what? I'll take a little position here just for like a move up because I think maybe if we go back, okay, great. If we don't, oh, they're sharing. That's it.
Like,
Come on, now I'm starving
good,
over here.
Man.
Yeah, man. Don't do this to me. Don't do this to me. Come on.
Guys, Mara not filling me on that dip bounce. It bounced to 505. I had a resting order sitting there at 505. Didn't cross 505, so I didn't get the fill. But now we're like making a move towards high of days, and there we go. We just print high of days again. So I'm in the money on this one, but not nearly as much as I would have liked to have been, having a way lower average cost base. But hey, you know what? Now we're just printing to the high side, so I guess I'll take that. I'm going to ride that one, and I'll look for potentially some more dip trades coming in because I think that this one's going to run, man, into the afternoon. It's so beat up. Let's have a look at this on the daily chart. I hope none of our viewers are long this long term because the chart is quite sad. I mean, I used to trade this constantly. Forgive this one, it takes a minute to load. I used to trade this one constantly on a daily basis, and I'm like, yeah, this one's going to hold 50 forever. That's like the kind of stock that I always thought it would be anyway. Now, obviously, we know where it's been, and you know, can't seem to get out of that range. Look at that top right there at $83 and change, but for the longest time, it held that 50 bucks and then held that $20 level for a long time. Anyway, it looks like we won't be seeing those levels anytime soon, but in terms of some, you know, closer daily resistance that we need to be concerned about at the moment, we're looking for, let's see, I would say that $7 level is really important. Look at that. seems to top out there on a couple of, it looks like a pivot point right there, topping out there on a couple of occasions at $6 and $7. So obviously the whole dollar levels, nothing too unique about that. So I'll keep my eye on that. We'll have to break through the half-dollar level first, and we're still a ways away from it. But still, very positive going so far. Meta now is really working for us. Look at that average in here and that average in there, and we're below both. So very positive on this name so far with basically 131 short there, now printing into the low 90s. Let's see if we can break some of the low days we made earlier. We seem to top bottom out here at that 130.70 area. So if we can print newer lows, that's what I'm looking for. There we go. Now printing in some of these 80s, not taking any profit here. Really going to wait. Meta's been relatively weak. You could really be myopic and still be able to see that, comparing it to some of these other 5 big techs. So I'm going to profit off this one. Looking for some 70 prints here before I start taking any off. Let me have some resting orders sitting out here. There we go. We'll take a fill there. So that's a little profit. We bank a little profit, still holding almost the majority of the position, taking out a little piece there. But the reason I take out there is this is a new low. So we had bottomed out here in the mid 130.80s on the last little descent, and now we just made a new low. So it's obviously an important level, so I'm profit taking at that level. That's my thinking there. Then I'm looking here for the 75-cent break, and then maybe into the 60s we'll start profiting. But that 80 level looking like it's a bit of a support zone at the moment. I'm not seeing anything on the book really to support this move, to this hold. So you got to assume there's some sort of iceberg orders coming in there, but definitely 80 is a level, and is a level going back to this a little trough right here. So looks like a hidden seller is in our midst at the moment, Luca, as we try to break that 80 level on Meta, still holding. The market, not really far off its highs, if I'm being all that honest. 73 highs, we're at 65, so still within 10 points of the high of days on the market. But really, Meta is relatively weak, and any retracements here, I think, on the market will present opportunities to short Meta. That's what I'm playing, and that's how I see it. We'll continue to watch that. Well in the money on my latest average in here, so almost about 50 pennies or so in the money on that one. Tesla also, I'm seeing on my SAR chart here, also retracing to VWAP, looking like it is maybe looking to break VWAP to the sell side, guys. Have a look at this. Tesla now coming in, breaking that 121 level and moving down now into the 120.90s, Luca.
Yeah, so I'm getting back to my desk, seeing this AMD position. Thank God I'm light on it, so I'm just going to punch out of this and revisit that in a little bit. So small little loss on that one, not too concerned. Did average a little bit into Tesla here, so it is at the area that I wanted to see. Now we really get interesting, and let me see where Apple is too, because this one's not really going down. That's the problem with this. I mean, okay, it is holding trend here, trying to find a little bit of an area that could be interesting. I want to say 132.60 is better. Like, it needs to sort of break this low. I would love for it to break 132.66, then give that little dip and rip action for the dip buy. Yeah, I don't know if I want to get too heavy on the buys too early, because then, yeah, it just doesn't make any sense to do that. Where's Amazon here? Yeah, Amazon not really. Yeah, I just would love for this stuff to go a little bit lower. So yeah, I have no shorts on board. I don't know what I'm looking at, but yeah, it's. I mean, well, I do have the Macy's short, which is not working for me. So yeah, hopefully that one keeps going to the downside. I just don't want to miss the move. This is the thing, man. Look at the market. It's like we finally break trend. European close. We get the sell-off. Are we gonna just instantly go back up? Like, was I dumb to get out of AMD because it's gonna go back up here? I mean, maybe because I was too light on the position. I don't really care, but. Yeah, you know what? Maybe I should just be going long Apple here. So let me go long a little. Nothing crazy, just kind of, I'm expecting this to go lower. I want it to go lower. I don't want this position to distract me from a potentially really good position. So, if it works for me, great, but pretty light on the position, so not really too concerned. I would love for it to go lower. If it wants to go up now, I'm aiming for 20s. 133.20s would be great if I can get that. I'll take the full position out over there. Somebody's saying NVIDIA. Douglas Baker, what's going on, Douglas? NVIDIA, yeah, NVIDIA, I need NVIDIA to go lower. I would love this to dip into that 158. So the levels I'm looking at intraday are just very simple, just kind of right here and right here. So this is potentially the first bounce area, but I don't necessarily like this kind of dip buy going back up. I would much rather take this setup on an Apple, which is why I'm long Apple as opposed to NVIDIA. Easier to control risk, a little bit better for myself. If NVIDIA dips into this level, 158, then I'm a buyer of NVIDIA. So yeah, if it wants to get there, 158, you know, around that area, then I will consider the buy. And probably try to scale in with this one because, you know, NVIDIA, it does touch a lot of prices. You're never going to be bang on with your price on something like NVIDIA. That's what I learned. Definitely learned it the hard way. So, yeah, those are my thoughts over there. Somebody, Allison, saying thoughts on NVAX. I could tell you right now I'm not going to trade this, but I can take a look at it for you. I don't like trading the biotech names. I just don't like it, man. Pfizer, you know, I'll get back to NVAX, but Pfizer from when? Last week, was it? Had news, and I'm like instantly short it, and then it goes up, and then I think I went long, and then it goes down, or not the other day. Anyways, whenever it happened, and I was like, what am I doing? Why am I trading this? I'm done with this. So yeah, no. But I could definitely look at it for you and let me know my thoughts. I see somebody bidding 1251, I think 20,000 shares, which is not huge position, but yeah, just something to note there. There's a buyer at 1251 right now. 1250 seems to be holding. It is up 14%, showing you a decent uptrend on the day. I don't know where we float. Where's the daily on something like this? Let's look at the daily, because when in doubt, you got to zoom out. I think resistance 15. So if we do get to 15, expect some resistance just based on this little bit of a channel. Let me draw a line here for everybody to see very clearly. So it's a little higher than 15, but I almost want to say that 15 is more kind of psychological. So these are my levels to the upside. 15, which is obviously far away, and it is now in that zone of like, are we just going to channel? So keep this in mind, and I'll give you a good scenario. See how it's going down? It's just going down, and then it just started to do this channel. So it's like bounce, 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 tank, do nothing, flush. And so like I don't know what drugs are in the pipeline. A lot of these are, you know, based on kind of pipeline, what's coming up. Future revenue, and that's very, very important as opposed to the current revenue that they're making.
To be honest with you, I think this is a sympathy play because OCGN was moving on its COVID vax, so this one was,
vax stuff.
I think it's just an absolute sympathy.
Yeah. So the thing is I don't necessarily. I'm not going to trade it. You know, I'm definitely not going to trade it. But I just feel like, you know, if I'm going to like zoom out and say like, where is this going? Like this could easily just go like up, down, and not really do much. And if it does that, there's not really like crazy amounts of opportunity. You want to really trade in the areas where like people are making decisions and things are going crazy. So you see the first down day, you see the secondary day. That did a lot of volume. That's where I would trade it. That's where I would consider trading it. Every other day, I would not be trading it. And for good reason, because it's just not doing anything crazy. Like I'm not waking up this morning, sitting down, looking at NVAX and saying like, you know what? I think long because I'm a genius. Like, no, I think I'm going to lose if I do that. Okay. So you gotta make, you gotta just, it's easier to react to things. That's basically what I'm getting at. So yeah, looking at NVAX, I don't really see anything crazy until 15. Definitely not going to take a trade on it today. It is there is that buyer at 51s, but I'm sure that eventually gets filled and then goes back to VWAP. Holding VWAP the first time, potentially could hold VWAP the second time. It's not going to make me sweat because I'm not going to take a trade on it, but I do know something else that is going to make somebody sweat.
What a segue.
What a segue.
What a segue.
Into the chip.
That's what professionalism is, right? Embodied right there by Luca. Guys, there it is. Two of them are here. I think two of them are on the way now, or two more on the way. Yes, two more on the way. So we've got two. I'm looking at this, and it says there's 25 calories, but that's not what I'm sweating, guys. I'm sweating what's inside this. This looks terrifying. It's like full, like half the box is a warning. Can we zoom? Oh, there we go. See that red part? That's all writing right there. That's all warning right there, I guess, because they just have to do that. The One Chip Challenge 2022 turns your tongue blue, and it's obviously translated in French. So yeah, will be interesting. That's going to happen Friday, guys. That's going to be on the closing show. The closing show? Closing show on Friday. So make sure to tune into that. And again, Luca and I have a direct hand in this, by the way. We're kind of the reason this is all going down. Yeah, no, of course. Yeah, you guys were smashing that like, but I feel good about like, you know, contributing to some of their torture over here. Kidding, of course. All right. Let's have a look at some of these trades. I'm still in the same ones. Here's what I did with Meta, though. I'm like, okay, you know what?
This one looks kind of range bound, so I'm going to take this profit and I'm going to run. And I took my position out here. And then I said to myself, all right, it's rangy again here. Let's give it really tight stop. So I got back in. If it breaks this 131, I'm out. There does seem to be some sellers at that level, but I don't like the way this is trading. It's not really looking to collapse quite yet. And there we go. I'm going to get out here in a second. Okay, we'll see what this one does. It's not really looking to collapse as much as it is looking to consolidate a little bit sideways and play a range. So I'm going to look for more of a range trade on this, and then if it ends up being a breakdown trade, all the better. But I'm looking to get in next at that 131.40, which is VWAP, maybe a little bit below that, 131 mid-30s or so. If it makes its way up there, I'll be looking short there, and then holding it through that 130, I want to say, low 70s break. That's my play on this one. I took the profit and I ran on Meta. I didn't want to give this one an opportunity to kind of bounce against me, hence I covered over here after these two average down. So still in the money though on that Mara trade as it continues to print newer highs. My only regret about this one is not having gotten filled on my average in at 505, but now 10 pennies in the money or so as it prints 20s, and I see 21s coming up here at 22s a second ago. So this one, yeah, it's about 10 pennies in the money, but a bit of a slow mover. And I don't have, if I'm being honest, a full position. This is a half position here on Mara as we print high of days, Luca.
Yeah, guys, so just a little bit of a heads up here on the positions that I'm in right now. So long Apple, I took another long, obviously light on the position, rejecting the 50, coming back down, adding to it, looking to get out at the 50, and I want my best out to be 20s. So yeah, I got 2 outs over there, waiting for the third. That'd be great. If we can get 133 like 19s or 17s, I think that prints. I'm not going to go for 30s, even though I know it's like, it dips. It could probably go back to high a day. I'm going to take what I can get and just recycle over and over again. Took some out of Tesla with the same kind of logic. So still holding the piece from over here, adding at the VWAP level, getting it out at the 50 period. That's the kind of move that I'm looking for. I still want to hold some Tesla for the move. I do think, there's potential to go to the high. So that's why I'm holding it, but yeah, it's not like a crazy, these were nice trades. This is now that'll be like the icing on the cake there. So yeah, long Apple, long Tesla, they are working for me, basically in the money. Macy's still working for me. I was looking at Meta, and I know you covered your Meta short, you were saying.
I did.
Love the Meta long.
All right.
But not so much the Meta long for like a crazy intraday move to the upside. What I'm looking at is, and this is what I want to show everybody, volume is kind of dropping off a little bit. And hold on, let me just zoom out here. So obviously everybody knows Meta, this is the daily, guys. Meta drops, it pops, goes to the upside, it channels for so long, right? And I was looking at Meta thinking, okay, what is going to happen here? Are we going to go up? Are we going to go down? I have no idea. We did run that poll, guys. I'm going to remind you every single time that I'm right. I'm going to be like, yeah, guys, by the way, Meta is going up here. And but I mean, yeah, obviously Tesla's going up too, so it doesn't really matter. But yeah, so this is like strong moving to the upside, right? Touching 33, reversing the whole move intraday, then giving the bounce. And so from an intraday perspective, I just wanted to share the daily, it's now breaking out of that range. So I expect choppiness because volume is dropping. So I want to play that the outer bands of what I think the range could be. And so it's going to go up, it's going to go down, it's going to go back in the middle, and then it's going to do nothing, right? So I missed it today. I was actually bidding, and guys, don't, you can laugh at me all you want. I was bidding I think 129.21 because that was the general high from Friday. And I was like, okay, if we get here, if we tank off the open, I feel like we could go all the way back to 131.60. So I was going for that. But obviously, in hindsight, I mean, it looks so silly because we didn't even get to 130 today. But I feel like this is the range that is set into play. And so I really do like the long. I would love for this to go back through 130, get to the downside. I think I may have missed it on the European close, which just happened over there. But I did get some long, so I mean, not a big deal. But yeah, if we can get back to 130, 65 or something like that, I like the trade. So, I'm going to have a bid out on that on Meta. If we get down over here, take the fill, and I'm just going to go from back to 131, so 40-cent win. It probably goes back to VWAP, but it's not something that I'm going to hold. I mean, I never do, so I mean, I'm not going to pretend that I do, even though I want to. But yeah, and somebody saying, Luca, you lost Friday. Tesla closed at 1. You know what? Yeah, where did it close? Because we did run that. you know, trading is funny because you forget all types of things. Let me just pull this up over here very quickly. Oh no, this is missing the data here. So yeah, no, you guys obviously know more than I do. I totally forgot about that one. The close was, 113.86. Yeah, that does make sense. All right, well, you know what? I don't know where the poll ended, but for the record, it was like a 50-50. And there was like probably 4,000 people that voted. So 2,000 of you were on my side as well. And so we were all wrong together. But that's it, man. That's trading. Sometimes you're right, sometimes you're wrong. And yeah, no, it's kind of funny there. But yeah, somebody's saying what just happened. I have no idea what you're referring to.
Okay, so a couple of trades that I want to update you on. I took that flat bottom break on APGN to the low side, getting a worse than desired fill. I wanted to be filled at about 190. Ended up getting the fill at 186 or 187 and scalped out a lot of the position here in the low 180s. Now holding, I want to say about 20% of the position left. If it can continue to make its way down, possibly testing that 175 area. There does seem to be an interesting area of support around there. I've got my stop for the remaining, whatever, 25% or so. Can't really do the math at the moment at my entry point. So won't let any of this go against me, but it looks like there's some more selling coming in. That 180 area does seem to be an area where buyers are stepping up. I don't see too much reflected on the book, again, leading me to believe that we do have some sort of iceberg order in and around that area. Mara at the moment really retracing here. I scalped some out at that high of day, that 522. Look at that retracement all the way down into that 505. Again, not filling me again. I'm gonna actually take a bit, I'm gonna take an ad here. So we're gonna go ahead and add, we're gonna add 511 so we get filled. And same thing, we're gonna be anything below 5, we're out. So now my average is, I've scalped out a little bit, my average is 511 and we're at 509. So basically break even from the moment, and anything below 5 will be out of that one. Now, with respect to Meta, you heard Luca talking about that long. I'm essentially going to play that same trade that he's doing, but I'm going to take it from the short side. I'm looking from the top range for the short. So here's what I'm seeing. I'm seeing we're making lower highs gradually, but not by much. So I'm looking to have my dip, if you want to call it a dip trade for a long. So for a short, excuse me. So I have it around 131.25. So if we can get up there, I'm looking to get short, and that'll be the higher end-ish of that range. And then I want to ride it back down, possibly into that 130.80s area if we can continue to have some sort of a range on there. Again, I may add another position if we move up to VWAP at around 131.40-ish in that area if it breaks through this peak here. So this is a half position that I'm entering to here, and then I may add to it at this level. That's my look on Meta. That's what I'm trying to do there. APGN, moving back quickly to this one, coming near my entry point. So it looks like for the remaining portion on APGN there, I cover it all, and I'm out of that trade. Positive trade, happy with that, but you know, no follow through on that short. Back tomorrow quick before I send it back to Luca. Nice bouncing off that area, so we'll see if it holds at 5. A little volatility coming in here, some selling. Actually, just as I say, it was bouncing off. It looks like now some more selling coming in. Again, nothing changes for me. I'm looking for that 5 break and I'm out.
Yeah, thanks for sharing, Sharif. Northwestern Canopy Development. I see what you're saying. I see you. I know you were calling 113 Tesla on Friday. I was like, what are you talking about? I was like, oh, okay, it's all coming back to me here. Yeah, 113, great call there, man. And somebody else was saying farm trader in all capitals, Sharif. Maybe this one's directed to you. I am eating a huge omelet, by the way.
That's amazing. I had one this morning.
Yeah, guys, I want to just quickly segue this into. I feel like that's a flex. I feel like what he's doing,
so funny.
And I don't know if anybody else is catching on to this. He is flexing on us, saying he's eating a huge omelet. Guys, look at the price of eggs. Share my screen right now. Look at the price of eggs from $2 to $5. What, a dozen for a carton? Jesus Christ, farm trader, you're large, bro. You're large, and if that's a flex on us. I mean, yeah,
looks
man.
like
You know, it's that's the vibe I'm getting at least.
I think so.
5? Like, sure,
it's expensive.
Have
man,
you factored this into your diet?
I don't know, brother. Like, I mean, I get them from No Frills, and No Frills seems to be a little bit cheaper than everywhere else. But like, yeah, man, there's no question about it. Chicken, beef, all that stuff. It's really seen like a huge spike.
It's not the gain train is not easy. It is not easy, guys. It is getting more expensive, but yeah, man, you just got a budget there. And somebody else asking, Honey Badger, Luca, did you get shawarma this weekend? You deserve it after last week. I get shawarma every single week, so just always assume that I'm eating shawarma at least once a week. If you guys would like to see some of the posts that I do on social media, feel free to follow me. The Italian Trader on social media, on Instagram. I don't have 5,000 followers. I have like 1,000 followers. There is apparently a scam account out there. I will never reach out to you guys ever. I will never say, hey, how are you doing? How is your trading? Like, no, I don't care that much. You know, and if I get lots of messages, I probably don't respond. But yeah, guys, if you feel free to follow me if you want. And Bears versus Bulls, do the thing where you post whatever if you're into that. You can share with everybody. And I want to share just very quickly what, my lunch from yesterday, which was a banger, Sharif.
Oh my goodness.
I posted this. I'm sure some of you guys saw it. Pasta carbonara with a little bit of homemade wine and some pancetta. Oh, amazing. I wish I could just go back to yesterday and eat that over and over and over again. But, you know, you do have to go to the gym after something like that. But yeah, man, that was great. Dude. Anybody that has had that dish before, pasta carbonara, it's just amazing. I'm just lost for words. That's how good it is.
We're going to send it to Brendo, though.
Yep.
For happening now.
Hey guys, into lunch hour we go on the Eastern time zone anyways. Hope your day's going well. Here is how things are shaping up so far for North American markets. 1.3% right now for the S&P, 0.75 for the Dow. Small caps on a big bounce back here. Remember, these were lagging everything else. The first time we looked at this board, it was 0.6. So a double here for most of these. Russell 2000, Russell 3000 leading the way. It's the NASDAQ, though. It's been about the NASDAQ all day long. The 100, it's the big ones doing the heavy lifting today, 2.2 versus 2.08. We'll take it. Remember, we were up 2% on Friday, so 4+ now across the board for tech in a matter of 2 days. If you were with us early on this morning, we got you caught up on Alibaba, Tesla, Uber as well, all having pretty good days. Here's Uber, speaking of, 5.3% just in the last 10 minutes or so, made a day high. Bit of a pullback here, but 28, big time level here, guys, for Uber.
Yeah, seeing that news headline this morning with Uber and Dash, Jeffries flipping long one, short the other, obviously with a plan to play there. We talked about it this morning. They're banking on the basically the recession coming up and people having less disposable income, not being able to buy cars, so they're going to rely on ride sharing, and that's what that move is about. That's a thesis anyway. We don't really know if that's going to pan out. So let's talk about our current trades. Still in the short on Meta, looking to take profit here in the 15s, in the money on it at the moment. But, you know, I'm looking for that VWAP rejection. That's that whole play here. I'm looking at getting it at the higher end of the range. That's been my play. I've been getting the lower end of the range so far, and it hasn't. It's resulted in me having to average in. And so I'm trying to, you know, just get initially the high end to begin with, and having to kind of forego that whole averaging. And so looking for profit taking here, about 10 pennies below where we are. Some selling coming in, but we'll see what Meta does. The other trade at the moment is that Mara. We're averaged in and it held 5. Remember, if it breaks 5, I'm out of this one. I'm looking for a hold of 5 here, and then, you know, a slow move up, possibly breaking high of days. We scalped out a little bit here at top wick at that 521 area, but still holding 65% of the position. So looking either to maybe add some more at that 5. Should it test that 5, or I don't know. It depends on what goes on here. I haven't made a decision yet, but I'm definitely looking at that $5 as an important level, Luca. There we go. Getting some out of Meta as it breaks down to the south side. We're going to spin that money, son, because there we go. That's a profitable trade. There we go. Now we're in the low 10s, looking if we can see here, if we can break 131. I mean, we broke it earlier. It's not really an important level, but we just need some downward movement, but not really much coming right now at the moment. Luca.
Yeah, it's somebody was saying MMV. Any thoughts? And I pulled it up, and I was like, "Oof." Those are my thoughts there. I mean, from 12 to 3, down 72%. It does not look good. And this is what the SPAC from Friday, I'm guessing, where it opened, kind of went crazy, and then back down. Not looking good. But how many times do we see SPACs open, go up, go back down, do a lot of volume, stay suppressed, then they give a little bit of a relief bounce. So safe to say this is dead for now. I'm going to put it on ice, not going to have a trade on it. We'll see. I mean, where's the bottom of this thing? I have no idea. But yeah, $2. I mean, this could be down 80%. It could be down 90. It could stop at down 70. Your guess is as good as mine. Not really too sure on that one. But yeah, it is kind of, not looking too good for the longs there. So those are my thoughts. Mullen, I wanted to take a quick look at Mullen. Somebody was like, Mullen's starting to make sense. And I was like, well, I hope it starts to make you dollars, because since in this inflationary environment that we're in, you need dollars, man. You need lots and lots of dollars. Trader Gorno, what's up, man? Saying Lulu breaking down. Let's have a look here at Lulu. I know you love these expensive stocks.
They're in the machine gun. Holy, I love it, bro.
I actually like this. But the 304, I wonder if we can actually get back to 304. I'm kind of set. This channel is nice. Then we're breaking the 50 period. Maybe we get a test. You know what? Yeah, I'm going to try 303. Where are we? Yeah, below 303 fill, if I can get that one. I'll be light on the size on this one just because it's kind of floating around. I don't want to be in too much of a stressful situation. But if we can pop to 303 at the 50, reject, my stop will be 305 if I do get that fill. I'll put that one on ice if I don't get the fill. And yeah, maybe I'll move back to the 50 period. So good look over there. Luca, you know I'm short right now, laugh aloud. I don't go long. Yeah, no, it's that's the thing. Sometimes I'm like, oh yeah, I'll take the short, and you're like, I'm long, bro, I'm long. But yeah, the short looks good, and good look there. So yeah, we'll see if I want to get that fill. If it doesn't, great for all the shorts that are already involved. This will move back to the downside in your favor. Better short is GPS. I don't like the GPS short. I don't know what you see there. I mean, it's good to have differences of opinions with people. This is kind of why the community is great. Everybody has their own opinions. And guys, if you're new to the show, feel free to ask a lot of questions, like share the trades that you're looking at. It's great to have second opinions. I just call it like I see it, man. I see these kind of setups and I say yes or no. I don't know if 12 is maybe a level on the daily. I guess that's kind of what I see there. 12 being sort of running into the moving average, a little bit of a relief bounce from 11. Does this have the steam to like blow through 1210, 1220 to the upside? Like probably not for right now. So, and volume is just not really there. And obviously, Macy's being down, this is sympathy to Macy's, but up 1%, right? Up 1%. I guess if this tests 12 again, I would give this a try. We're kind of close to it. Maybe I can get the fill there. So if I can get 98s, and then I won't have a stop, and I'll have like a discretionary level, kind of 98s for like just a up and down kind of trade. Recycle a couple shares for a couple cents. It'll be on the back burner for myself. I'm just nursing some of these positions. I did add to the Apple long, just a heads up. I am willing to add into the VWAP, right? If it's gonna slowly go down, like I'll just add to the bottom of the channel, because I think up 2%, I think at any moment, if we do get the pops will be nice, and I'm going to scale out on the pop. So the same way I kind of added and then scaled out on the pop is the same way I want this to go down, so I can keep adding so that I can pop back to the 50 period, and then that's going to be my out. So, as this continues to go down, I will continue to average into it. Hopefully we can get to that 132 area for the better average. That'll be my bigger position if we do actually get there. If not, then I'll just continue to recycle over and over again. And yeah, go from there, man. Somebody saying Microsoft retracement. We can have a look there as well. I was looking at it before. Somebody was saying, any thoughts or levels on Microsoft? I know Shawn loves Microsoft. Shawn loves Microsoft the way that I love Apple. Like he'll just be like, okay, where's Microsoft very quickly? Is there a level here that I can trade it? No, okay. It's like me every day. I sit down. I go, okay, where's Apple? Is there a level? Can I trade it? Okay, no. Like, oh, darn it. So not really too sure, but it's giving the same kind of feel as Apple, where it's like up 2%, fading to the downside. Just large tech in general is giving all that same feel. So because I'm already running that strategy on Apple, I'm gonna not do it on Microsoft to kind of double down. But if we get close to the VWAP level, call it 129, then yeah, I'll try a buy at 129 on VWAP over there. Where was that level?
Talk quickly, Luca, about Meta, because playing out to a T here, exactly what I want to do. Talked about that VWAP projection and getting in at the top end of the range. Forget about these averaging in. So we've had to kind of take more risk by doing this despite smaller size. Let's go in full size at the top end of the range. It works out, and it boom, it plummets down. We take some out at as low as 131. 131 breaking now. It had been a stubborn level till, just about a few seconds ago. Now we're printing in the low 90s, 130.90. So I'm all out of this position. Sadly, nothing left here. I kind of fat fingered and hit my get out 100% position instead of hitting the 50%. So we'll watch that one make a new low. But in this new short, again, rinsing and repeating, as Neil likes to say, on APGN. Got short here, play the initial move down. Then you've got that consolidation after that big move down. Consolidation sideways. This is prime for a flat bottom breakdown. But I'm going to protect myself. So if we reclaim VWAP or that $2 level, I'm out. So I'm risking, how many? This is going to be my first out here. 175. So that's a 10. Where am I short? A 9 penny move. I'm going to risk 15 pennies for my first out here. And the second out will be near the 150. So I think it's about 2-to-1 trade, give or take. Don't quote me on that. But that's going to be my play. I like where the chart pattern is setting up. And if it breaks VWAP, I'll be out. If it breaks that $2 level-ish, I'll be fully out. Still break even on at the moment. So let's see what else is going on. Yeah, you heard Luca talk about Microsoft. It's making a nice bounce up as the market, finding a little bit of a second win here. What else is going on the side chart? Anything else for me?
Just very quickly, no. Trader Gorno, that's kind of funny, man. I feel you on that one. If I say short Nike every day, I have to be right one day, right? Please confirm. I feel like I just want to be honest and say that the market can make you wrong every single day for 200, 300, 400 days in a row. And then you might be like, I am done with this. I'm quitting trading forever. I hate it. Blah, 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 blah. And then on the 401 day, first day, I should say, you could be a millionaire. You could, right? You could, in theory. That is the market. So that is why I will say never give up, never quit. Never quit.
Definitely.
And yeah, man, just keep your head up. That's the main thing. Gambler's fallacy. If you always bet on red and it always goes black, eventually 50-50, it has to come up red. I have a friend, Mr. Red Snake. He bets all the time, and he does well. He goes on vacation with his profits. Always spend your profits if you are a gambler, by the way. That's the last thing I'm going to say. Honey Badger, Ferrari going to happen, Luca. Ferrari will happen eventually. Hard work and determination, a little bit of luck. Ferrari's coming through. I'm rolling around. If you see me in LaFerrari, just know that I went through tons of pain to get that. So, yeah, man. Never quit, never surrender. Galaxy Quest, yes, absolutely, guys. BBBY tomorrow earnings. Are they tomorrow? I didn't even know that.
Yeah, they are.
Oh, they are tomorrow.
Yeah,
BBBY. Yeah. Somebody was saying, are you trading BBBY? The thing that scares me about this, like it's up on the day, and you could take a long, but like what if you take a long and then they're just like, we're bankrupt instantly. So I'm like, yeah, I'm going to stay away. Maybe the short is better, even though it's giving a little bit of a bounce. But I really like, that this is where the sell-off happened, right? I like dancing around and scalping a lot when I think I can take, shares and get in and out very quickly. This doesn't give me that feel, so I'm not really going to try it. But yeah, maybe that 250 level, like if we get back there for whatever reason, maybe that's like a really good level. But yeah, first we would have to get to 2. So I almost feel like, 2 could be interesting. Probably doesn't happen today. I think it was at 2 at one point when they did announce the bank. Yeah, they announced that going concern, which essentially for anybody that doesn't know this, going concern is, it's when you're managing a business, everybody makes the expectation that they will continue to have operations and do whatever they say they're going to do. So going concern is essentially saying like we are concerned that we will not be able to run this business anymore, which essentially leads to bankruptcy and all that fun stuff. So getting that news down on whatever this day was, when it was January 4th, and then that 2 level, that over under was pretty sick. So it's like short over 2. Somebody did. I remember somebody was sitting at like 205 for like 1,000 lots, 2,000 lots. Not sure if that was a trade or whatever, but I always like to think that that's a smart person taking 10,000 shares short and riding this into the ground. And I mean, look where we are today. I mean, we went to 30s, right? So that was kind of crazy there. Just a little update over here on Apple. I look to see that I am in the money on this. So let me take. I'm going to take some out right over here as we get into the 50 period, and a little bit more at probably 89s or 88s. Let me just structure that. Yeah, let's do 88s. See if we can get 88s over there. And the last at 97. Yeah, why not? 97. For the 33, I'm basically covering this into 50 period and above. at this point, I'm not going for 19s anymore because it's just off the table. So yeah, you got to kind of, as a trader, you need to recognize when you need to flip, when you need to change, when you need to abort, the short and flip long. Yeah, that was my thoughts over there. What's going on, Derek? I feel like I didn't say hi to you today. Can't really do much with CINC gap and barcode. Yeah, sometimes it do be like that. CINC. Is this CINC? Isn't this a buy? Is this a buy?
Let me have a look what it is.
I feel like this is a buyout. Yeah, this is exciting for some, but not for me, that's for sure.
Syncor Pharma is a clinical stage biopharma company. It looks like it's biopharma. The company is focused on developing its lead clinical candidate, SIN-107, the treatment of hypertension. Is it a bio?
Nurse Traveler, that's a pretty
European shares rise. I have to look through the blotter. It's not really trading like a buyout though, Luca. Look at that. It's like a 28 bottom, 29.
Yeah, I am. It's a good look. I personally, I have no trades on this. I don't even know what's going on. But that's a nice little squeeze to the upside there. Just a quick look back at GMVD, guys. Look at this, man. All the way up and all the way back down from 8 to now below 5.
Ugly.
You know the short. I even said this. I was like, guys, this is gonna be at like $3 in like a week or two. And I pushed out my kind of time horizon because I want to be right. I want to be like, haha, look how smart I was. You know. By the end of the year, this thing's gonna be at, who knows where it's gonna be. But it's already there. It already went to 4. So I should have just said today, because then I would have looked even smarter. But yeah, guys, it's not about being smart in this market. It's about doing repeatable strategies that you can actually, feel not too stressed about and make money over and over again. Saying CNC was acquired by AstraZeneca by $1.8 billion buyout. Yeah, so I should have known that. But yeah, man, in this game, there's just so many things to remember. Small caps getting crushed. Yeah, small caps are just. It's when small caps go and there's like a lot that are in play, then you say, okay, where's the black swan event? If you're a short seller, stay away from it. There's other names to short. In this type of market where it's kind of like there's not really too many things going on, you get this action, man. APGN, where it's like it has one move and then it just barcodes. Then this is like an exit move if I've ever saw one. Look at this, man. Volume, and if I share my screen just very quickly, volume is, let me just drag this up too for everybody to see. Because this is, having the long on this, thinking, okay, are we going to go to high a day, scalping it, okay, whatever. Barcoding, not breaking the high, which is 239, 238. Then out of nowhere, okay, so look at this. From 957 to 1019, okay, nothing. Doing nothing. Out of nowhere, all the way up, breaking the high, doing volume, all the way back down, and now back below VWAP. So, this is like, talk about a limited window of edge, if I've ever seen one. For short sellers, it's like it's not really doing anything. How do you catch this top wick? Like, it's so hard. Maybe you could short 230. If you're sitting there, you're sitting there. If you say to yourself, like, I'm willing to get run over, and maybe it goes into a halt, whatever. But, like, how do you, like, I just don't see it for myself. And now look at it, like, super, super choppy. So, yeah, small caps are, when they're good, they're good. Everybody remembers Kala, like HKD from the other day. I'm long, Sharif is short. We're both printing. It's good, right? It's good. And then today, it's like very muted. It's like, look at this, man. It just does nothing, does nothing, does nothing. Then it gives you the move. Now it's going to do nothing. Then it's going to go back up, right? Like bamboozle everyone. So, unless you are super patient where you are shorting and then waiting, covering the flush, like that's not how I trade. I like to really react to these things and kind of find a way to size into them. And if I don't, then I'm just kind of back burner, whatever. So yeah, that's just my thoughts. Joker saying Tesla blasting off right now. I am long Tesla, and somebody was saying, and I can't remember who it was, so I think it was Rami. Rami saying, oh, Rami, high five. Yeah, there you go. Saying watch 122 Tesla. I'm long, man. I'm long from over here. Covered some. Now I'm going for high day push. So I think we can break 123.50. My only worry is that if we get there in the middle of the day, we could possibly break it, do a little bit of volume and then quickly reverse. But it isn't floating. I am in the kind of the floating mode, where I think these things are just going to float around, right? So for example, Apple, it's okay, it went back up, covered some, it's going back down, it's just floating. It's not really moving down or up very quickly. So I really don't know what to think. I'm pretty light on the positions. I'm just kind of in chill mode, waiting for something really nice to kind of do something there. And Michael saying Powell speaking tomorrow again.
I think there's a couple of speakers
that should be
today
fun,
too,
man.
though. If I'm just going to check real quick here. Today, hurry up. I think we do have. Okay, I thought we had somebody at 120, maybe not. Okay, I'll double check that. Quickly here, I want to get to a couple of trades that I'm in at the moment. Meta breaking down, entering here, covering. There we go. We get another little breakdown. We'll cover another piece. So this one continues to print for us to the downside. Finally, Meta getting crushed south side. So we take that profit. Yeah, Bradley in the back there yelling south side. So this one, yeah, there we go. We're getting most of that out, 43% of the position. Let's lighten up a little bit more. There we go. Now as it bounces back up, no big deal since now we are only holding 22% of that position. So we jump that 131 break and we take off a little piece through the 131 break, add a little bit more through that the 130.80 break, and then cover into the mid 60s and mid 70s. So nice little trade. As it comes back into my entry point here, I'm going to decide whether to cover the remaining. No, I won't, because it just dipped down again, giving me a bit of a buffer between my entry and the current price action. So I'll hold that one a little bit more. I'm also short APGN. This one, I felt like it was going to be a flat bottom breakdown, so I got in short here. I'm adding at this level here. I'm looking for the break of 2. I'm out, so this one is a large size position as well. Kind of making me nervous at the moment. I feel like it's stair-stepping back up. The only saving grace is that it's below VWAP, as here it tests VWAP and rejects immediately to the south side on VWAP. Do we get a sustained move here? I can tell you offhand, 180 has been very strong at this level. Buyers showing up in plenty of numbers. There we go. Now we're testing 180 again as we get that absolute clear rejection off VWAP. I wish I had added a little bit more in the money nicely on this one. I'm going to basically take the whole thing out here. That is a very large win for me. Very happy with that APGN. These were very oversized positions. My only concern is I should have been adding at that VWAP rejection. That was part of the plan, and I didn't execute. I got nervous, but whatever. It ends up being a really good trade. I'm going to hit that bang in lieu of Shawn not being here. Meta, back to Meta quickly. 130.81. Luca, go for it.
I gotta reach over and hit the awesome over here because, guys, I got a par fill on this Meta, and it's looking pretty good to the upside here. So I'm canceling the rest of that one, and hopefully we go to 131. Yeah, get me out at 94s, man. I'll take that 94 fill for the rest of that. You know what? No. Change that, actually. I changed my mind. This probably goes to 131, so let me get like 97s. Yeah, let's go for 97s here. Make a little bit more on that one. And somebody's saying mRNA short. So let's have a look here at mRNA as well. mRNA on the NASDAQ. mRNA 185, mRNA short. Why am I not doing this correctly? 2.5. I don't like, so this is Moderna. I don't want to short Moderna. I don't want to long Moderna. But I see you saying break of trend. I would just expect this to be floating. This probably floats around, nothing too crazy. So yeah, my man Luca, love those. Hey, Rage TV, I did it for you, man. I did it for you. I'm like, do not short Apple, buy the dip. So here I am, buying the dip, selling the pops. Buying the dip, selling the pops. Anything is possible. Yeah, man, things are exciting right now. I'm just looking through the chat here, guys. Let me know if you're looking at anything else. Checking Lulu. Pretty sure I still have the position out on Lulu. Oh yeah, okay, so we actually already, I'm canceling that now. I don't want that. I kind of wanted it over here for like the lucky, maybe I get the fill, maybe I don't. I didn't, I don't want it now because if we're on the come up, I'll just reevaluate, right? So yeah, guys, if we get above 305, like remind me on this if you're gonna still watch. Because yeah, maybe we get that above 305, reevaluate, and then back down, kind of like into that channel. So that's the thoughts on that one. Yeah, Tesla is just dancing around here. If the plan wasn't to hold, like I'm not going to add. See these little wick off bottoms through the 50 period? It's very, very robotic. Volume is very light now. I don't want to, take a fill on this and allow the bots to ruin the trade that I already have. But it's like it's showing me that every time it dips below the 50 period, it gets bought right away. So it's like dip, bought up, and then kind of robotic, dip, bought up. And it's just like recycle, then finally giving the pop. So like if you are like willing to dabble, which this is not, this is danger, this is extra danger. I would not be doing this. I am not doing this. But like, yeah, like see how it like gives you the pop and then it's short-lived? So that's what I'm going for on like the larger time frame. I'm going for like a pop to the upside, get me out high a day, and then it'll probably reverse the whole move there. So those are my thoughts there. Dr. Vic, if you are a doctor, congratulations. I respect all doctors. mRNA short, Luca, you have a good point. That broke the trend, could have dropped to 183. It's just floating, man. That's the thing. When these things float around, they're very slow. I just don't want to dabble. I just feel like it could go against me like way too quickly there. So that's kind of my thoughts on that one. BHG up 14%. Sure, let's have a look. BHG. Is this on New York? Oh, BHD. Oh, this is one of the 66 cents. Okay, yeah, like I'll do one quick look at this. Let's see where it is on the daily. This thing, yeah, nice, up 14%. Not really. When I see an intraday chart like this, I just say no, thank you, because I'm a day trader, right? So it's nothing I can really dabble in. But yeah, from the daily, probably get that resistance overhead just based on where that support level was at like 85 cents over there. So yeah, maybe if does it want to run or does it want to just gap back down and then do nothing. Volume is always the tell guy. Guys, you want to make sure you look at volume for the follow through, right? Volume to start the move, volume follow through. You need volume. That's the main thing. Mr. Inglewood, Luca, did you lose your sponsorship with Bass Pro Shops? No, man. No comment. Okay, no comment. I wore that. It's a good hat for like $5. You know, why not, right? It's you get all types of colors if you're interested, but yeah, it's I got all types of colors. I wear them to the gym. I wear them, you know, over here, over there, everywhere else. But yeah, no, it's all good, man. Meta, yeah, no fill on Meta
Last
yet.
Man Standing?
Which one is that?
It's the one with like Tim Allen.
Last Man Standing?
Yeah,
No,
it's like he has like 3 daughters. Anyway, he works at, it's kind of like Bass Pro Shop, but they call it something else. They call it something man, Outdoor Man instead of Outdoor World.
Yeah. I think
they call it Outdoor Man.
I don't watch TV, guys. So
Yeah, no, it's on seldomly anyway. But I thought that's what that hat reminds me of a lot because of that store. Guys, this 180 level. I know, right? This 180 level here on APGN, I mean, it's broken. Yes, it's broken down to 176, but it's being immediately bought back up. I just got into that quarter position here for that 180 break, and it's really not holding up. I'm going to give it to 190. For breaks 190, I'll lose 10 pennies on a quarter position. No big deal. We were in a much oversized position on that short earlier, but I really want to keep my eye on this 180 level because it really is coming back into play over and over and over again. And when it breaks, breaks and sustained break, not just like these like quick wicks. I want to be a part of that. So want to notify you if you're able to locate shorts on APGN. Was I calling it APDN? My bad. APGN to the sell side, but 180 holding. Thankful got out of my remaining meta trade here as it does another VWAP retracement. Is this another area where we can go short? I mean, the short was absolute money here last time around, and then the scalp on the way down. But this, it's not even really the price action. It's more like the level. It really is rejecting off VWAP over and over. And I don't know if there's another one in store. Maybe what I'll do is I'll wait for this one to make its retracement, and then I'll wait for the first 1 minute candle to make a new low, and I'll get in on that if it does that. So I don't know what to anticipate. Do we break it like we did last time, or do we just touch it quick and then reject like we did on APGN like moments ago? Again, I think it's very range bound, and I'm trying to continue to play that, Luca, because it's in effect.
Yeah, it's funny how we both. I love that, man. When I listen to you and you're like, oh, meta short, and I'm just like, so I'm long the bottom and then covering. Nice,
that's what I'm saying.
Great.
You're playing the other side of the
range.
range.
Exactly. Like, guys, there's opportunity to be had on both sides of any of the trades that you're looking at. Just make sure that it makes sense to you. I am going long meta. I made money. Sharif is going short meta. He's making money. It needs to make sense to you. I'm not looking at Sharif and saying like, oh, he's short. Maybe like I'll go short. Like, no. I'm trading my own book. And I would recommend that everybody do the same. You know, you want to be self-sustainable. That's the main thing. Trader Gorno, Luca, Netflix short people shooting looks good. Yeah, I briefly pulled up Netflix because someone's like, wow, Netflix. And I was like, wow, is it going nuts? But no, it's kind of just like very, very side. I mean, it's breaking the top end of the kind of this 319 general area over there and showing you that it's doing higher low, higher low, higher low, VWAP bounce, higher low, double bottom, then pop. I don't think I want to go long or short Netflix right now. And I'm kind of looking like, where's the daily? Is there like a level that's going to maybe top out at? It's just, I don't know. I don't like this at all for myself. But yeah, if you guys do see something on it, I mean, do you, man. Do you. Never change. Don't listen to other people. It's good to get second opinions, but do you. Be yourself. I'll say that much. Luca, could you look at Love and give thoughts on levels? Earnings coming soon. I expect them to be bad. Sure, let's have a look here at Love.
Oh, they're going to take that huge hit. They were talking about all those cancellations really affecting their quarter. So, I mean, like, is it priced in, though? I think it might be already.
It's, that's a great question. Let's just look at it here from a technicals. See, the thing is this: if you guys like taking a fundamental approach to trading, where you're like, okay, let me understand the news, the fundamentals, any kind of externalities that could affect the stock price, then I'm gonna take my bet and then wait for it to come to fruition. You really want to be ahead of like the information. If you guys are learning about the information from me, maybe not from us because we're like live, so it's like, here's the news, like trade it now, live, like super exciting. That's kind of the difference with Trader TV. But if you're like reading something on the news and somebody's giving you this general opinion of, okay, look, this can happen, I want to say like you're already late to the party, right? So that's a lot of the times why it doesn't make any sense, at least from my perspective, to be a fundamental trader, because you're essentially saying I am smarter than other people, and not to say that you're not to say that it's not possible. It takes a lot. It takes a lot to really get that, right? So I mean, look at this, right? You already have the sell-off. You already have the bounce back. Yeah. Then they're gonna say earnings and say all these things, and then the real thing is, in my opinion, the real thing is like, and I'll give a kind of flip side alternative perspective, which not to say that this is going to happen, but it's like everybody thinks bad, and then they come out and they say, oh, by the way, Warren Buffett took a stake in the company because he believes in it, and he bought out half of the planes because, you know what, he decided that it's a good deal that we can give him, and he's going to turn it into like this, blah, 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 and then boom, all of a sudden it's back at 40, right? So like everybody's short and gets squeezed.
Was it you that said, how do you turn a billionaire into a millionaire?
Yeah,
Was that you? Is that your show?
Yeah.
By invested in an airline company. No one's punching log this because this company's doo-doo.
Yeah, so my thoughts, like fundamentally, I tend to kind of stay away from like the opinions because I don't think I'm the smartest guy in the room. I think I'm the funniest guy in the room, maybe. But yeah, definitely not the smartest guy in the room. So yeah, not to, I'm not going to pretend. But just kind of based on this, I almost want to say it looks like it's in this kind of very, very, from the daily light channel here. So I'll draw it. This is just obvious for everybody to see, right? So it's like, it's kind of going down, right, with the rest of the market. Doesn't seem to be as extreme as some of the other names, like, for example, UPST or Roblox or those names. But yeah, bottoming area 30, top 40. You can look at the options chain and map the implied volatility of what you think the earnings move is going to be, or you can just go on Google and yeah, Ron Miller, love doo-doo, got it, because Sharif simplifies, and I'm just saying too many words over here. Yeah, guys, you can check implied volatility of what the market expects the move to be. So if they expect, okay, to the high side it could hit 40, to the downside it could hit 30, it's probably going to stay inside of that range off of earnings. Yeah. So you kind of take your bet based on that. If it breaks above 40, it would probably be a surprise, just based on these lines that I drew. It'd be surprising if this got to like 45, and it'd be surprised if this went to like 15. Like those would be like probably outsized moves that people are just not expecting right now, or at least the option market most likely doesn't expect. So yeah, just do your due diligence on it. Yeah, obviously, with the whole kind of situation that's happening over there, I don't think it looks good. I think bad. So bad equals short, but yeah, it is kind of giving that bounce back. You're not ahead of that move. So I would just be, I would use those lines. I like looking at technicals and just saying, like, this is very simple to me. If we get here, short. If we get here, buy. And obviously, we're day traders for anybody that's watching for the first time. We trade intraday. We don't carry positions. If I have high conviction, it's because I'm going for 50 cents, not 30.
Perfect segue.
Yeah.
You just hit the word that I want to hit right on the head, which was conviction. To me, understanding the fundamentals, why is this thing moving in the way that it's moving, helps me with the conviction. If I kind of, like Luca was just telling you, look, man, I'm a technical trader. I don't want to pretend to be the smartest in the room. So all these fundamental perspectives, I don't want to sit here and amalgamate all of them and have to decide. To be honest with you, I'm not really going to do that whole thing. I'm not going to do that whole analysis. I'm just going to look to see, is this moving for a reason? What's the reason? Is it fit with the overall macro trend? I mean, here's my understanding of what airlines are like. All I know is that in 1992, I went to Egypt, all right? I went on British Airways. My parents paid $1,200 for my flight. I just went to Egypt, all right, in October. I paid $1,200 for my flight. That is, what is it, 30-year difference. I ended up paying the same amount of money. They don't make money on economy. The only way these people make money is on upgrades. They need the business class. They're looking for all the upgrade-ish, like the frilly things. And to be honest with you, going into a recession where people are strapped for money, they're not going to be buying these frilly upgrades, meaning that they're not going to be making money, right? So that's just how I see it. Chat, fact check me if you feel I'm right. That's why it makes me feel like I can enter this with some certainty. It helps me psychologically. I mean, some others, they just look at the technicals. That's good enough for them. They make the decision off that. I wish I could be like that. Obviously, I just need a little bit more to gratify my psychology. All right, guys, let's get into some current trades. APGN still in this one short. Short at 179. It's still holding that 184 level. It's still showing me that it's a good flat bottom break candidate. You have that move down, that consolidation sideways. You had that rejection off VWAP to add the strawberry on top of the icing there. And now all we really need is that sustained 180 break. It's broken 180, but it hasn't really been able to stay down there for any, any decent length of time. I'm looking to scalp out right in front of that 170. Should it break 180 and then make its way down? I'm looking to scalp out right at that 170 and change. Yeah, shout out to the people in the chat, man. GMVD, people asking about that. There's a super chat from Texas RT10, $4.99. Thank you for that. We'll have a look at GMVD in a second. We were talking about this all morning, but it has now retraced and then made its way back to VWAP, Luca. Like, look how ugly this move was. We talked about this. So this is the 3-minute chart. Let me just switch to the 1-minute chart real quick here. We had like a symphony of halts, and then we had a really slow and nice, actually, from a short bias perspective, move down from that 850. Didn't quite get to 850. 849 was a high, but we moved all the way down, only halting once to the south side on this move down at that 467 level, now retracing the VWAP. Is this a short off VWAP, or are we gonna reclaim it here? What do you, okay, you're looking at Tesla. Let me leave you with that one. This one, I think personally, I'm not taking this long unless it reclaims VWAP and then starts trading above there for a period of time. This to me, if you had a gun in my head at the moment, I'd say 624, 625 short, and then maybe ride into low of days, but I won't be taking that trade. So
I like that. If you had a gun to my head, because no gun to my head, I'm like, can I just not say anything?
Can I just not take it?
I don't want to say anything right now. I don't know.
Exactly.
I kind of gave my thoughts on it before, but now it's like, this is the thing, guys. You want the extension to the upside. You want the extension to the downside. That is the trade, right? You're either long into the highs and then you kind of cover when it breaks trend, or you mean reversion trade. After it's just kind of chop around. So like if you do, like if I take like the dabble on the short side, I like what you just said, gun to my head, because no gun, no trade.
No trade. No thank
But yeah, no,
you.
gun to my head, I like that trade. I think I follow you on that one, to be honest. And then maybe not low a day, maybe like, 5 or like 5.10 or something like that. But yeah, no trade for myself. That's a dangerous one. Not really loving it. I'm looking at some of my longs here. They are now really falling off. So let's see where the market is. Maybe we're coming into VWAP for a little bit of a bounce play. The long can't be wrong, guys. I'm telling myself this. The long can't be wrong on a day like today. It just can't be. So yeah, let this come back down. Not really too concerned with it. I'm not concerned with my Apple one either. I want it to go lower. You know what? Let me add some over here actually, just in case. Take a little bit of a long over here, but yeah, I want it to get to VWAP there. That'd be even better. I finally got the fill on GPS. So now we see, does this actually want to go down? What does it want to do? I don't have a stop on this thing. I'm just going to be discretionary. I don't believe that we're going to fly to the north side. Everybody in the chat who was talking about GPS was like short, short, short. So here I am short. We'll see what happens with this one. Hopefully it goes down. R. Perez saying BAC still dying off. Yeah, let's have a look at BAC here. Bank of America, don't tend to trade it, but I do know that it is kind of like, okay, yeah, so we kind of sold off here, now down. I wonder if there's any other kind of levels if I zoom out here. Let me go to the 15, find something here. I don't mind trading the banks. If there's kind of levels, you can definitely scalp them for like 10 cents. When I go on Apple and I'm scalping it for like 30, now if I go to Bank of America, I feel like I should scalp it for like 9 or like 12 cents. That's kind of my thoughts off the top of my head there. Well, no, maybe this is better at like 33-ish. This is not going to go down. This is rejected the 50 period. It's going down. Maybe low of day, break the low and bounce play. This is kind of what I'm telling myself. So if we get through 34, yeah, I would love for this to break the lows. I'm going to bid like just in front of 34. I don't know if I'm going to get this filled, but that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to bid right, because what tends to happen is it comes down, it goes back up, we go back down, we break the low, trigger those stops, let it go down, give me the fill down over here, then we get a little bit of a bounce. That's the only trade that I see on it based on technicals, so that's basically what I'm going to try there. We're going to see if that wants to bounce or not. Somebody's saying, how many shares are you generally buying if you only aim for 10 cents? Thanks. So I don't look at like, oh, I'm going to go for 10 cents, so that's going to determine the amount of shares that I'm going to get. I look at the main things. So like volume, liquidity, what time of day is it? What is it a really good trade? Is it a good opportunity? Is it like less of a trade? And so all these things kind of in mind, I say to myself, okay, so like for example, let me pull up BAC right now. Here's like NYB book, like 10,000 shares. Okay, so I mean, Bank of America, it has lots of dark pools. It's a very like a thick stock, right? It's a very thick stock. You can just punch in and out, no problem. It's not really going to move. So this is a name that you could just like this versus like Tesla is like very different, right? And I like to think in notionals just to kind of simplify it for myself. But because it's this time of day, because it's kind of like, not a trade that I love, because it came from somebody and I quickly pulled it up and I'm like, yeah, maybe it'll like drop and then pop and then go back up. I'll be light on the position, right? So I'll be very light. I'm not really too worried about it. If it works, great. If it doesn't, not crazy. I don't think about outcome when I'm trading. So I don't think like, okay, I want to make like $1,000 on this. So what do I have to do to get that? I don't do that. I just think like, okay, what can I take? What's reasonable? What's the risk on it? How much do I want to lose? What am I comfortable with? And then whatever the market gives me, it gives me. If it's $9, if it's $90, if it's $50, if it's $1,000, like that doesn't matter to me. That doesn't matter. That's not how I approach trading. Once you trade every single day over and over again, it just becomes like repetition, and you just have to do the right thing. You just try to do the right thing, replicate that over and over again, and then good things will happen in the future. Profit is a product of good trading, right?
Absolutely.
P&L is a product of good trading, not the other way around. If you focus on your P&L, you will destroy your confidence, and then you'll be a terrible trader, and you'll tell everybody how trading is bull, and you can't make money, and blah, 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 and all that other stuff. Like, no, guys, there's guys out there that are printing every single day. Social media, approach with caution. There are some good mentors out there. You could watch us. We're kind of call it like we see it. These are the technicals, blah, blah, blah. But yeah, man, it's a work in progress for myself for sure. But yeah, those are the things you want to look at. You want to look at liquidity, volume, all the important things.
Amazon's making a more aggressive move down than the rest of the bunch. I know the market is curling here down to VWAP as you noted, but Amazon looking like it just broke VWAP there at 88 3/4. Looks like we might test 88.5 here. Looking more relatively weak. I'm not seeing anything really accounting for this move here on Amazon. Let me double check my blotter real quick. Bearish, that's an 11:55 headline, so it's about an hour ago. So nothing really to account for the greater strength to the downside here on Amazon. I'll continue to watch that. APGN rejecting again though off VWAP and retracing, but this time not as aggressively to the downside. And the more notable is that we still held that 180 level. So for the moment, it's looking like a risky trade for me, and it may start bringing my stop a little bit closer, even though I feel like this is the type of stock where there could be some stop hunting here. So I'm thinking maybe the break of 2. The only thing is my entry is so poopy on this one. It's at 179. We're at 188. Mind you, it is a quarter position, but you still want the position to be profitable. I'm not going to just dismiss it because I took an oversized position on the first go around. So again, I'm thinking here. I've seen a couple of rejections off VWAP on APGN. If I see a sustained move above VWAP, it's definitely going to get me, more likely to flatten out my trade and to get out there. But I think, unless we create new highs here, we're still primed for that flat bottom breakdown and that breakthrough 180. That's what I've been looking for the entire time. But buyers have stepped up literally every time we've gotten around there, even though we wicked down to that 176. So I'm looking at that. The market curling, Amazon heading now down like close to that 88.50 level in case you were following along on that. Mara, this is the other one that we were in. And look at that hold of 5. I mean, it breaks 5 by a penny and a half. Makes that 498.5 dip and then bounces all the way back up to 519. But now here's what I see on this one. I see lower highs, and if we can break that $5 and hold that $5 break to the sell side, I'm going to see lower lows. And then this one will be a better short candidate. I know Luca was talking about that earlier, shorting this one. This one may be setting up, especially if it can break through that 5 and hold. So I'm going to be watching Mara. That's why I haven't switched it, even though it hasn't been doing much of anything to the high side. I was also looking at Google. The reason was before the market started retracing into VWAP here, I was like, okay, Google seems to be, you know, stuck near the high of day, while everything else is kind of curling to the downside. Case in point, look at all these tops here at 89.90 on Google. Couldn't break that level, so I was like, wow, this is stoking itself for a flat top breakout through that 90. Maybe you can capture like 30 pennies or so. You know, Google doesn't seem to move as aggressively as these other 5, but I was gonna, you know, play it obviously with a bit more size. But now retracing back, and we're gonna have to wait for possibly a bounce here on the market. On the ES March contract, on my
Every time
chart anyway, VWAP is at 39.50. It happens to be at that whole half dollar level, so it's always cool when that happens. Luca, what's up?
No, I'm just trying to I'm trying to load Apple, and I'm like, okay, let me bid 28s, 31s, 32s, and it's just like jump. Now it's like 10s. Okay, yeah, it ruins everything, man. It ruins everything, but it's all good. Whatever. Still got the position that I got. Now I really wanted to like load a little bit more. That was like, oh, okay, no. Frustrating sometimes. All good. GPS is. This is not something that I love. This is not something that I love at all. This is like, you know, I don't even know. I'll probably, like, I have a good average, so I'm not worried about it, but it's not something that I'm willing to add to. Like, I'm just not. Apple I want to add to, but now it's just already 20 cents away from where I wanted to add. That was really dumb. All right. Oh, yes, and the market. So I want to try a long. Okay, wait a sec. I want to try a long here on the market. I am bidding 139. Sorry, what am I saying 139 for? 39.
It's all good.
This is how you know you're a real trader. When you start quoting random prices that are so off. I remember I was talking to Greg, and he was like, man, like I was short Tesla at like 568, and like it just wouldn't go. And I'm like, 568, bro. It's at 120. Like, what are you talking about? And he's like, that's what I said, 120. And here I am. I'm like, 139. What am I saying, 139? What is 139 right now? Nothing. No, I know, but it's kind of funny. I'm just laughing at myself. Yeah, guys, so I'm bidding 391.71. 391.71. I hope that I can get like a little bit of like a move down, sharp move back up, lining up with, I think this VWAP is more relevant than this SPY VWAP because it's missing. I don't put all the information there, whereas this one I think is more accurate from when it opens. So yeah, 39.50 on the ES is where I want to get long, but I'm going to use the ETF. I'm going to use SPY. So for anybody that doesn't know, that's watching for the first time, SPY is the ETF, and the ES is the future. So it's just two different products, but it essentially is the same thing. You can trade whatever you want, right? They're going to move differently. Obviously, the ES moves in 25 cent increments, which is like one tick. And then one tick of the SPY is obviously 1 cent. So it's just a little bit different in terms of how you structure risk on it. But I'm going to use the ETF. So I am kind of hoping for like a little bit of a dip into the 71s, give me the fill, pop back up, then move back to the upside. Would love for that to happen. That would be great. Still in the Macy's trade. I haven't covered any of this yet. I do think there is a chance that we go lower. Like we have not broken 2060, where that seller was. Like that seller was there, then we went down, then it went there again, still respecting the level. So clearly, like there is a seller at 2060, and it is an algo because it's pulling it, letting the stops trigger, slamming it back on the stops, and then it's going back down. So there is this algo seller that is above VWAP that is sitting at 2060s on Macy. Do what you want with that information. I call it like I see it. This is the reason why I'm not covering, because if that algo is selling, I'm just assuming they're going to be selling all day. And the lower that we go, the more the algo panics and probably hits the bids. So I'm looking for that like punch into 20s. That'll give me like a nice win. If this goes to 20s, I'll make money on the position. But I'm aiming for 11s, which is I think make money or break even, guys. I took the L obviously on this from before. But yeah, so if we do go back down, I'll make money on it. I don't have high hopes for it. I thought it would have went already, but now we're just floating. But again, the seller is there. So I mean, if the seller's there, that's the better. If the seller's there, I should probably be there, right? But no, I'm sitting a little lower than that. I'm basically 1 cent, 2 cents in the money on it, so it's nothing crazy. But yeah, no, Trader Gorno, I see you there saying, look at options for Friday, massive amounts of 21 calls sold, tons of 20 puts. Yeah, exactly. So they want, so for anybody that's wondering what that means, market makers, they hedge, and there's a lot of kind of order flow coming in on the option side of things. That's why they say with large caps, the tail wags the dog, because there's not that many people moving shares like the way we are over here. We're trading shares, for anybody that's wondering. But a lot of people trade options, right? And so how do you make the most amount of money as a market maker, as a dealer, using options? You essentially sell a lot of 21 calls, you sell a lot of 20 puts. Everybody is betting on, oh, it's gonna go lower, so I'm gonna buy the 20 puts, or it's gonna go higher, or I'm sure I'm gonna hedge, I'm gonna buy the 21 calls. And dealers, how they make the most amount of money is if they close it right here at 20.50. So they reap all the rewards of everything they sold here. They reap all the rewards of all the puts that they sold down here. Everybody think it's going to go below 20 or above 21. They close it in between here. I don't know how they would do that. Like I say, like they just manipulate it so easily. Like no, there's obviously some type of stuff that's going down over there. I just couldn't explain it. I'm not a dealer. I'm just kind of sitting on the other side, taking my bets and praying. Punch and pray kind of thing. But yeah, that's essentially what Trader Gorno means by that, just to kind of reiterate to anybody. Somebody's saying, how many shares of Macy's do you want my social number too? Come on, man.
What was the options he was asking you to look at?
On Macy's.
On
Macy's, the 21s and the 20 calls.
I'm going to have a look at that.
Yeah, no, I am not going to tell you that, man. I'm not going to tell you that. If you don't know, that is not something that you ask another trader. It's not a polite thing to ask. But I'm sure you don't know. That's why you're asking the question. So on from there, let's see if Apple, are we dipping back down? Not really. Maybe I'll just add here. I'm going to add some more over here because we kind of popped. Am I not getting the fill? Every time, man, every time. Okay, 41s, give me that. I'm sitting there, I'm not chasing this. Now we're getting that dark pool wick. But yeah, it's a little bit of a pop and then kind of holding. I think we're going back to the 50. So hopefully I get this fill right now if it wants to give me there. 41s. Okay, beautiful. Yeah, give me the fill on that one. I'm loving this Apple position, man. I am loving this Apple position. And what's going on, Lone? I know you were saying from before you were. I think you were doing well today, saying you're crushing the market. I forgot to call it out, but I just wanted to say, nice job. And Jersey Stranger, where's Pratt? He is on the 1s and 2s in the back, flipping the camera. Guys, there's so much more that goes into this show than me sitting here and saying, blah, 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 look at these trades, up and down, whatever. It's a whole production, man. It's a lot of fun to be a part of. We put on the show, and that's why we say, hit that like button. Where are we now? We got 20. I should hit the like button, too. I always do this. Okay, there we go. Yeah, guys, 2,500 likes. Thank you so much for that. If you're enjoying the show, hit the like button. We got 4,900 people watching right now. If you aren't liking the show, then do whatever. There is no gun to your head on this one. This the way that we were referencing gun to the head. What are you doing with this position?
Sir.
Yeah, so now I'm kind of chilling with these positions on board, waiting for a few more.
Update
but we'll
my
see what happens.
APGN trade. Luca took it. It got shaken out, took that VWAP dip right there, and I had a breakthrough too, and it shook me out. They were obviously stop hunting whoever they are, but then you saw the flush all the way down to 185. So obviously an algo playing games there. I got to be more clever with where I put my stops, especially with these $1 stocks that are up 125% on the day, but still positive on it, but giving back a little bit there through because of that. Now, the other trade that I'm positive on, Microsoft, yeah, got that 50 long, so 20 pennies in the money or so, taking out a little scalp there. Headed to the north side, though, we're printing in the high 60s. I'm looking for possible reclaim of that 231, and then we can stare 231 and a quarter in the face, because that is a high of day. Microsoft looks like to be one of the strongest of the bunch. I know Tesla is up 7.7%, but chart pattern wise, it looks like we're closest to the day's highs on Microsoft. Also, I was looking at Google as well, but decided to punch long into Microsoft instead. So taking out 25% of the position on that pop, holding 75, looking for more, looking for some possibly into the 80s as we saw a high there. Where did we get up to there? We got up to 71s. Okay, so we still got a ways to go until they get to the 80s, but I don't know. Is this going to be what we call, you know, a retracement upward? Because we didn't quite make it to VWAP here. So why are we stopping at these levels? Well, it looks like right after the bell or so, we consolidated here, and the high of that consolidation area was basically the low of where we just stopped off now. That's kind of the observation I'm making. So do we hold here and then possibly move back into 39.70s here on the MES contract? Well, we'll see. But I'm taking the long on Microsoft in anticipation of that possible retracement. There we go. Now we're printing into the mid-70s. Not bad. We'll take off another little piece here. So now we are holding 57% of the trade, looking for some printing in the 80s. Let's have a look at some small caps, because we've been talking about big caps, except for that APGN stock we were trading earlier. What's going on here? GMVD, you heard Luca talking about that one. This one kind of giving back the goods all the way back down now into that 450 level, but finding a bit of a bounce and retracing all the way up to VWAP at around 617. Look at all these rejections off VWAP. Those were all would have been money if we had taken those. A couple of now downside halts and one upside halt. Obviously, this wouldn't be GMVD if it hadn't been halting midday. So this one looking like more of a short to me anyway, because it's still below VWAP. So I won't be taking any longs on this. I'll continue to nurse the long on Microsoft and play some of these big cappers, Luca.
Yeah, somebody asking thoughts on CCL. Nothing crazy, man. Nothing crazy. It's pretty, it's in floating territory. So yeah, it's kind of floating. But it did have that kind of nice relief bounce to the upside, and now it's just like floating. I really do feel like it's floating to 10. I feel like this thing just wants to get to 10, and then after that, it's like your guess is as good as mine. That's kind of the vibe that it's giving me right now. You know, giving the sell-off with volume chopping around, and then now just floating, right? The main thing to remember is obviously, you know, when in doubt, zoom out. You know, this is kind of what I'm looking at over here and over there. Oh, sorry, not that. Don't mind that one. Let me just delete this one very quickly. Yeah, so it's kind of like the bottom is like, you know, that 8. It doesn't really, like it all, it did, but then it kind of reclaimed it. Now it's like, it feels like we could just float into 10, and then, you know, resistance is like 11, 1150, right? So in the grand scheme of this thing, you know, when you're really zooming out, remember, this was way up over here. Why does this say add text? That's not supposed to be there. But yeah, that's kind of the channel that it's in. I feel like it's on the path to get to 10. From an intraday perspective, I don't like it at all. That's why I'm not trading it. It's not on my board today. Maybe there's a decision to be made at 10. I mean, if we get to 10, I can probably scalp it. There's probably going to be a lot of volume at that level. I'm assuming that's where options are. But right now, it is just kind of floating, nothing too crazy. I'm already in this gap short that is now going to, what, squeeze me just because it's like, oh, we'll fill you because we're going a heck of a lot higher. It's like, oh, thanks for that. And I told myself I'm not going to average. I feel like I just take the L on this. Yeah, you know what? Let me just get out of this because this is probably a high day punch. We do probably go back down, but I don't even care. I just want out of that trade. Sometimes I'm just like, just get me out of this trade, man. Get me out of this. I don't want to be in it anymore. But now that I'm out of GPS there, let me just add to Apple over here because I think Apple bounce is imminent. Wait, Netflix earnings next week. Usually Netflix earnings comes out first. They're the earlier ones to report. And I want to say it's either Tuesday or I think it's Tuesday. Usually they do Tuesday earnings. So yeah, rallying into earnings when no one wants to hold into earnings. You know what it is? It's a gamble. I feel like the long into earnings has been the thing for like ever. Like, you know, 10 years, 20. Now maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm just kind of making this up here. But I feel like the long into earnings and then the bid is generally strong in earnings no matter what. But obviously, like this past year, you can't fight the Fed. Inflation, you know, liquidity is a little bit less there. So it's just been an interesting market to be a part of, and I'm not really too sure what to think. But somebody's saying one of the Fed guys is speaking right now. Yeah, I mean maybe. Bostic. Oh, Bostic is speaking. So yeah, say something good and make my longs go up, and don't talk about Macy's at all, which I'm assuming they will not. Let's just see where SPY is because I don't know if I'm. Yeah, no, I definitely missed that fill. Where's the low on this? 86? Yeah, no, I'm canceling that bid because last thing I need is a flush down and I get that fill too early. You know what I should be doing though? 91s. Yeah, I'm gonna bid 391 for this. Maybe there's like some miracle that it goes down, fills me at 391, and then pops right back up. I'll be watching that position like a hawk. If I do get the fill, if we just go up from here, no problem. I'm basically long Apple, long Tesla. Just picked up a decent size on Apple right there. Now I hope I'm not covering at the 50. I'm aiming for 80s and even dollars up there. So
yeah, Microsoft
yeah, if that
too.
That would be great if that comes to
Microsoft too, guys. Taking that 50 break, scalping into the 80s for a little 30-penny winner. Kind of paper-handed this trade though. Saw a little bit of a move down. Didn't like the chart pattern that I saw on the futures, so got out of the remaining position in the high 70s. But now it's looking like it's going to test the 90s. So we'll see what this one does. I don't know. I just. The bounce looks quite anemic here on the ES. I'm not really like very pleased with it at the moment. Then when I look at some of these other stocks, it looks like Apple, looking for a bounce off VWAP as well. So it looks like that is the play at the moment, the bounce here on the market. But I don't know why I got out. I just didn't like how Microsoft was looking. So took the 30-penny winner and got out of Dodge, so to speak. But that is it for me. I'm no longer in any trades. Positive on 3, negative on 1. Mara is my only loser. That flush against me went quite, I got shaken out of this one. Let's just be honest about it. Let's put the Mara, where's the Mara chart? Let's go. Yeah, this is the Mara chart here. We get that long. We don't get that dip trade at 505. That was really what I was banking on to get a little bit of a better ACB. Don't get it. Stops right at 505. It doesn't fill me. We get a little out top wick though. High of day. That's where I got the most out, that 522. And then I paper-handed this one. I felt like it was going to be a flat bottom breakdown. Have a look at this. This is the move down, then the consolidation sideways. I'm like, yeah, this is going to turn right now. So I got out of the rest of that. But it held 5. It broke to like 498, but it, all intents and purposes, held 5. And now, look, we're creating new highs as we make a newer high above this peak. So anything above 520, 522, that's going to be great for the longs, I feel, on Mara. This one up, I guess, in sympathy with all the other stocks for crypto that are up today. I see coin. Let's bring down the watch list real quick and have a look at what crypto, the crypto watch list is up to. Here we go. Where is it? Crypto. Yeah, MSTR, MicroStrategy's up 12%. Coin up 17 and a 0.75%. GBTC, haven't traded this one in a while. Decent volume too, 3 million shares, up 11%. The only one that's red is SI for some reason, and we know why, because that goes back to last week about customer deposits, etc. You guys know the story. ETH up 10.5%. Mara, this is the one we're on, obviously, up 27%. Riot, Mara, these ones that were interchangeable. Riot Blockchain, Marathon Technologies, 21%. And BTBT up 28. Remember, this is a penny stock. I remember when this was like $8 or $9, maybe even more. BTPT now not even holding that $1 level, but a lot of green on the market today. You guys saw a sector watch. I have nothing I'm looking at the moment, but Microsoft continues to make new highs, showing me up like the paper-handed trader that I am.
I just want to quickly say that I put the espresso on my screen, and as soon as I did that, beside Apple stock, it started to go up. So I'm like, come on, Apple. Use this espresso, channel it to the upside, and starting to work. So yeah, I'm a happy camper, man. Long Apple, long Tesla, short Macy's, everything in the money. What a time, man. What a time. I love, as a day trader, when everything is in the money, your life is easy. You're just sitting back. You're looking at profits. They can be taken away from you, obviously, which Apple, wait, hold on a sec. Let me just put this. I should be putting this like right over here. This is the line of defense. This espresso right here. I'm buying more if we get to 21s. That was a part of the plan. And yeah, selling, I really wanted 80s and 30s. So go down, no problem. I will buy more right there. So yeah, no, we're going to see. Yeah, I have wild trading strategies. No, this is, guys, I know. No, I'm not going to say that. I'm never going to say I know what I'm doing. I'm going to say I don't know what I'm doing. But this is the plan, man. The plan is to buy the dips and sell the rips. It's been working. Rage TV called it initially. Sticking to that plan. It's probably going to work. And I'm just kind of helping it with that last line of defense with the espresso over there. So we're going to see what happens. Racer X9, welcome to the Trader TV family. Hopefully you're enjoying the show. If you're watching for the first time, my name's Luca, Scalp Demon. Not so much today, but most other days. And yeah, man, all we ask for likes. We got 2,600 here. Things are going well. I'm having a day. Banking that money, for the most part. Biggest L that I have today is the Macy's trade. You are only as good as you're losing trades, and I have so few. No, I'm kidding. I take L's all the time, man. I don't know if you caught where that one was from.
Oh, I like it.
Yeah, Wolf of Wall Street over there. But
Confidence was flying.
yeah, guys, this was, if you're tuning in for the first time, this was just, I was just like relentless. I'm not covering, but I was sweating. It was so painful. I'm holding the last piece. I did cover majority over here, which was basically break even and then make some of my money back. But yeah, I'm waiting for the flush down on that one.
Interesting little development. Disney at day's highs right now. This news coming about half an hour ago. Bob Iger, let me just bring this one down, telling Disney employees they must return to the office 4 days a week. Obviously, I don't know how investors feel about that, but we are at day's highs for a reason. 95.70 now, while most big cap tech a little bit off day's highs. Here's the chart on Disney. Looks like we are up a percentage, 1.75%, 1.8%. I don't have a trade on this, just thought I would share that little news headline in case anybody of our viewers is long or looking to swing this trade. Let's get this one off for the moment and have a look at these big cappers. I don't know, man. I'm starting to believe less and less in this current uptrend on these big tech names. Yeah, we're not below VWAP though on the ES March contract, but we are looking to make newer low. A newer low would be the break of that 39.54 to the sell side. VWAP on my chart is at 39.51, so right ahead of that half point level, 39.50. I want to see proof, baby. I mean, obviously it is a long day, and anybody short here, obviously you're going against the trend, but for the moment, I don't know. I'm going to stay clear of Microsoft. I was looking at re-entering here Microsoft, but I'll stay clear of that. I'll continue to look for better setups. Some of these small cappers are doing bubkiss though. GMVD still holding below. VWAP not really giving us that opportunity to punch in on the long side there in case this one can stay open. I mean, it's been open for a while, so we'll see if that one can sustain itself. The other one though that I was looking at was that RN, what was it? AD something, yeah, APGN. This one, I'm really focusing on that 180 short. It's at VWAP now, but it doesn't look like it's got a lot of legs to the high side. The volume is definitely decreasing on this one. It has been since basically 10 a.m. this morning and hasn't broke really much above this trend line. Yeah, I like to draw trend lines sometimes on the volume charts to give me an idea of when the volume really has shifted. So far, nothing. We've seen periods of volume where we got some decent volume, almost a million shares in that 3-minute candle, but still nothing sustained. I'm reluctant to put any resting orders below that 180 area in order to take advantage of that 180 break. The reason I say that is because I'd like to get the higher end of the range to give myself a bit of a buffer. That's number one. Number two, we saw wick below that 180. I think it went down to 176, yeah, and then retraced right up to that $2 level. So I don't want to get caught in that wick. I feel like a lot of these VWAP retracements were met with a lot of sellers, so it looks like as if buyers and sellers are stepping in at the bottom and top ends of this range. So my thinking on this one is to try to figure out if it's going to hold below that $2 level for the meantime, take a short off that $2 level and try to ride it at least minimum 20 pennies to that 180 and maybe even beyond. I'm looking here earlier. It looks like the low that we made most recently at around 1030 or so was at 175. So yeah, not much of a range between the area where we can't break that 180 and the price support at 175. But I think probably a lot of movement will come into play once this one breaks and holds below a level. So that's my thinking on that. Zaharin Zamani, I hope didn't butcher your name. He says, Manu moving up, Qatar fund interested in buyout. Yeah, I actually heard something about that the other day. Let's have a look at Manu here real quick. Let's flip, let's change the Mara chart because Mara's not doing anything. Manu, my most hated rival after Tottenham. Okay, here we go. So we got a big move up when we do not much the rest of the day. We kind of consolidate all below VWAP. Then the volume comes in again. Look at that. That 1 3-minute candle over 700,000 shares done. But you have an immediate retracement sell. So 25, 24 to the high side, comes all the way back down into 24, barely holding 24 at the moment. 24.20 is where we're at now. But we had a big move earlier in the day. I mean, I think this Qatar news is from earlier. I definitely don't think It's from recently. Let me check real quick my blotter to see what the news is. Liverpool said to be in buyout targets. Actually, no, you're right. That news came in at 108. So, yeah, right now basically it came in. So I guess that is newer piece of news. But the algos have already read it.
I'm long.
And
let's go.
Yeah, there you go. Luca's long.
Yeah, I don't
The
know. I know this
algos
could,
obviously
rip down, but let's
took
see.
that initial spike. I hope you can ride that high, baby.
Yeah, no, that's, I'm long. I'm long on that. And we're going to see, I mean, close to 24. I'm giving myself room to average into it. But I'm long because, maybe this spikes. Maybe volume comes in. Maybe we get the follow through. I'm going to go for like over 24.50. Like, that'd be great. And I'm just like looking at the volume. It's like a lighter position, so I'm not like too concerned about it. But I feel like I could get the scalp trade on this. So, with that in mind, I am long. Let's see where this one wants to go. Guys, Apple is against me, but not by much. I'm just like looking at my positions right now. I'm willing to add to Apple, so I'm waiting like for a dip. I feel like it's just been holding this level. Look, it comes to VWAP, and then it pops very hard. Doesn't come down. I feel like if we dip, we're going to rip back, and then that's going to be the fuel to the upside. So, yeah, I really want like the below VWAP buy. That would be great there. Bank of America got the fill on it. Very, very slow. Doing a little bit of volume, kind of triggering low of day stops. The kind of inflation news that you guys just saw, Trader Gordon posted, we just discussed, kind of dip and then rip. I'm going for like, if I can get 10s or 12s, basically the 50 period in front of it. I'm not going to be too greedy with that one. And waiting for Apple to fill more. Tesla working. Man U is just kind of slow here. This should not break back through 24. And the reason why I like it is because, like, look where it was before. It was just at 24. Then it moved up on the news, back down, and I just feel like, there's potential that I could scalp this back to the upside. If I can't, if I'm going to be wrong, like I'm going to lose a little bit, feels like just over 1.5 to 1. So kind of structuring that accordingly. We're going to see where that one goes. But yeah, so 4 longs on board, 1 short, waiting for a few other positions. I guess my SPY long is not going to be a thing anymore. So I was bidding 391 for like the quick dip. Like, see this move down? Like, I wanted this to go all the way to 391, fill me, and then go back up. Like, I feel like that was like a stink bid, free money type thing. Maybe it's not going to work, so I'm canceling that one for now. We're going to revisit it. Maybe, because now the market's at 390.50. Maybe, you know what? Actually, I'm going to start a position here, but there's going to be a way smaller size on the market. I just kind of want to line it up with 39.50. If we sell through this without a bounce, then whatever, I'll be wrong on it, and we'll go from there.
Yes, sir. Let me just move my private communications out of the way here from everybody. Okay, short again, APGN. I'm cruising for a bruising on this one. Positive on it, but gave up some last time. But I'm looking for that double top that's brewing here off 2 and possible move down. I mean, and I waited for it to break and hold below VWAP in the money now, but I'm definitely looking for that aggressive move down. We've seen it happen before. In fact, we've seen it happen so many times that I'm going to have resting orders this time around to take advantage. So I'm in an oversized position on this one because it is a $1.95 stock. So let's go ahead and cover some of these positions. I'm short 95s. I'm going to cover some at 80. I want to cover some at 89s. And that will be my first out. And then I'll cover some in the low 80s. We'll see what this one does. I've got a stop right above that too. So I'm going to give this one literally 6 pennies. 195 is where I got in. I'm getting out 201. And I gave it a bit of a buffer to 202, 1 penny buffer between the stop and between the limit price. I want this one bad. Let's go. Let's get that double top and manifest what I want to happen. All right, Man U coming back into that 24 area. This might be an interesting area to get long. It also happens to be, where a lot of the price action peaked off earlier in the day. Look at this peak here that we had right before that news catalyst came out. It was at 24.05. I wonder if it could hold this level. If it can, this might be an interesting long, but spready a little bit at times. Not at the moment, but I tried to punch in long here. Thankfully, it didn't fill in the 24.30s right when Luca got long.
Yeah, I would like to return my shares, please. Can I just return them? Yeah, guys, I'm
like
out of that
every
trade.
United fan ever.
I'm taking the. You know what? I'm like long right away, and wrong right away. I'm okay with it though. Like it is what it is. The thing is up, down, up. Like should have went right away because it went down. I was like, okay, I'll just keep the same stop. I'm not going to punch like 6s or whatever by the time I see it there. But yeah, that is wrong. That is wrong, is what it is. But you know what? It's okay because SPY is working for me, and I did add to it because I'm like, no, this one feels like it could be good. If we can get back above VWAP, I'll consider one more add. And I think if this holds, if 39.50 holds, then I'm eyeing like high a day, so like 39.65. So yeah, we'll see if that one wants to work. And then Apple, adding to this one as well. I hope it goes lower, but I guess not. I'm gonna have to stick with the size that I have. So if Apple works and the market works and Tesla keeps working, I am looking good here. I'm looking good. BAC is kind of like flat. I don't know if that pop was real over there, but I guess I should have offered 09s. Not really too concerned, but yeah, this one is. I don't really have an out on this, but I don't want it to break 34. That's basically the thought on that one. It's a sell the news event. Well, yeah, it's not really like sell the news. Like my trade was more of like scalp this, like long, in, out. I'm either going to be wrong right away or right away. Moving on to the next, man. Moving on to the next. The market is moving back to the upside.
Yeah.
So I am a happy camper, to be honest.
That VWAP bounce looks good on the ES. I don't know if you're watching the ES. But
well, that's why I'm long.
Yeah, okay.
That's why I'm long.
You actually got.
Well,
did you actually get the bottom of that?
I did, yeah. But that's the thing.
Yeah.
This is this VWAP on the SPY right now is not as accurate as the VWAP on the market. So I'm long. I am long from VWAP. That is basically why I'm long over there. So yeah, we're gonna see.
I mean, you want to get into that? Like, I mean, personally, I follow. I don't know what you follow, but I follow the ES March contract. That's what I base my most of my big cap market.
Yeah, for sure.
Trending trades. Some people use the NQ, obviously. I mean, and they use the levels off there. I know there's a lot of degree of similarity between them, but this is what I prefer to use. I mean, what do you use? Are you using the ES?
It's for sure. Like. ES, NASDAQ, you want to use them in confluence with your large cap trades because large caps make up the index, man, and that's what the futures are based on. So yeah, you want to kind of use that. Chief117 asking, what indicators are they using other than VWAP? So for myself, the dark blue line is the 50 period. I took that from Shawn. I never really had it there before. Shawn's like, bro, you have to have it there. Like, this is a level. And I put it on there and haven't looked back since. It's pretty solid. So yeah, dark blue line is the 50 period, simple moving average. Light blue line is like a 13 EMA or a 9 EMA, something around there. Those are like just kind of showing short-term trend. I don't really use indicators to base my trades on, but I do understand that if this thing is respecting the 50 period, then like if I'm long for a scalp trade, where should I cover? It should be the 50 period. Now, because of my SPY trade, because I'm long VWAP, because I think there's more potential, I'm not going to cover the 50 period. But most of the time, that's kind of what I look to do, right? So for example, Apple is now above the 50 period, and with this trade, because I am kind of more shares on it, I am just gonna, take some off at the 50 period over here because it's just been riding it, and every time it gets above it, it kind of sells off below. So whether people are long the way I'm long, like where's their target? Yeah, maybe it's the 50 period. So I'm just kind of punching out of random amounts of size. But I do think we could actually get back to the upside. Like this long is essentially the same long as the SPY long that I have. But because I'm just kind of long SPY and I'm saying like we can go up, I want to hold this one for at least like a 393. So I'm going to make sure that I have like closer to 393 for like my first outs on this one. And then Apple will be like my scalp hat on where I'm just kind of like adding, covering. I think my best out will probably be 133 if we can get there.
That's being said in the chat.
Yep.
Chicago 1807 says those averages are useless. And I know that perspective comes in. I know a lot of people want to say, they don't really have anything to do with anything. It's a random price action, this and that. But when you observe a stock, I mean, forget about the math aspect to it. There's a whole foundation for that, and I get it. But when you observe a stock constantly bouncing off a certain level, and it's giving you, and it's repeating itself. So, I mean, then you have to assume, obviously, that there's going to be a reason for that. Now, some of the times, it's the math that he's talking about. It's like a mean reversion area, and that indicator happens to capture that quite well. But a lot of the other times, it's other people looking at what you're looking at, and then it kind of becomes, not really a self-fulfilling prophecy. That's not what I'm trying to say. But the more eyes are on it, the more people that are, basing their trades off those levels, the more they're going to come into play, and the more you can use them. So I don't know if it's fair to say that they're completely useless. I mean, I've been trading for almost 2.5 years now, and I can see a lot of the times I do respect those levels. VWAP, constantly we get bounces. off VWAP projections, off VWAP. This happens daily. So, I mean, the more times you see it, the more obviously you become a believer. But I don't know what your experience has been like, but try not to write everything off like that. Try to keep an open mind, and especially if you're newer in this game. Okay, APGN, we just get filled, baby. Exactly what I thought would happen. We had that flush. That's why we had resting orders there. One of them gets filled. One of them doesn't quite make its way down there. But yeah, this one has been very range bound. So that $2 level comes in. It breaks 2 by a little bit to kind of fake you out in case you have your stop above 2, and then immediately flushes and proceeds to flush right thereafter. How many times does that happen? Once, twice, 3 times. We're on the 3rd time now. So I could get everything out here, or I could continue to keep my stop right at that $2 level, because you know, the flush could come any time. It could come now, it could come on the next rejection. I'll just stay in this trade since I have the higher end of this range. I've got the 195, and we're printing in the mid 180, the high 180s. So it's about a 10 penny range until it's not. There we go. Now we break down into the low 80s. Beautiful. And now I'm looking for the other piece coming here in the mid 80s. We'll see if it gets filled. But the main level that I really want to hold out for is that 180 level. If we can break that 180 level south, I think there is a really nice flush trade to be had here. And the beautiful thing about APGN, it really doesn't follow the market. It does whatever it wants. What are you snickering about, Luca?
No, I'm laughing because so Chicago was like, those averages are useless.
Yeah.
And then you went into like the whole thing. And then he was like, he or she, not too sure, but was like, bro, I didn't want my comment to be pinned.
Well, and why do you write it? I mean, you put it in the public forum, someone's going to address it,
hey,
right?
Exactly.
I don't mean to put you on blast. That's not what I mean at all.
Because other people think the same thing. That's why if somebody says something, I'm just assuming that there's like other people with the same questions, and I'm like, oh, this is a great question. This is great to address, because the main thing is like, look, the moving averages are, you know, just math, right? They're just following price action. It's like, oh, what is like the last 50 candles showing you if you smoothed it out and put a line there, right?
Exactly.
That's essentially what it is.
Yep.
But keep in mind that robots, that's how they think. They think in probabilities. They are very mathematically based. And so, you know, that's why kind of I'm like long below. This is essentially a moving average, because in theory, it will always revert back to the mean. That is essentially what like a mean reversion strategy is. Yeah, and then you sort of apply like where it should be used with size, where it shouldn't. You know, if we're looking at small caps as an example, let me just pull up APGN. You know, APGN, you could look at them. They're up on the day. Are they strong? Is it going to give you 20, 30% retracement back to the mean? Maybe you're using VWAP. Maybe you're using, you know, the longer time frame. Maybe you use like a 15-minute or whatever it is. So you kind of put the odds in your favor by saying, okay, small cap, garbage company. They don't have cash. They're probably going to do a raise. When's the next time their stock's going to be up? What's the institutional ownership? Do institutions believe in them or not? You say all these things, and then you kind of like apply mean reversion. Whereas like an Apple, mean reversion is more of like it's kind of like a looser, like, okay, yeah, like I think we're going to get back there. And see how I'm like covering, and let me just fix this. For anybody that uses Day Trade the World, anytime you get a dark pull wick, like this didn't print 125, obviously. You just kind of come here, you go 1251, you change this 132 point, call it 25. That's probably like the lowish area, and it removes it, right? So anyways, yeah, long, and then covering the 50 period, and it gives you like that little like move down. So like on a day like today where like volume is kind of light, the guy was speaking, it went up, it went back down, VWAP's holding, now maybe we're going to slowly go to the upside. It's like I just feel like as people are trying to get out of their trades above the 50 period, then like the robots react, the bids kind of lighten up, it flushes back down, but not to say that the long is wrong. It's just like that is like my first cover target. Okay, it goes down, now it's going back to the upside. I already took these fills, so now I'm kind of discretionary. I want this to get to like 132.80. I think it's going to float there. So yeah, that's kind of what I'm targeting on that one. Pretty good there. BAC, I don't even love this position, and we're at the 50 period now, so I'm in the money. I'm just going to punch out of that. Nothing crazy. That was basically a flat trade, even though I made money. Yeah, market is now above the 50 period as well. I think I might as well just like take off some here, because like I'm dying to take it off. So I mean, why not, right? Take some off here. I would love just 330, 393. Like give me 393. I'll be like lovely on that one. 393, or at least closer to 393.
How many times am I going to get dip trades in front of my levels and not get filled? I mean, I hate having
every
that
time,
level,
man.
right? Like,
time.
it's so frustrating because it has to cross, right?
50% of the time.
And that's
every
exactly
time.
what happened to me on APGN as Luca puts it into lyrics there. Yeah, you know, we're getting more lower, consistently lower highs on APGN. So if there's a trend change forming here or the double top kind of taking effect, it kind of looks like it might be the time. We're also having newer lows print as well. So a bit both there, lower highs and lower lows. But that's more of the micro trend still. We need the macro trend to break, and that's going to be the break of 180. That will really be, you know, the sustained move down, unless obviously we're getting set up and it gets bought up again. That's what I'm looking at. That's the only trade I'm in at the moment. Some of these big cappers, though, are really starting to go. I see Amazon here. I see Tesla. I said that right. Even Google just broke that $90 level. Google had been having trouble
Tesla,
breaking.
let's go.
Yeah, had been having trouble
Okay, I
breaking
gotta
that
cover this,
89.90. What's going on, Luca?
I think I have an offer at Tesla, 124. I think we're thank you to whoever said that. I'm like, I should be like watching my P&L a little bit more here, or my positions, I should say. We're making that run to 124. That is my target for Tesla, the 124, and then I'll just reevaluate it for more trades. Hopefully can get that. Give me that 50 more cent winner. That would be great.
Give me my money.
Thank you for the super chat. Verb Technology looks insane.
What is
easy
that?
Easy money, easy 50 cents. I don't like the word
What's
easy
SEK
in
though?
trading.
I'd like to know. I'm just curious.
That's a
in
good
that way.
question. I do not trade
I'm gonna Google it. You
currencies. I
keep
should
going.
know
I'll
that.
Google it.
Yeah, Google that quickly. I don't know about this one, but I'll just take a quick look at it. Maybe runs into resistance at like 30 cents. Kind of feels like it's breaking to the upside.
Swedish Corona.
Oh, is
Am I
that
saying
like
that right? Krona?
Krona?
Krona.
Yeah, Krona.
Am I saying it right, chat? Krona.
Krona,
Is it?
yeah.
It's not Corona because there's no OR. It's Krona. All right.
Regardless, thank you so much for that.
Yeah,
We do
of
appreciate
course.
super chats. We reinvest everything back into the show to put on a better production for everybody. Yeah, 30 cents maybe get that resistance coming into play. It's just like that's where we kind of sold off. Then if we get there, it's probably like resistance. I don't know. Does it do a multi-day run? Volume is somewhat light on the notional side of things, so yeah, something to consider on that one. So I would just just watch that there. So Tesla is like on the uptrend.
Kroner. I'm a bit of an oddball. No, it is because I remember Seinfeld. Putty went to Sweden with Elaine, and he kept looking at the krona. He's like, "There's 1 kroner. There's a half kroner." Yeah. So
Maybe,
yeah. Seinfeld fans, shall be on the chat. Do you guys know the episode I'm talking about where they end up getting in a huge fight, and then they break up on the airplane, and then Putty gets a new girlfriend on the airplane, and Elaine gets crazy jealous. Hilarious episode. Love that episode. Again, Luca. Bottom wick to 185 on APGN. I don't get filled, but I feel this one is really setting up to plummet. Let's go, APGN. Pay me my shorts. I know you want to break that 186, and I know you want to break that 180 level after that. We just need a little bit more selling there, but below VWAP, setting up for that flat bottom breakdown, and I'm going to be patient on this one. I don't want to take profits ahead of where I have my resting order now, Luca.
Yeah.
Kramer was the best.
Kramer,
of course.
Kramer was the best. Like he's just such a great actor, man. It's yeah, no, I love Seinfeld, and I'm like, it's funny that I didn't remember that episode off the top of my head, but
yeah,
no, it is coming back to me there. Okay, now I was gonna say something and I totally forgot what I was gonna say.
The best part is like when he squints too and he looks at the change, like he has that squinting thing.
Yeah.
Right? Come on, Putty.
Tesla. What do I do with this one? Do I just sell it?
Where are we
you know
on
what?
Tesla here?
We're still working. If we hold 23s, I think there's a chance that I'm gonna change my offer on that because I don't even care about like 20 cents, like because I'm in the money on this. Yeah, if we can like break another high a day, 123.69, hopefully get that fill, and then reevaluate from there. It is holding trend. I think we get another pop up. Market is okay right now, kind of holding. So yeah, if Tesla can break like 123.50-ish area, then great. I'm gonna get out above that. This is the last piece that I was holding for this move, guys. I was holding this from over here, added, covered, going for the 124 push. These pretzels are making me thirsty. Yeah, I remember that, yeah, for sure. SPY trade is back down now. See, this is why I have to cover. I don't want this to go against me. I don't want this to go against me. Where's the market right now? No, it still looks good. Okay, no, I'm holding myself accountable. I'm holding the shares. I'm holding for the move. Let's go to the upside. If anything, I just scaled down on this Apple trade, but Apple's still pretty good. Still pretty good. I'm not going to add yet, and maybe if we go lower, then I'll add. Yeah, Tesla's looking a bit heavy. That's the thing. I keep going back here. You know what? No. I feel like the right thing to do.
We're
I'm
on high
covering
days
Tesla
though on
here.
Tesla. To be fair, I mean,
Yeah, I'm just covering here. I'll just take it. Somebody was like, you know what it is? If I have to pull it up so many different times, I don't even care if it goes higher. I'm covering that trade, locking in the win. Pretty good there. Somebody's saying added Exxon. We could have a look. XOM here.
Yeah, energy was moving this morning. I don't know what it's doing now.
I don't want to really dabble in this one. I'll have a quick look at it, and then I can pass it back to you for a look.
I'll tell you,
this
it's down 1.5%.
Yeah, this is just kind of like riding the downtrend here. I don't know what to think with this one. I mean, it's respecting the 50 period. Eventually, do we turn around? What?
Well,
No, but
Brenda
oil
was
closes at
saying,
2, right?
Every time, apparently, Oxy hits that $60 level, Uncle Warren's hitting the buy button, apparently.
Is he?
That's
You
regulatory
think he's
filings
still
have been showing
buying?
that. Well, it's not. I'm thinking.
Is he
it's what the
buying the whole
regulatory
company?
filings have been showing.
What if I do Oxy? Okay, let's have a look here. Oh, did it hit
What are we gonna
60
get?
today?
Where are we
it's-
at?
Yeah, okay. What am I doing?
It's all good. Oxy,
right.
guys, is at 64.34.
Yeah, maybe you
so
wanna pull
we're-
it up on your
Yeah,
side,
that's
because,
okay. I'll just bring down the watch list chart here. So Oxy, let's have a look at what Oxy's been doing at that $60 level and see if there's any water to this this statement that Uncle Warren's been hitting the buy button around 60. Let's go to the daily. And yeah, look at that, Luca. I mean, you don't really need to be an excellent chart extraordinaire to see we bottomed out there at 60. Not so much on this time. I mean, we didn't break it by much. 57.57 was this low, but the most recent low here made January 4th, and nothing below that, nothing before that, I mean, hit that 60. A lot of support at that 60 level. You had that on the 3rd as well, the first trading day of the year. We had 60 come into play, it got bought up. Yesterday it got bought up. Not yesterday, sorry, the 4th it got bought up. The 5th it got bought up. And these are all areas that were close to the $60 level. So we'll see. Regulatory filings are showing that he is buying Oxy hand over fist at those levels. But whether it continues to go up, it's had a year. It's had a really good, not year, it has had a good past 365 days. We're in New Year, obviously. But obviously energy was the big winner of 2022. Goes without saying, the war, etc., China reopening and shutting down again. It's been all these and more for oil. L.O. Loft Jr. says, you guys are the best. Wanted to ask, I'm holding Roblox in my long-term account, TFSA. Nice, I know what a TFSA is because I'm Canadian. It's my smallest position, but down 40%. What to do, hold or put the capital to work elsewhere? Obviously, just want to preface everything by saying I'm not a fundamental analyst and I'm not qualified to give advice, but let's have a look at what the chart says and we'll talk about some more macro issues as well. Obviously, a lot of people are getting into Roblox, initially for the gaming aspect of it. That's what the move was during the pandemic. A lot of kids were on that. My niece and nephew were on that as well. And then you had the metaverse aspect of it come into play. A lot of people betting on the metaverse. There's a metaverse ETF. You have, what's called Facebook or Meta investing all sorts of CapEx into the metaverse. So, Roblox stands, at least from my understanding, stands to benefit from some of that. So it looks like we created lows here at 25.32. I want to say 25.32 is the low. 25.32 looks like to be the not all-time low. We got lower here. So here we got to $20. So it looks like the all-time low that we've had on Roblox is at $20 area. We are trading in the low 30s, 31.38, and we had a 29.41 bottom. So it looks like to be curling up. Now, just from a technical analysis perspective, you need to create new highs here in order to change the trend. First thing you want to do is you want to reclaim that 50 period. Once you reclaim that
Yeah, I'm
50
watching
period, then
Apple.
you know you may have a new micro trend brewing here, or maybe even more of a macro trend. Then the second thing you want to do is you want to create a higher high. That higher high is going to come at around that $36 area above this peak here. And then the third thing you want to do is you want to reclaim that 200. A lot of buying systems and a lot of fundamental analysts are looking at that 200 period moving average. Don't let that sway you. Chicago earlier saying these averages don't mean for much, maybe on an intraday time frame, but definitely I know that a lot of long-term analysts and some of these bigger institutions are looking at these levels, 200 period. That 200 period right now is at that 41. That may change. So you're looking for some of these macro changes to kind of take effect. Now, an intraday trade or a swing looks good, at least for the moment, but watch out for a ceiling here as it reaches the 50 period. That's what happened on this time, that back in December 13th, you had reached the 50 period and reject off that, and it sold off aggressively subsequent to that. There was another couple of retracements here. Look at what it does around the 200 period here. I mean, rejects off that level, then we have several rejections off the 50 period. So yeah, I don't have an opinion about the metaverse. I don't know enough about it, but obviously these are the catalysts, and whatever your perspective is on that, do it. Dave Campbell asking what's up with kale. I'll have a look at that in a second. Saad Mahmoud saying, Sharif or Luca, do you guys have a good source to analyze dark pool volumes or level 2s? Do you have anything like that?
Well, you should check with your broker.
Yeah.
Like, ask if they have like access to like the data and stuff, like where the prints are and all that stuff. There's no great source for that.
Not that I know.
Like, you have to ask the broker if they want to give you that stuff. You probably have to pay for like API if you can like code and get that information.
Yeah, I mean, I know that the dark pool, the wicks and the prints there on P Pro 8, anybody using P Pro 8 or P Pro in general knows that you have access to dark pools. They show up on your tape. They show up, I don't know if they show up on the level 2, but they show up on the chart. So yeah, we definitely have access to that. It's going to be, I'll tell you from IBKR's perspective, I'm not sure if they do or don't, because some institutional orders at 8 a.m. show up, and then some other times I'll look at the chart on P Pro 8 and I'll compare it to IBKR, and they don't correspond. So some stuff shows up, sometimes it doesn't. All right, now let's get quickly here to Tesla, because for some reason I have this stock up and it just shot up 123.50.
I'm like waiting for 132 to break.
Now down to 122.5. Are you talking to me or talking to yourself?
No, but I know people are wondering like what's the plan with Apple. So this is the move that I know this could be news related. That's why I'm like asking if there's any like news, if anybody hears me right now.
On Apple?
Not on Apple, no, on the market, because we just kind of like started to really just sell off. But I planned for this. This is the move down that I wanted, and it's like now that it's happening, I'm like, did things change? Should I be not? Like the market's like really selling off here. So yeah. I'm gonna work with what I got. I'm not like in panic mode per se right now. I think we like give a rip back. If this keeps going down, then yeah, man. That's why I was like kind of murmuring under my breath, saying like, I can feel the pain coming. Yeah, man. It is. I don't know, but I don't have an out. I'm kind of watching this. If we keep selling off right now, for whatever reason, then yeah, I know somebody posted in the chat saying the Fed is going to raise 1%. 100% in February, but I don't know if that's 100% true. I don't know if Brendel sees any of that information there, or if anybody. No? Okay, yeah, so that's not okay. So this is just the move that I expected to happen here. So I am going to be patient with this one, and hopefully, I do not get my face ripped off, because once a day, like rip my face off once a day, and then put it back, and then don't rip it off again if you can. But yeah, man, the market will do what the market wants to do. I know he's speaking there, so I just don't know what he's saying. But yeah, let the market tell me what's going to go on here. I think we could bounce back. So I do not hate the long, and I know like the stops were below 132. Those triggered. Now the real question is, does the follow-through selling happen, or do we now go back up in reverse? So yeah, the SPY trade, which I'm like light on, so I'm not really too worried. I'm just going to get out of this trade. Taking the L there, so taking the win, taking the L. Where am I? I'm like down on the name, but it's not by much. That was like very small. I'm only concerned now with this Apple trade, because this is my kind of primary focus. I am basically trying to scalp my way. Now you scalp. Like now I'm like getting ready to like go to town on this. So yeah, good job on anybody who was short. The shorts were good for the time being. We'll see what happens. I am now long Apple, short Macy's. Macy's flat on this position, and Apple getting ready to sell. And I'm just reading Trader Gorno's comment. Ed Bostic, rates will have to remain above 5% for an extended period of time, well into 2024. Yeah, it is big news.
Surprise, surprise.
It
How
is.
many times have they reiterated that same position? The market keeps buying
The market doesn't
up,
believe it, though.
They
Like,
don't
that's the funny
care.
part.
It's just, that's why sometimes I get frustrated and say, oh, a lot of gamblers on Wall Street. It's just like, show me something. But nobody wants to wait until that news item comes in. They want to be first. They want to be the first person to get that. Wow, I got to take this dip trade here on APGN, averaged into this one at the pop of 2. Took that one. There we go into the low 190s. Now I'll just wait for some more downward action. Positive on this one, though, thanks to the average. And that, too, has rejected now once, twice, 3, 4 times off that, too. You know, by rejection, I mean, you know, it can break it by a penny or two, but it'll just shoot right back down off that. Trader Gordon was saying market is pricing in cuts this year at Luca, at Sharif. Yeah, I guess they are, but I don't really know why, because countless times they've come out and said that cuts would not be appropriate into 2023, and sometimes we've heard the terminal rate being as high as 5.5, 5 1/4, which means more upside, which means 1 or 2 more rate hikes. So I don't get what investors are hearing that maybe I'm not hearing. But, you know, you get in a positive maybe jobs number like we did on Friday, where there was a slowdown month over month, and the market's gambling that the Fed will be forced into slower rate hikes or rate cuts because the job market will suffer. We know how this has been, right? The inflation is already there. The decrease in the GDP is already there to show us that we're slowing down. But it's been a resilient, strong jobs market that's really kind of held everybody off from making a declaration that we're in a recession or one is just around the corner. It's been a very resilient job market. And I think that the second that starts to show signs of cracking, you're going to see the market shoot up, because then they'll know that the Fed kind of has reached that terminal rate that we've talked about, and then they're going to have to look at cuts. That's my perspective into it, but the market doesn't always really follow logical thinking, and it kind of does what it wants. And well, obviously, people a lot smarter than me are taking in information and, you know, deciphering it in a way that maybe I don't understand. I think that probably has something to do with why we're always so confused. Trader Gordon also saying once, twice, 3 times a lady. I hear every time he says that at Sharif Cobra. I think the Fed is wrong. Market is right. That being said, I think the market is wrong. What pain would make them cut this year? Yeah, of course. Pain, especially to the lower end of people in the earning spectrum. That's who inflation tends to hurt the most, especially because of the, you know, things being more expensive to own. But at the same time, when the rates go up, the job market gets tightened up. At least that's the idea. And the people living paycheck to paycheck usually are the first hurt, Luca.
Yeah, I am not really sure if this is going to work out for me, but I'm buying this dip like crazy on Apple for the move back. I think reserve seller at 132, so kind of moving to the downside. Maybe not the best idea, obviously everything going to the downside here, but I kind of feel like that reserve seller is going to fill. So we're going to see if I'm wrong on this one, guys. This is now a spicy long.
Meatball.
I could get smoked on this one. It's not going to be fun, but if I do, I do. We'll see. We'll see, man. Yeah, market's turning red. I think you're bored, Luca. No, man, never bored. Just kind of chilling. 20 minutes left on the show. Nursing these positions that I got on board. We're going to see if I can get out or if I can't. I don't know. Sure.
What's up?
No, nothing.
Yeah,
I'm just here like, if this doesn't work for me, I'm going to be sour. I'm going to be sour for the rest of the day. I'm just going to be like,
don't say that.
Boo, boo. That's trading,
You
guys.
still got
That's
power
trading.
hour, Luca. Come on now.
Yeah.
But yeah, you definitely have that VWAP break in the
think I'm
market,
good.
that
It just feels like I'm
39.50 break, the half point level there as well. Interesting. So now we're not obviously near lows. 39.16 is a low of day that was made really early on in the morning. But since the market opened, I want to say 10:15, we haven't been lower than that 39.50. Now we are. So I don't know if there's a trend change happening here. Obviously there is macro. I don't know. Obviously it has something to do with Bostic and what the market has heard. We're not monitoring that, but I'm sure we'll find out later on what was said and what spooked the market so far. But Apple below VWAP now. So Apple looking relatively weak out of the bunch here. You have Meta also below VWAP, but Meta's been
Microsoft
the
is
laggard
strong,
for the
eh?
rest of the day, but now Apple's starting to give up the goods. Apple, what a flat bottom breakdown through the VWAP here on Apple through that 132.25. Now 131.60s. This one's moving quick, giving back the majority of the gains that it had. Now up only 1.5%. You have a similar move being made on Amazon here. This is broken VWAP as well. Google, Tesla, and Microsoft barely holding VWAP. So now you've got 3 below and 3 above. Yeah, we're still printing newer lows, Luca, on this one. So I'll hand it over to you since you are in these trades.
Yeah, that's it's funny how you're like, Apple is going lower, and I was like, Sharif, I don't like your voice right now because I'm
Sorry,
long and I'm
bro.
getting smoked here, so I don't want to hear it, man. I don't want to hear it. But something to note before I do go back to Apple. No, it's all good, man. It's all good. Trading is a zero-sum game. Lots of fun. Yeah, guys, Microsoft. So I had a bid at 2. Where is it here? I think I have it here. Yeah. 229.11 was where my bid was, but it was before. And I'm surprised that with this move down on the market, Microsoft it's like moving down, right? It's moving down, but it's not like selling off like super hard. So now that we're kind of down here, I do want to take a long on Microsoft. I'm just going to jump ahead of that there instead of 11s. And, oh yeah, no, never mind. And yeah, I'm going to take a couple longs here on Microsoft.
Man.
I just feel like the bounce back on Microsoft could be better. Could be a lot better. Yeah, no, I'm going to take a little bit more long here. Yeah, okay, that's a decent long there. And let me check Amazon as well, because this could be. I mean, yeah, guys, market. Look at this, man. Look at this move down. We're dipping. I feel like on the bounce back, I want to be long some of these names. I'm catching a I'm catching a falling knife, guys. Am I gonna get sliced? Who knows? Is it a katana? I have no idea. But I'm gonna be relentless in my dip highs here. Maybe I'm gonna be wrong on this. I'm giving myself room to add a little bit. This is not looking
Chinese
good.
sword, right?
Yeah, katanas are something. If we go into the apocalypse and it's a zombie apocalypse, you want to have a katana.
Okay.
I watched The Walking Dead. She lasted quite long with that katana in hand. So yes, and finally getting the Nvidia long as well here. So yeah, guys, catching a falling knife. This is danger, man. This is danger, but we're gonna see where this one goes. And Sharif, maybe you're looking at something there while I try to figure out my outs on these things.
APGN, Luca, and I'm watching it retrace back to 2 again, and I don't know what it's going to do. Are we going to break through it this time? There's really no higher highs or lower lows to discern. It's literally a sideways level to the high side and the low side. But, you know, it keeps rejecting off too, so if it rejects again, I'm going to have a resting order, maybe in the low 190s to take another piece out. That's probably what I'll do here. Let's go ahead and cover some at 191. You know, this one, you got to have your resting orders because this one wicks down so quickly. I don't know if someone's initiating a new short position above the whole dollar level or what's happening, but you know, they tend to be very violent and very short-lived. The wicks up and the wicks down, by the way, in some of these APGN moves. So that's what I'll do there. I'm still positive on it. A very small position. I've scalped out a third down here. This is I got top wick here through 2. So I'm living well. I mean, and if it breaks through 2 decisively, I'll be out. So that'll give me about 5 pennies or so worth of risk. Tesla continuing to head to the downside. I won't harp too much on these large cappers since Luca is covering them, but what I'll have a look at is some of the stocks showing up on my scanner here. Let's bring down the trusty scanner so you guys can have a look. GMVD still showing up as number 1, obviously, but this one below VWAP, the move was made earlier. APGN, you just heard me talk about. Where is the other one? RVNC. This one was doing some decent volume earlier. It's above VWAP, but it's been very stagnant. I would say like 90% in the morning. So no trade to be had, at least for me on this one. Below that is Fate, FATE. Up nicely, up 25%, and it's like a bit of a slow mover. Here's the chart for that one. It's one stair-stepping up. It looks like we had the breakout range was around 430, 425, and now we're all the way up to 538 high, retracing a little bit now, though, into 530. So off the highs by a little bit, but holding that 50-period moving average for the majority of the morning is Fate. The next one is Mara. You saw me trade this one. This is my only negative stock on the day. I wasn't able to catch some of these dip trades that would give me a better ACB. But that $5 still coming back into play here and holding, at least for the moment. Broke by a penny and then reclaimed right away. But that $5 has been money if you got a drip trade on it on Mara today. Held very well on every occasion. So Mara still playable if you're interested in that range trading. Not much else showing up on my trade AEHR. This one was a mover earlier, not so much right now as the volume dries up on this one. Let's have a look quickly. You know what the story is with the big cappers. They're all retracing. APGN still holding below that too, making me sweat and annoying. You know what out of me. I just want to get out of this one for a small profit. That's why I've got the resting orders in there. Already profitable, very profitable actually on this one. It's my biggest winner on the day, but gave back some money on APGN as a result of this shakeout right here.
Yeah, guys, this is, I'm long Disney from that level that I called before. I'm holding on to this one. I punched out of NVIDIA because I'm just like, too many longs on board. I got to just roll with what I got. The Microsoft long I like a little bit better because I have like a nice VWAP average over here. And then the Apple long is not good, guys. It's not good. I'm giving myself one more ad. I'm just trying to figure, I think 131 test probably imminent here. It's going to be a little bit of pain. But yeah, man, no pain, no gain. We're gonna see what happens. And yeah, I know you guys hear me speaking under my breath here. This is what happens, man. This is what happens, man. Things happen. I just think like we could probably get back to like 80s. We like sell off hard, then we go sideways, then we break trend. Like I need to be patient with this one. I can't just like punch out and take the loser.
Tell him he slept on his left side and the market's going to start buying.
Yeah.
I mean, what else is the market going to buy off?
Apple has a day with 110. Don't say that, man. If it goes to 110 right now and I don't get out of that, whew, that is pain, man. That is pain. But no, Microsoft is looking okay, just under VWAP over here. So that, yeah, let me just, yeah, I think I'm good on Microsoft. I know I'm good on Microsoft. Disney is working. This one feels really good. I'm going to hold this a little bit more because maybe it bounces a little more through 95. And then we're going to see, man. We're going to see where Apple and Microsoft want to go on these ones. Someone's saying, how's your long, my man, Luca? Yeah, it's, where am I here? I'm like 60 cents out of the money on Apple. So it's not looking too good, I tell you that much. But yeah, man, we're going to see. Guys, do not try this at home. Catching falling knives can be painful. Yeah, doing it live is a little more painful, but it's all good, man. All for fun here, and yeah, hopefully this comes through. Please hit the like button for that at least.
Oh yeah,
we got 2,700. We could definitely get to 3K.
Oh, we should be at 3K.
I mean, we got 4,800 people watching. You know, yeah, trying the dip buy off SPY there, yeah, in large caps, exactly. And 4,800 people watching, 2,700 likes.
Let's get that like count, guys, up.
You know,
we're telling you. Okay, last week you guys came through in the biggest way. We're gonna get to look to our right. We're gonna see Shawn yakking. We're gonna see Neil sweating, and it's gonna be all sorts of mayhem over here. And that's a result of you guys.
That's Friday, right?
That's Friday.
Yeah.
Friday during the close. And that was brought on by the fact that you guys smash a like button. So the more you guys smash a like button, the more we'll be able to do stuff like this because you know how it is. The algorithm boosts us up. We get more viewers. More viewers equals more revenue. You guys know the drill. I don't have to teach you. Smash that like button. If you're listening to us on your headset and you got your phone in your pocket, take your phone out. Hit that like button real quick. You won't regret it. So 2,800 likes, guys. Let's get it up to 3,000. All right. We get that fill again on APGN. And exactly in the way that I was just talking about, it wicks down, it flies back up. This stock is annoying. I'm out completely of the stock now. I've made my money back on it. That little L that I took earlier, I was able to make back, thankfully. But this stock definitely range bound. And make sure if you are doing anything with this stock that you're doing it with resting orders. It is too quick to the high side and the low side unless you're Superman or Superwoman with the keys. I'm certainly not, so that's why I've got my resting orders sitting there. All right, so that's the only one that we've got basically on our hopper. And the other ones that are moving are all big cap names, so we'll send it to Luca for that.
Yeah, sure. Guys, Microsoft, I feel like is a way better long at this level. That's just kind of my opinion based on the way it looks. So I did add a little bit more there. So I'm pretty good on the Microsoft position here. If we go up, it's gonna like more than compensate. Apple is just like brutal, man. It's It's just boo. Like, is there like a is there like a boo? Like,
I'll do
we
the
have something
fail
like that?
thing. I'll do that
Yeah,
one.
like,
We
fail,
should have a
throw
boo.
it up. It's a fail. Man, like, yeah, no. I'm gonna give it one more look at the 3120 area. If it doesn't pop, then like I'm rolling with Microsoft, and yeah, I'm just gonna have to cover this Apple. So, but if we go back to the upside, I mean, this is the thing: the market didn't hold, and then it kind of bounces. Like we could easily go back 39.45, which I will be able to like damage control, right? Damage control. So, yeah, guys, if you're win or lose, oh yeah, no, I was gonna say. No, I was gonna say, man, win or lose, that's trading. You know, you gotta roll with it. Sometimes good, sometimes
I love it. I
not
love
so
it.
good.
Bring on.
What are you gonna do, man? You gotta just stay positive. That's the main thing. And yeah, I had the longs on board before the tank, and it just caught me off guard. And then the best part about this is everything is tanking. Guess what's not tanking? My Macy's short. Like, come on, man. Oh my God, why am I still in this position? Yeah, my stop's up here. Huh? You're in that too? It doesn't, like, I don't get it, man. I don't get it. There's things that I just will never understand, but whatever. It is what it is. Yeah, Microsoft is probably going to work. Pretty happy with that one. Disney is working to the upside. Pretty happy with that one. Apple, the only one that's like 60 cents out of the money. Macy's pretty flat, but out of the money on that one. And yeah, you know, it's, oh, what do we got? Apple VP Services, Peter starting to leave the company. Oh, well, there you go. There you go. Okay.
I mean, that may be it. I mean,
wish
I
I
don't
knew
know
that
if it's
before.
Bostic or it. Guys, Brendan is sending me in the work chat here. Apple VP of Services, Peter Stern to leave the company. That is vis-a-vis an insider. No source other than just to say it's an insider. So, yeah, keep that in mind. I mean, I'm not sure if that's really the reason for this whole market downturn. Apple looks to be the weakest of the bunch, though, so it kind of leads me to believe maybe this is Apple-related. Also, in case you're just joining us, there's been Fed Chair Bostic on the mic as well. I'm not sure if he's still on there, but we were kind of speculating that it was as a result of something he said that caused this market downturn. But have a look at Apple here now, up 1.3%, but far below that VWAP, that 132.25. We're at 131.25, so $1 below VWAP. Not seeing that kind of weakness on some of these other names, even though Meta is down the most not down the most because it's just not up as much as the others, up 0.7%. All the other ones are above 1%, including Apple. But looks like the majority of the move now being done on this Apple trade to the sell side. Before I send it back to Luca to update you on what he's trading, look at this. How many times are we going to see this, guys? A test to two and an immediate flush. A test to two and an immediate flush. You can play this range like a ukulele because it is that simple. I mean, of course, I'm speaking tongue-in-cheek when I say that, but it has been a very repeatable trade off that $2 level. You short. That's what I did here, and then you cover with resting orders because it's really quick with those retracements. But that 2 level has rejected every time. There's a lot of sellers or individuals, traders initiating shorts right at that $2, and it's giving you 10 pennies to 15 pennies on every occasion. But it's looking less and less likely that it will break below that 180 level, if I'm being honest. It's farther away from that level now. It's holding around VWAP. You can't really get the sense of whether this is going to be a long or a short into the afternoon because of its positioning of the price action, which is at that VWAP level. So to me, I'm done with this trade. I'm positive on it. It's my biggest winner, and I'm going to walk away from it. I'm not going to continue to play this range anymore because you never know. I take an umpteenth test of that 2, and all of a sudden I find it at 250. So that's all she wrote for me. I'm done with that one, and I'll keep my eye on these large cappers going into the afternoon.
Yeah, somebody said I missed the long on AMD. Like, yeah, man, I was even saying like I wanted the 68 bounce and I missed it. Guys, this is what happens like when you trade too many things. It's like now I'm in, you know, Apple, Disney, Microsoft. I'm like not paying attention. I forget. I look, my order log's all clogged up. And then I look and I miss a trade. So it's like, it's so frustrating to see that. I'm not going to lie. But who cares, man? I'll just, you know, like, it's not going to eat me up. And Ron Miller saying, yeah, I think it was Ron Miller, not Luca's day. I did really well in the morning. And now this is kind of just okay, I'm just going to have to like hold this, maybe damage control. We'll see what happens. I'll probably still finish up on the day. But it's just like, I even said it to myself, I was like, I'm gonna have to go through pain, and then I add it over here, and now I'm like waiting for like the break of trend to see like what is gonna happen. I don't think we're gonna just keep flushing down because we're up 1%, right? So even though the overall market is tanking, I think there's an opportunity for myself to get out of this at a better price. But I'm wary of the fact that like, if like, so like for example, like look at this guys, if I'm long, right, I'm long over here, like if we pop up, like I'm getting it all, like if we get up like to 132, like I'm slamming it all out at 132. So like if I'm thinking that, if other people are thinking that, if you're not in position, like that could be like a good, like, you know, we get there, like slam it short and like whatever, like, I don't know, just an alternative perspective. But yeah, Microsoft, if this starts to work for me, I'm really gonna hold on to Microsoft. If we go to the upside, like if I can get like 50 cents out of that one, like I'll be at probably my highest point of the day. I'm just kind of like, it's like, talk about conviction, right? Like I'm high conviction on this. If we can get up 50 cents, or going back into like the 230 level, which I do think is a possibility, if not now, going into the close. That one is really gonna, like, I'm a little bit heavier on Microsoft than I'm on Apple, and I do have a better price on that one, so I'm pretty confident with it. And then yeah, if Apple, I mean, they're gonna move together, but if Apple has that news, I just wish I knew that news. I don't know if we got it late or whatever, but yeah, anyways. And then if we go to the upside, you know, like it'll be damage control that one. So I'll actually walk away decent on this one. But yeah, guys, don't try this at home. Don't catch falling knives. Do yourself a favor and do yourself a favor and you know, do things that make sense to you. But yeah, don't catch a falling knife, man. That's not the best way to go about it. Afternoon is for giving it back. Yeah, Gregor. Yeah, sometimes it'd be like that. It's all good, man. Luca, concentrate on one trade at a time. I'm just trying to do a little bit more, kind of like more trades, but yeah, teach their own, you know. We are now approaching to time flies when you're having fun.
Oh, for sure.
Sharif, hopefully you enjoy the panettone.
Oh my God, guys, when I start coming
calories.
in, faces looking a little bit like this, you'll know who to blame for that, and it's gonna be the man to my left. This is 4,000 solid calories, solid you-know-what calories, especially my bodybuilding crew out there that knows 800 solid, pounds. This one is 4,000 solid, you-know-what calories. I'm gonna be consuming this. Luca, all class, my guy. Thank you for that. We are done the midday show today, guys. Brendo's at the big desk. He's going to take you into the close.
Ciao, guys.
Hey, guys. Yeah, welcome back. 2 o'clock, couple hours left on a Monday afternoon. Hey, we're still positive, but yeah, well off the highs as we get some more comments from Fed official Bostic, who was talking down the market a little bit about a half an hour ago, talking about the fact that a 50 basis point hike is definitely still on the table, but his words,